like to call to order the Lincoln City Council meeting.
Microphone.
Call to order the Lincoln City Council meeting of July 20th, 2020. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that there's a copy of the Opens Meetings Act is posted in the back of the chamber by the northwest door. Actually, it'd be the southwest door. Let us all rise and for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief period of silence. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The order of business for the City Council shall be as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on the agenda under public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The applicant and those in favor should speak first, and then those opposed after that. The applicant may then make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, and whether you're speaking in favor or opposition to the item. All testimony today is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. After all public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date nor planned for a future agenda. And tonight is one of those nights. In addition to having the public comment, there is a webinar that's been available for people to comment tonight. We have a list of those. Moving forward, we will be having public comment by webinar for our July 27th meeting, which is next week. So if you wish to speak on any item during the public comment period, you can do that next week by contacting the clerk's office. And going forward, we decided that we will also have our August 3rd meeting, which will be our budget meeting. If you want to speak to that by webinar, you may do so by signing up with the city clerk the Monday before noon. And we will be doing the two other public comment periods during the month of August will also be available by Zoom or webinar for you to have public comments. Okay, I think that's it for the announcements. Sony, you have anything else?
Okay. We ask those of the general public coming forward to please testify and clearly state your name and spell your name, give your address, and most of you have probably already signed in on the sign-in sheet up front. Testifiers, please use the microphone here to your right, and then we ask those individuals from city staff who are also testifying to state your name and title and the department that you're working for. Once you have testified and council doesn't have any questions of you, please exit to the doors right there to your immediate left. Our first item on today's agenda would be our consent agenda, sections 1 through 2.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we suspend the rules on items 1C through E and items 2C and D for hearing and vote today. These are all liquor items.
Second.
We have a motion to suspend the rules. Do we have a second?
Jane,
You already gave it.
I have a question.
Jane Raybold, second that. Okay, you have a question?
I do. Mr. Christensen, on 2C and 2D, you are asking us to suspend the rules and setting the hearing dates so that we vote on those items?
That's correct.
So we're so not only are we, the hearing will happen today.
Is that what am I understanding right, Solani?
No,
Oh, no.
we're just suspending rules, asking for suspension on 1C through 1E, and I just need an introduction for items 2C and D.
Okay, they need to be introduced, sorry. Got
Okay.
that wrong. So I'm moving that those two be introduced,
Okay.
You amend your motion.
yes.
Do we hear a friendly second on the amendment?
Second.
Thank you.
And seconded for that motion.
So suspend to introduce.
Is anyone wishing to address anything on the consent agenda?
Well, we need to vote to suspend the rules.
Seeing none, let's vote on the suspension of rules first. Sony?
Christensen,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, now a motion to move forward all those items on our consent agenda? Or
We need to see if anybody wants to
Does
speak on
anybody want to speak on anything on
1C
the
through E.
consent agenda? I don't think there's anybody in the back. Okay. Let's go ahead and call the vote. Sony?
Okay. Items 1A was introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. I now need my votes for my liquors, items 1C through 1E and 2C and 2D.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Raybold. Any
Oh,
comments?
there is one correction on item 2D. It said, setting the hearing date of Monday, it said June 27th. It's really meant July 27th.
Correct. We suspended those.
You suspended, yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, please call the roll.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay.
That ends our consent agenda. We can move on to our section 4, public hearing resolutions. I'll be calling items 4A and 4B together. Items 4A is appeal by Ann Post on behalf of Vic and Kathleen Hannon of Planning Commission's denial of special permit 19025 to develop a community unit plan to include one residential lot with waivers of drainage study, grading plan, sidewalks, and post-construction stormwater management plan on property generally located at 66th Street and Pine Lake Road, and the related appeal of denial of request for deviation for Hannon Place Condominium Unit Number 2, located at approximately 66 and Pine Lake Road.
Ms.
Good
Post,
evening.
thank you.
Afternoon, good evening, good afternoon. Anyway, I have a motion to amend. Good afternoon, my name is Ann Post. I'm an attorney at Baylor Evans Law Firm, and I'm here in front of you again on this appeal. I'm here on behalf of Vic and Kathleen Hannon, again asking for access to Pine Lake Road from their property that's at approximately 66th and Pine Lake Road. As you'll probably recall, I was here a little less than a year ago with this matter in front of you then, and we asked for a delay to allow more time for us to talk to the neighbors to see if there is absolutely any way that we could get joint access through any of the neighbors' property. We've gone through that process. Let me provide you a map of that. Let's see, did I hand you my map? Yes. Okay. All right, so first let me pull up the map of the property that we're talking about here. This parcel is the Hannon's property. As you can see, there is a home on the north side, a home over here to the west, and then a church to the east. So we again spoke with both residential homeowners to see if there is any way that they'd be willing to provide us access. I know we provided you with their letters that they said, no how, no way, under no circumstances are we willing to. We also went through negotiations with the church. I can tell you that was a much more extended process. We went through national, regional, local levels of church governance to finally come out with the letter that we provided to you that said, again, that they are not willing to provide us access under any circumstances. There we identified their concern was that they have had issues with joint access easements in the past, that they didn't want joint access. So we actually found a solution that would have involved creating a street stub as as public right-of-way, so there was no joint access. It wasn't our property. We gave them access over. We proposed that solution to them. We talked to the city, and we talked to legal and LTU about it. And once we got that in front of them, they said, that's great, but we're still not willing to provide joint access. So we're back here in front of you today. And really with this CUP, as we see at this point, is the only way to try and get access to this piece of property. So what is in front of you is both a request for deviation to allow access to Pine Lake Road and a CUP to create a private roadway that my client will use to access their property, and eventually the neighboring, what will be commercial landowners, would use to access their property. So first, at the Planning Commission level, the main reason that the CUP was denied was because the request for deviation was denied. So we couldn't get a CUP without access. So we'll move on to the deviation first. So what is the request for deviation? That's a request to allow us access that doesn't meet the access management policy. This request for deviation was denied for two main reasons. First was the lack of a right-hand turn lane, that we requested that this access be provided without a right-hand turn lane. And second, because it creates another access to Pine Lake Road. Pine Lake Road is a minor arterial street, and the access management plan encourages the least number of access points possible. So first, let's go and talk to the first reason, the lack of a right-hand turn lane. So the access management policy calls for a right-hand turn lane whenever you create a new access point off a minor arterial. However, that policy was written for a much higher traffic volume than we have in front of you today. We're requesting this access for one single family home. One single family home using this, accessing Pine Lake Road isn't going to create enough of a impact on traffic patterns to justify a right-hand turn lane. And this is a policy that has been waived in the past. If you, for example, when Old Cheney was widened from 70th to 84th Street, it was decided that on that stretch of road, even though we were looking at connector streets that give access to hundreds of homes, that the motoring public would not be damaged, or traffic patterns would not be disrupted without a right-hand turn lane. So for example, let me show you. This is a picture. This is a picture right at 77th and Old Cheney. As you can see, this is a either arterial or minor arterial, and we don't have any right-hand turn lanes on this. This is Old Cheney. This is Old Cheney. Here is Cross Creek Road. And again, you'll see that there are no right-hand turn lanes. And it was determined that it was sufficient to be able to widen Old Cheney and provide those access points at that point without right-hand turn lanes. So I think given that precedent, the idea of allowing this access point for one single family home without a right-hand turn lane is merited. More than that, it's also been argued that the church property next door that would eventually get access via this driveway we're talking about, that they could put a daycare in at any time, and that would substantially increase traffic. Our answer to that is they have an access point right now. They could do that right now at their own access point. So granting this access point, it doesn't impair that situation at all, and doesn't have the potential to make the traffic situation worse than it is. Also, at the time that that property may redevelop commercially for a higher use that generates more traffic, they would have to go through a change of zone. And at that point, it could be required of them to put in a right-hand or a right turn lane. And that way, at the very point where you're increasing traffic is when you put in that right turn lane. Okay, so that was the first reason that the deviation request was denied. The second reason was because this creates another access point to Pine Lake Road. And that's true. It does create another access point to Pine Lake Road, but what I want to talk about is all of the steps that we're going through to mitigate the impact that this access point is going to have on Pine Lake Road. So that's where we bring in the CUP. Why there is the CUP associated with the deviation request is because the deviation gives us access, that access point allows us that curb cut. And then the CUP, what we're doing is we are creating a private roadway. The private roadway can only be created through an overlay district, like a CUP, that will give we'll put a public access easement over that. So not only can my client use that to access their property, that then the property, whenever any of the properties to the east redevelop, they would be able to use that. So at that point, that access point for the church property, when it were to redevelop, if there were to be a change of zone, that access point could be taken away and they would still have an access over my client's property. So we're providing the means to take those access points back to the one access point there is today. So we're doing that. That is by what we're providing is a 66-foot long private roadway, and we're offering to pave the first 48 feet of it. That is because the first 48 feet is what is, so first that means when we build the home, it will be outside of that area. It will accommodate that 66 feet. The 48 feet is paved for my client to use it, and that 48 feet is paved up to private roadway standards, while a remainder of a driveway to the home would be paved per a normal driveway. All right, and so that's the way that we're making sure that we have, we don't, in the end, we end up with just as many access points as we have today. So one thing I like to point out is that the access management policy, as I stated, encourages reduction of access points. One reason why we feel this isn't going to have a material adverse impact on this street, if you look at this map, all those red boxes are driveways onto Pine Lake Road. And so while there is a policy reason to, I'm sorry, this is upside down. I apologize.
Thank you.
So while there's a policy reason, and while it is encouraged to minimize those access points, there are already several access points on Pine Lake Road. We're not materially increasing the problem. And actually the solution we're proposing is one that has been used up and down Pine Lake Road to try and address this issue. So for example, just in January of 2019, where Franklin Drywall developed just on the south side of Pine Lake Road, I believe that is this property here. When they got their planned unit development, they were required to provide an access easement so that their neighbor, whenever they redeveloped, could take access through their property. Again, at the corner of Highway 2 and Pine Lake Road, I think that's a Willowbrook development. When they developed, they were required to provide an access easement so that whenever the neighboring residential property redeveloped, they could take access through that property, and the city could take away that residential owner's access point on Pine Lake Road to reduce it and gain access through the commercial development. So what we're proposing has been used up and down Pine Lake Road as a way to both allow access now, also to begin to plan to eliminate those access points in the future. So what we're asking is for the city to grant us access. In exchange, we're going to dedicate a private roadway that commercial development will be able to use in the future. We're going to pave that at our cost up to city standards for a private roadway for the first 48 feet. And we're going to provide a way to consolidate access for any neighboring commercial redevelopment that should happen in the future. And so we're asking you to do this first by approving the resolution to grant a deviation that was in front of you, that was on the agenda. Next, we're asking you to approve the resolution for the CUP, and I have provided, was just handed out to you, a motion to amend. A very similar motion to amend was provided to the Planning Commission. What this motion to amend does is that it would allow us to go ahead with the CUP without going through a subdivision. Why that is because, as you're aware, we have been, for decades, we've been at the mercy of our neighbor to the east to try and get an access easement for this property. If we were required to subdivide, we would have to get our neighbor to the west to sign off on it. More than that, we would also have to get their lender to sign off on it. And so, basically, it takes us from being at the mercy of the neighbor to the east and puts us at the mercy of the neighbor to the west. And so that's where we would prefer not to have to go through the subdivision process. That would make this, perhaps would make it neater, but a subdivision doesn't need to be done to grant this CUP. So that's why we're asking that. The other amendment in that motion to amend It asked that the resolution would require us to pave a sidewalk on the east side of our private roadway. The private roadway, as it is platted right now, is right up next to the property line. So we don't own the property east of it to put a sidewalk on. So that's why the motion to amend would allow us to try and get an easement. It would require us to pave that sidewalk if we're able to get an easement. But again, we can't control whether that neighbor is willing to give us an easement or not. And they have in the past proven not so willing to work with us on that. So in the end, we're asking you to approve the resolution for the deviation, so to approve our deviation request, also to approve our request for a community unit plan as amended. And why we're here today is because, we've been going through this process back and forth again for 17 years, trying to get access to this piece of property. Really, this is the last option that we know of to try and get access. If we don't get access this way, we are going to be, this property is restricted. It can only develop commercial or residential. It cannot develop commercial. So without access, the ability to redevelop this property in any way, it really isn't there. So this property will sit with no use if we're not able to get access, which is why we're finally in front of you here today and asking for your support for these two resolutions. So with that, what questions can I answer for you?
Any questions? Yes, Councilperson Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ann. Thank you for coming down today. I have a number of questions.
Great.
Okay. I think I've seen this project before when I was
think you
sitting in a
have.
different chair.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to go, I don't want to take a ton of time, but I want to go back over just a smidge of history so that I know that I'm in the right place. So how long have your clients owned this property?
Well, I can't tell you how long they've owned it. I can tell you that in 2003 was when it was first attempt at subdividing it. So they owned it prior to that as well.
Prior to 2003. And I was on the county assessor's site, and it's just become a little bit more secure. I used to be able to get in and read deeds, and now I can't read the deeds. So I couldn't go back and see where it was, but it looks like if you could put the map back up, the aerial photograph, that would be very helpful.
Let's make sure I have it the right side up too. There we go.
I think I can read it upside down. So the property that we're talking about is this,
This
right there.
Middle piece, yeah.
And I believe that the whole of your client's property used to include the house to the west.
Yes.
that
it used
piece
to
of
be
property.
This whole piece of property.
And I thought, I couldn't tell if it was only that big or if it was bigger than that. I thought it had been divided or
It was-
parceled out twice,
Just these two parcels,
just those two parcels, okay.
Yes.
So,
units.
so we have that, the Country Place preliminary plat for the bigger area
Yes.
was first done in 1982.
Mm-hmm.
And the final plat, which removed the access to Pine Lake, was 1986. And I guess I'm just trying to ascertain whether or not your clients owned the property at that time. Then there was something that came in 2002, and I think your clients asked for access, and they were told no. But they still sold off that portion of it and didn't hold back some portion or create some access road for both of the properties. And so I'm just they've asked a number of times, and each time the city has said no.
So
So I'm just trying to understand, how many times have you asked? How many times has the city said no? I am so glad you took the effort to go talk to the church next door. And it's interesting to think that they might maybe at some point sell, but they've been there a long time as well.
And so to answer that, I don't recall off the top of my head when exactly my client bought the property from the developer. I
Okay.
assume that at the time it was platted, it was owned by the developer.
Okay.
access would have been relinquished by the developer, and then the lot would have been sold to my client. Just that
Okay.
is kind of the general process for how
Okay.
that works. Usually. Of course, 2020 has always taught us not to say usually, right?
Yeah,
Anyway.
we don't have a normal. Go ahead.
All right, and then so in 2002, 2003, my client had to move to Kansas City for his job. But his adult children are all in Lincoln, and they always knew that they wanted to come back. So when they went to sell the property, they marketed it as the 1.5 acres with the idea that they would retain the other the back acre and a half so that they could come back and eventually build their retirement home there. I know that that contract was entered into while they were in the subdivision process. And I also know that while probably all of us might look at this piece of property, we would look at it and go, well, of course you're going to have access issues. That's Pine Lake Road. I think someone who hasn't had the benefit of quite as many city council or planning commission meetings would look at that and say, what do you mean there's no access? It's right next to Pine Lake Road. And so that issue wasn't identified until there were several steps along the process. When they came to ask for access to subdivide in 2003, they went through Planning Commission, and the resolution through Planning Commission was something along the lines of, when Pine Lake Road is widened, this was 2003, in 2 to 5 years, because that's, yeah, I guess never say never, but when Pine Lake Road is widened in 2 to 5 years, that the city will combine access for both parcels of property. That went through Planning Commission, and then it went to City Council. The City Council dialed that back. They said, you can subdivide it. They changed the zone from ag zoning to R1 zoning, and they said subdivision is contingent on getting an access easement from the church. So my client has been in, as much as they will let him, continuous communication with the church throughout that process. Also, there was an understanding that there was still the potential ability to come to the city and talk about getting access combined at the time Pine Lake Road was widened. I agree with, I'm sure planning will come back after me to tell you that that's not what the resolution said. I agree. I also think that the cold transcript of a hearing doesn't always convey all the communication that was in a hearing. So I will admit the resolution does not say that, but my client was under the understanding that access would be, there would be some move towards access at the time Pine Lake Road was widened, which is why then he came to us when the process to widen Pine Lake Road started, and we started negotiations with the city. And so that's been about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, and this whole process has been really a process of 1 step forward, 2 steps back. We think we're about to come to an agreement, and then we can't get, some of the details don't work out. We think we come up with a solution for a CUP, and then we don't get it approved through Planning Commission. We think we finally got a hold of someone at National at the church that seems to somewhat accommodating. We put together a plan, and then we don't get the approval for it. So again, it's been a issue of 1 step forward, 2 steps back. That's also why we're asking for the to not have to do the subdivision, because we're worried that would be 1 step forward. We get approval through City Council, and then 2 steps back. We have to go to the neighbor and their lender and see if they're somehow willing to sign off on that. So we've been in front of the city 1 time before in 2003 to ask for this. We've been in talks with the city longer than that, but that brings us to where we are here today.
Are you fine? Okay.
Well, actually, I have one last thing, because I was on the assessor's site, and at one point, it looked like the property line had a very thin tail along Pine
Yes.
Lake. Is
Yes.
that part of the property, or is that a misline?
That is part of the property. That is how it was described in the condominium regime that separated ownership. I don't know what the theory was behind shaping the property like that, but that is not a misline. That's how the unit is shaped.
So is it possible that a driveway could be fashioned along that line?
First, when Pine Lake Road was widened, enough right-of-way was taken for that it's no longer wide enough for that. Second, I think that would also be a problem under the access management policy, because you'd be looking at, especially if we took it from the 66th Street, that would be an intersection that was too close to 66th and Pine Lake Road. Mm-hmm. So that would be another a different violation of the access management policy.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Councilman Bowers.
I'm sorry, can you just point on the map, like where the road would come in from?
The road would come in right here.
Okay.
And let me see, somewhere in here, I have our application for a CUP that will show you that. If you'll be patient, I can get you a much better picture.
I'm just trying to, visualize it.
I'm just sorry for how many trees were implicated in this process.
17 trees to a ton of paper.
Yeah.
Just thought
So
I'd
here's
share.
a kind of a picture of it. If I can figure out how to zoom in. So, here is the parcel, and then this is the driveway. And again, that's right up next to the property line. And we located it there so that it would be more convenient for when the properties to the east would redevelop commercial. It would provide them easier access by putting it there. So it was placed there with the understanding that the church property access would go away in the future.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilperson Raybold.
Hi, Ann. Thanks again for coming before us. You made a comparison of Old Cheney Road and Pine Lake Road. Just a couple questions. What is the difference in the traffic counts? And what was, could you refresh us again? What is the reasoning why they had made the request and requirement that you include a right turn lane into, I guess, a de-acceleration lane turning into the property?
I don't have the traffic counts at my fingertips. What I can tell you is that they're both 4-lane. I know Pine Lake Road is a minor arterial street. I assume that Old Cheney is either a minor arterial or an arterial street. So it is intended to carry a lot of traffic through the area. It's intended to carry traffic across Lincoln. And so I assume that the traffic counts are very similar. I don't know that. I know Bob Simmering is here. He might be able to give you a better answer on that. And I think the reason that a right-hand turn lane was, why that was a reason stated, is because that is a default, that's the default policy under the access management policy. It is, every time you request access, a right-hand turn lane is required. Now, as I said, that's been waived under numerous circumstances where the use in the traffic just doesn't justify it. And here we're talking about one single-family house. More than that, to require a right-hand turn lane with one single-family house, you're talking, I would say 5 trips a day might be generous. So very low volume of traffic. Also, to put that right-hand turn lane in is going to require us to go over, to put in a culvert and pave over a culvert. So that to require that is something that is a cost that is going to be worth more than the property, and is something that's probably not going to allow any development to go forward on this property.
Do you have to, in order to have access to Pine Lake, don't you have to cross the culvert anyway?
Well,
from the property onto Pine Lake Road?
Because the right-hand turn lane would be kind of run from, let's see, let me find my map. Oh, this doesn't quite give you the right picture, but our right-hand turn lane would be, sorry, you see. All right, let me zoom out. Okay, we're asking for the access point here. A right-hand turn lane would come here. And so right now we're on Pine Lake Road. We wouldn't have to extend the culvert. We wouldn't have to pave over that extension of the culvert.
Oh, okay.
And so that's where we would avoid that cost, which is, again, because it's a single-family house. The amount of traffic is not generated by this use is not going to interfere with traffic patterns.
And I have a couple more questions. So they're requiring you to produce a 60-foot long road, of which you're agreeing to pay for 48 feet of that.
Yes.
Did they specify a timeline when that would have to be accomplished? And of course, you stated that that drive or road would be up to city standards. Did they specify a time that must be completed before their certificate of occupancy, or what did they state?
If we look at the resolution, I think it states that, let's see, it states that it would have, well, The certificate of the resolution speaks to that it would have to be done. Let's see. Well, the resolution would require that once this is granted, that we go ahead and do that. There is no time frame in this, but we would need to do it in order to get our certificate of occupancy. We would need to have access, and really just practically to build a house there, we're going to have to get a driveway into there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? I have one. You said you will be deeding that over as a public access for both? So, I mean, is the ground going to be deeded over, or is it just going to be an easement?
It's going to be a private roadway, and built to
Okay.
private roadway standards, and there's going to be a public access easement over it.
Okay. And then that little finger that goes all the way down to 66th Street, you were talking about a sidewalk to the west or to the east?
The resolution, prior to being amended, allowed for a waiver of a sidewalk on the west, so that's essentially a sidewalk to reach my client's house, assuming they get to build there. And planning was okay with waiving that, but they asked that we still pave a sidewalk on the east side, so that would be something that the church would use, a sidewalk to provide pedestrian access to their property. And that's where, if you look, we have that private roadway, which one of the benefits to a private roadway not being right of way is that we maintain it as opposed to the city. So since that private roadway is right up next to the property line, in order to pave a sidewalk on the east side of it, it's not our property. We can't do that without the property owner to the east. We can't do that without their permission. So that's something that, we're willing to pave, but we need their permission to be able to do it. And if this is passed saying that we're required to pave that sidewalk without any sort of condition for getting the right to pave that sidewalk, we're afraid we'll be in, again, that one step forward and two steps back. We have approval, but we can't pave the sidewalk, so we can't meet the requirements.
Okay. Yeah, another
Is-
question?
Is there a sidewalk? I realize the church is not your client, but is there a sidewalk east of the church driveway?
The current church driveway?
Yeah.
Based on my memory, no. Based on this aerial photograph, no, it doesn't look like it.
I mean,
It looks like there's no sidewalk.
I didn't look for, I was over there a couple days ago, and I didn't look for a sidewalk over there, but I question the use of requiring a sidewalk for between two different property lines when there's no other sidewalk happening.
We do.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Could we make that sidewalk a trail?
A trail,
Yeah, just kidding. This is just-
if you approve it, so.
Okay. Would planning want to come up and say anything, or LTU?
Or perhaps Mr. Simmering could address the traffic counts.
I think we know a lot about this, so I don't know how much history you want to go into, but tell us what's current.
Sure. So what you have here is an updated air photo that reflects the Pine Lake Road project as completed. So the turn lane for 66th Street has been installed, and so Pine Lake Road has been widened through this area. The turn lane is installed, and the turn lane goes to just about the area of the beginning of this condominium regime, because this is not two separate lots. When they went to sell the property previously, they created a condominium unit, which is really quite rare. You don't often see people condo a single family lot, particularly to save out the backyard. So that was one of the reasons why there was a requirement for a subdivision, because this is not a lot itself, it's just a condominium unit. But there is a sidewalk today. The sidewalk's been built all along both sides. I think there's a misunderstanding. The requirement was that if there's a private roadway to be built here, it'd be built pretty much close to the property line, and the sidewalk would actually fall on the church's property if the church at some point changed its use and you were able to remove the driveway. Then if the driveway is gone, the sidewalk is basically leading up into the church property, or
Okay.
if there's some redevelopment there happening, it would go up to that. But if the church never subdivides, or redevelops, what you're going to end up with is a driveway that is right next to another driveway. And so Bob Simmering can talk about the reasons why having two driveways side by side on an arterial street is a problem. We're just here to provide the background on how you got here. Was that all along over this past 17 years, we have not been recommending approval of the driveway. If they wanted to have a second lot here, the second lot could have worked. All they needed to do, as was mentioned, is to have some type of an access easement where you would come off the existing driveway and then have perhaps a driveway that curled around on the other property to the lot in the back. You could have had a panhandle lot. We have these and other circumstances where people have created one lot behind the other when there's an extra deep lot, but they don't have access to an arterial street. And as a matter of fact, since I've worked for the planning department over 30 years, I've actually had people call and ask to do the same thing. One was in the Stephen Ridge Estates neighborhood on 70th Street. Somebody wanted to sell off the front part of the lot and keep the back part of the lot and do a driveway on 70th Street. And we told them, well, no, you can't have an access on an arterial street. Our access management policy doesn't recommend approval of that. It's not safe to create multiple driveways onto an arterial street. And I would agree with Ann Post that along the south side, there are driveways that are on the arterial street. They're all pre-existing, and we're doing all we can that any time there's any kind of redevelopment to combine them together. So the goal here is not to say, oh, we have lots of driveways on Pine Lake, we should add to them. Actually, our goal all along here and on other arterial streets is with any redevelopment is to combine the driveways, remove the existing driveways. And so we have been successful. This one that's on the south shows, here's the new fire station. The fire station is sharing a driveway with the property to the west. Further to the east towards 70th Street, there was a gentleman who wanted to redevelop his property commercially. He agreed to take access off of to the east as well. That's closer to 70th Street. So that is what is the goal has been of all redevelopment here, is not to create a new driveway right next to an existing driveway, but that instead, if they wanted to redevelop this property and put a house back here, they should have just simply kept a driveway out to 66th Street, and this would have been solved 17 years ago. So in our view, this is a self-created problem and not one that we should add to the public's problem by creating a new driveway on Pine Lake Road. And Bob Simmering with Lincoln Transportation Utilities can talk more about the turn lane. I think this air photo then also shows the culvert that was discussed earlier as well.
Right. Council,
I have a question about the panhandle that you mentioned. Ms. Post said earlier that the panhandle got chewed up by the right-of-way expansion of Pine Lake Road. So does that panhandle still exist?
Well, it's a condominium unit, and so it is not a lot line. It was just simply, at the time, they had kept a panhandle, but I agree with the comment, you wouldn't want a driveway to come right here. I think the panhandle was probably, based on previous testimony, was to allow them to get their lawnmower over to the site perhaps, to mow it and maintain it so that they didn't necessarily have to drive off of Pine Lake Road. Because you're right in reviewing the background. In 1988, this property relinquished access to Pine Lake Road. So when the current the Hannons bought this property, it had relinquished access to Pine Lake Road. It has had access relinquished for the past 32 years. And so at no time did they have access to Pine Lake Road approved. And so what I was just noting is that if you were going to try to create a lot behind it, you should have got the final plat approved before you sold the house in the front and kept perhaps an access easement so that you could build an actual driveway over it. But it would have made sense for that driveway perhaps to start here with the existing driveway, and that driveway then come off and go around, because there was already, I think, a garage that would have been in the way of having it along the north side. But you could have had it come wrap around just through an easement on the other property, or maybe a panhandle. Since we are both the city and the county planning department, we see lots of these kind of panhandle lots in the county, particularly where somebody has a very long driveway and it sometimes crosses on an easement on another property briefly and then is on their own property as well. But since they have now sold this property, they've unfortunately didn't save that easement when they sold it in 2003, thus creating their own problem of they have a condominium unit that doesn't really, other than this panhandle that might be work for getting the mower or something over there, but it doesn't work for selling it off in the future.
Could I ask one more question? And, or, no, go ahead, Mr. Christensen.
So what I'm hearing here is that because someone made a mistake 17 years ago, the lot should remain undeveloped today.
Because of the mistake they made, we're saying you shouldn't have the access to Pine Lake Road.
You don't have access, you can't develop.
That is correct. You would have to wait for the future where you would hope that either to the west or the east, which both have told them no, they can't have access. You would continue to have the circumstance you'll have the last 17 years. It wouldn't be developed. We think the gain by having one additional house doesn't outweigh having one additional driveway on Pine Lake Road, as well as kind of the precedent of if you create your own problem, we will solve it for you by giving you a driveway on an arterial street.
Councilman Bowers?
I just had a question, and this might have been answered already. Can you explain to me why the church has a driveway, but this property could not have a driveway off Pine Lake Road?
Sure. This is a pre-existing lot that has always had access to Pine Lake Road. So that is a circumstance that pre-existed when the rest of this circumstance was there.
This might be a little more specific. Do you know when they put that driveway in, like what year?
No, I don't. If you have questions for Bob, I can try to look at the viewer quick and see when the church was built.
I guess the thought that I have then is if this property owner thought that they had the option of getting it grandfathered in, then that could have been an option. As if they would have done it before, then we would have had two driveways there. So we could have had a situation where there would have been two driveways there before it was brought into the city.
Correct. It's just been the last 30 plus years that the access has been relinquished, so they shouldn't have had an expectation that they would have access because that property had relinquished the access.
And then does the property owner even have the ability to sell that land if they are then told that they can't develop on it?
It's a condominium regime unit, so you could sell it to somebody else. Somebody else would obviously not have much of a purpose for it. They couldn't put anything on it other than use it to be on it and have picnics on it and that type of thing. So yes, I don't disagree that it doesn't provide a lot of value today.
Because I guess one of the other things that I have to keep going through my head is our housing shortage, right? And we need more housing. Thank you.
Okay.
I would very much like for you to explain a condominium concept when we're just talking about lots. Because are there any rights retained by the developer of the condominium?
Ann could better address what this particular condominium regime is. I mean, typically we see them where there's multiple townhomes, let's say, and I own my individual units, but there's an association, condo association that maintains all of the driveways and the grass and that type of thing. So that's most common that we have seen. But that condominium regime would talk about what are the rights that we have with each other and in common. So I haven't reviewed this particular one, but if you were going to do it in 2003, I would have kept at least an access over the front part so that if I didn't get my speculative access or had already relinquished access, I could have at least got it to 66th Street and kept some value for the rest of it.
Okay. Councilman Cho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like you to help me understand this relinquish. You've said that several times, and Ms. Post referred to the transcripts and the resolution in the past. What is the relinquish process like?
So every final plat in the city as it's created has a dedication statement, and the dedication often says I'm dedicating easements for use as utilities, or I dedicate right-of-way for the city to use, like for Pine Lake Road. Or it also then talks about typically you get access to the adjacent streets unless you specifically relinquish access. And so this one had a statement that specifically relinquished access to Pine Lake Road. It's something that is routinely done anytime somebody final plats a lot next to an arterial street and is not going to be allowed to take access to it. They relinquish their access right to it. They have to have access somehow, and this one lot does. This one lot has access off of 66th Street. They relinquished their access. They gave it up, that right, to Pine Lake Road.
Would that have been a condition of them getting whatever zoning action they wanted done then?
It was a condition of the final plat, and that's also quite typical that in a final plat it'll list, yes, you can do this subdivision, you can do this action, but you relinquish access to the arterial street. And often you'll see that as part of a preliminary plan, a PUD, a use permit, when it first comes forward, that will be in the notes, but it's actually accomplished through the final plat.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, Councilperson
Oh,
Rabel.
I was going to ask traffic counts, and I hear you calling Pine Lake Road an arterial.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Okay, and it's not a minor arterial. It's a full-blown arterial.
I have to look back because we do have minor and major arterials. In terms of the access management, the standards are a little bit different. So we're using the standards here in terms of this particular type of arterial street and what is the spacing, and it doesn't meet the spacing requirements. I can double check, is it a minor or a major, but either way, it doesn't meet the spacing requirement.
Okay. Any other comments? Would you like to rebut, Ann?
Or Bob
Oh, yeah, we
Simmons.
need public comments. Others?
I think Bob was going to give us traffic counts too.
Would you want to come up and speak?
Thank you. Bob Simmering, Lincoln Transportation Utilities Right-of-Way Manager. I could probably fill in a few blanks, and some of the comments I'll make. The traffic counts on Pine Lake are lower than they are on Old Cheney. However, I think what you need to take into account is that those traffic counts will go up. The most recent count was done in 2018 when this was a rural two-lane section, and now that it's connected with 4 lanes up to Highway 2, there's a lot of development going to go on at Highway 70 and south, so there will be an increase, and I would anticipate that at some point this is probably going to reach the range of 20,000 vehicles a day, which puts it in the same category as Old Cheney and some of those. When this project was being done, the city went to great lengths to minimize the conflict points on Old Cheney Road. So on the south side, you see where the driveways were combined. There are conditions on other developments down there that when they come forward, they will combine and relinquish those access points. This particular location on the north side, there was a request came to LTU to jointly access that with the church. We ran that up to the law department to see what right we had to potentially go to eminent domain to get that right away. And we were advised that that was a condominium. Access had been relinquished to Pine Lake Road, and that there was no public benefit to making that connection. So eminent domain was not an option to take land from the church to create a driveway for this property. I think that was one of the things that, one of the roadblocks we hit on working this thing out with them. And I will also comment on safety issues. The location of this driveway, being approximately here at the church, does not even meet the standards for separation on residential streets. We try to keep those 50 feet apart. In some cases, the lots are narrow and they're closer than that. This is a minor arterial, which would mean the location of access points should be 660 feet in separation. The other issue with this one is that it is so close to the beginning of the turn lane going on to 66th Street that it creates an additional conflict. So when we look at access, and I know it's one house and it will generate about 10 trips a day is what's average for a house. It's not simply the number of trips it generates, it's the proximity of those connection points. So when we look at a entire street frontage, we're concerned about not just the number of vehicles coming in and out, but the number of points that they could have conflict. And so this creates 3 contact points all in a very short proximity. So you have the church driveway, this driveway, and the beginning of that turn lane. So those things considered, this is not a good location for an additional driveway.
Any other questions? Yes, Jane?
So Bob, I heard you call it a minor arterial, so, and I imagine for future growth, you said it would have probably about 20,000 trips a day. So are we classifying it as a minor arterial today, understanding that there is going to be future growth?
I'll let Steve, since he can do research right now, confirm whether
just-
it's minor or major arterial. The point being, on the arterials in the access management policy, that was developed in 2012. There was input from the developers, from citizens, business people, and those were agreed upon conditions for arterials and minor arterials. So in any case, neither arterials or minor arterials have a provision for private access points.
I have another question. So in terms of elevation, I know that sometimes if you don't have the appropriate visual sight lines and of being able to de-accelerate if you see a vehicle, I don't know, are these elevations going up or are they coming down? Or, I mean, are there any reservations about putting a drive in just because of the sight lines you have from vehicles heading east on Pine Lake Road?
I think it's a relatively flat grade, so there's not a hill that would blind anybody's vision. But if you would think of a vehicle parked in the church driveway waiting to turn and somebody in the private residence driveway, there is a visual impairment there because of other vehicles in that proximity. And the other thing is the predictability factor for drivers. If you're not expecting it and it's there, then there's a risk factor in that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Benny?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to that distance between driveways, that 660 feet you mentioned.
I think 660 is what the arterial separation is. That's 1/8 of a mile.
So if we talked about the distance from 66th Street back to the traffic circle on 70th, is there enough space to put driveways in there that you'd have separation enough?
On the areas we go into that are already built out, we can't get our 660 because there's too many existing points of access. We do everything we can to join those together to minimize the number, so we do get to our as close as we can. And again, this being an environment that was essentially built out before the street improvements were made, some of those things we had to live with.
And our access management plan that is guiding our development in this area, when was that adopted? How long have that been in place?
I think it was developed in 2012.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have one other, well, maybe you can probably answer that. Thank you, Bob.
I can finally answer the question. So yes, looking at the access management policy between 14th and 84th Street, Pine Lake Road is a minor arterial. Old Cheney, Pioneers, Van Dorn, all of those are minor arterials in terms of the access management.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. One other quick, yeah.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear about what the city's planning department's position is. That in 2003, they should have known better and done something different than they did. And I guess my observation was it's awful hard to know what the heck to do with the city because it's always confusing to people who are outside looking in, trying to figure out what they should be doing. That's one. But then in the meantime, in 2012, we changed the rules on them. And there was no way they could foresee that kind of thing happening. If the city access management policy that was adopted in 2012 were not adopted at that point in time, and they had the 2003 conditions continued until present day, would they be able to have access there?
That's an excellent question. Because yes, actually, even though access management was approved in 2012, it has been a long-standing policy not to grant driveways onto our arterial streets. That's why the access was relinquished in 1988. Prior to 2012, there was just, this case was this case was that, and so for a long time there was a actually requested the city council, let's put this in writing so everybody knows the rules. And so that was really what led to it in 2012. But to your other question too is, yes, in 2003, our comment was they should have known better. They went to an awful lot of trouble to create a condominium regime. It probably would have been easier just to maintain the access easement that would have allowed them to do the subdivision.
And did you say earlier that the developer who owned the property in the early 80s relinquished access to Pine Lake?
Yes, and I did verify it was not the Hannons. Their signature is not on that plat in 1988. It was a different developer who then sold the property to the Hannons at some point after that.
So in 88, someone already relinquished access to Pine Lake?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other comments for Steve? Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to come forward to speak on this item? Seeing none, Ann, would you like to come back up?
Thank you. Well, I can say that I can't argue that it would be.
You can take your mask off so we can hear you. Thanks.
Thank you. I can't argue that it would be, it would be easier to not be here today asking for access if something different would have been done 17 years ago. But we're in the position we are today. The position we are today is that we have this lot that has no access, and as we see it, this is the only way to get access to this property. If this is granted, we can build a single-family home, infill development using existing utilities. If this isn't granted, we're going to have a parcel that's empty and can't be developed. My understanding for why the condominium was created was because that this property was under contract to sell when the subdivision, in 2003, when the subdivision was in front of the Planning Commission. That after the subdivision wasn't approved, they had the choice to either go ahead and sell the whole property at the price sell a whole 3 acres at a price for 1.5 acres, or to try and try and separate ownership so that they could retain that 1.5 acres to try and get access at the time Pine Lake Road was widened in 2 to 5 years, as they thought it would be at that time. And so that's where the condominium was put in place to separate ownership. So a subdivision will, if you have a lot that you subdivide, it creates 2 separate lots, and we go through a city process to ensure we meet all the regulations for a subdivision process. A condominium regime is designed to separate ownership, but it is attuned more to the idea, separating ownership vertically. Everyone knows the idea of an apartment building, and the apartments are separate ownership. This is the same concept, only applied to one lot, with the 2 units being just the horizontal, just the ground. And so that's where, while it was not a subdivision, the condo was done to separate ownership there. Under state law, regulations and ordinance need to treat a condo the same way that they would treat a lot. And so that's where it's correct. It's not a lot. It is a condo. It is a condo unit, and that's the history of why it's there. We did reserve the right in the condominium regime to be able to file the subdivision as approved in 2003 to subdivide the lots. Of course, that subdivision has expired several years ago by now, and so now the only way to subdivide and terminate the condo would be to get the neighbor to the west to get their approval and their sign off on it.
Okay. Yes, Councilperson Bowers.
Can you respond to the concern that if we approve this, that this would set a precedent? Can you just respond to that concern?
I mean, what I can tell you is that this has been obviously it's been 17 years. This has been a long process. It has not been an easy process. We have been through years of negotiations with city and county. I can tell you, after being through this process, if we're granted access easement, if we are granted this access and this deviation, it's not a process I would recommend that another client use to try and use it. It's not cheap. It's not the best way to do this, and it's not a guaranteed way to do it. So it would be a driveway that would be placed that isn't in strict conformance with the access management policy. At the same time, it's not a process that many people would be willing to take the time and expense to use if they had absolutely any other option.
Okay. Councilperson Raybold.
So 2 questions. So Ann, isn't it kind of irrelevant whether it was a condo or was to be subdivided? In all cases, the access was given up. No matter what you wanted to call it or what you wanted to subdivide it to, access was given up on Pine Lake.
Yes, the access was relinquished in the plat in 1982. And so that is why we are in front of the City Council today asking for access. That's another reason why why this wasn't granted at Planning Commission, was because there was a question of whether Planning Commission had the authority to grant the CUP. To grant the CUP to, let me back up. Whether the director of LTU or the building and safety director had the authority to grant the request for deviation, because access was relinquished by act of City Council. And so it needed to come in front of the City Council to have it granted. And so that's why throughout this process we knew that even though we went through all the steps of Planning Commission, we'd eventually be appealed here in front of the City Council.
Okay, my second question, have you had discussions with Planning Department about a condition saying if we granted this access on Pine Lake Road, and if there were accidents, then you would be required as the owner to do X, Y, and Z? If there would be an access that would happen due to that additional driveway added on Pine Lake Road, has there been any discussions on that? That we're gonna give you conditional approval pending the fact that if there's one accident, then you're gonna have to create that second lane off your property, doing things like that.
There hasn't been discussion of that. I don't know that planning would be willing to enter in that type of agreement. I know that another reason, I stated that we put that driveway right up next to the property line to keep it closer to what would be the commercial development. That was also to keep it further away from that 66th Street intersection, to keep it as far away as possible. And so to try and meet the access management policy as closely as we could with this.
Exactly what is that distance from 66? Do you know how many feet?
I don't know off the top of my head how many feet that is. I think someone with a computer back there could tell you, but.
There's been no discussions on a condition, and you're not certain if Planning Department.
I think that if Planning Department is willing to step on board and be all right with this, with any set of conditions, we'd be happy to talk about them. Through our extended discussions, I think we're at a point where that's probably not a possibility. But if they were willing to grant it with those conditions, we'd be happy to talk to them, or would just be worried about creating, again, a 1 step forward, 2 steps back type of situation.
Okay. Any
Thank
other
you.
comments? Okay, we'll vote on this later. So, Madam Clerk, please call, 4C?
Item 4C, accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for June 16th through June 30th, 2020.
Would anybody like to come forward and speak on this item? Anybody in the back? Nope, seeing none, let's move on.
Item 4D, approving the appointment of Johansi L. Christie as the city attorney for a 2-year term effective July 20th, 2020.
And Sonny, I think we wanted to correct the term.
Excuse me.
We would change that during the voting session,
Okay.
Yeah,
so.
we will amend that to 22.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairperson and members of the City Council. It's a pleasure to be here before you today to present a new nominee for our city attorney. I am so grateful to be able to introduce Johansi Christie to you all in this official way. He has served as a deputy public defender in Lancaster County for over 10 years, and he has been known for his analytical rigor, his commitment to his clients, and his dedication to justice. He obtained his JD from the University of Nebraska in 2009, at the College of Law there, and he's an adjunct professor at the University of Nebraska College of Law and a former faculty member with Gideon's Promise, a nonprofit organization whose mission is to transform the criminal justice system. He's also an active community volunteer and leader, serving as president of the Board of Directors for Family Service and a board member for Civic Nebraska. He's the past president of Robert Van Pelt Inns of Court Executive Committee and is a member of the UNL College of Law Dean's Advisory Board, the Nebraska Appleseed Litigation Committee, and the NAACP Lincoln Chapter. Mr. Christie has spent his career ensuring that the rights afforded by our judicial system are fulfilled. I appreciate his strong advocacy for prosecutorial reform, which will be a focus of his work as city attorney. And I'm so pleased that in his new role, if approved by you all, he will bring his wise counsel to benefit the City of Lincoln team and our community as a whole. And with that, I invite him to come say a few words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. I would just like to say, first off, it's an honor to appear here before you today. I am a lifelong resident of Lincoln. This opportunity is very, very special to me. I take the responsibility, the opportunity to have this responsibility very seriously, and I'm grateful, very grateful. I also want to take a moment just to thank Jeff Kirkpatrick. He has, as you know, throughout this process has been very professional, gracious, and very, very helpful. And I know that you guys have seen me with him. And so thank you, Jeff Kirkpatrick, as well.
Thank you. Do we have anybody who would like to say something? Yes, Councilman Bowers.
I'm so excited that you're here. You have a great reputation, and you're really well known in the community, and your reputation precedes you. I've been really impressed with what I've heard about the work that you've done, and I think I already know the answer to these two questions, but with suicide and mental health issues that are, kind of impacting city staff and first responders, will you be an advocate in helping first responders be connected to services and resources they need to overcome injuries they experience while serving the community?
Well, first off, thank you. And the answer is yes. I would like to believe that I would be an advocate for everyone in the city to obtain the services they need, including our first responders for any injuries that they suffer while serving the community. So, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Would you like to introduce any family members that are here today?
Okay, sure. I have my parents who are here, Thomas and Brenda Christie. My sister is here as well, Fiola Christie. And then my little niece is back there as well, Sulola.
Yay.
And she has something to say, I guess.
Yeah. Well, we thank you so much for
Thank
taking
you.
on the opportunity. I know it's going to be a lot of work, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we'll move forward and look for great things from you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come forward on this item? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Should we move on?
I will call items 4E and 4F together. Special permit 1629J, application of Southridge Village LLC to allow for the adjustment of parking requirements on property generally located at 7155 South 29th Street, and the related use permit of 100E, application of Southridge Village LLC to replace office use with multifamily use to include 110 dwelling units with associated waivers on property generally located at South 27th Street and Pine Lake Road.
Okay.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Christina Melgoza with Kruger Development, and I will be representing us this afternoon for both of these applications, and I'm going to kind of address them as one. And if we need to clarify questions, I'll refer to planning to help me sort those out. Let me get this up there. Might be helpful. There we go. Okay, so between the two applications, the greatest factor of what we're coming forward with is two multifamily residential buildings to be put in the already O3 zoned ground there at approximately 29th and Pine Lake Road. We've come before you before with a couple of different applications for this site, and this one we think takes care of all the reservations that were had in the past, one of which being the height waiver that we had requested previously. With the buildings that we're looking at now, it would be two separate buildings. We're asking for approximately 110 units. Our current plans look like maybe we're at about 105 or 106, so it'll probably be a little bit below that 110. But we will maintain only 3 stories and stay within our 35 feet height requirement that's already in existence. There's then a couple of other kind of cleanup items that go along with those buildings, one of which we are asking for 1.5 stalls per dwelling unit and parking. And with that, we're guaranteeing then that we only do a minimum of 60% of the units being 1 bedroom or studios, the rest then being 2 bedrooms, absolutely no 3 bedrooms there. We will have enough underground parking for at least 1 parking stall per unit. We then have the existing additional parking on surface, and we'll be adding another additional 65 to that existing surface parking as well. The overall, which is kind of shown in the photo of the Southridge Village development, is then asking for a 1 stall per 300 square foot parking, which is typical now for commercial mixed-use spaces, and then a couple of different zoning actions for existing minimum square footage of the lot and exterior light trespassing interior lot lines, which those 2 items I would refer to Steve from planning to help us with. The big changes, though, of course, like I said, no height waivers being asked for with this application. Everything we're asking for is, within that existing 35 feet limit. We completely removed any commercial space, which we had shown in previous applications. So this will strictly be residential. And that in itself reduces the number of trips that will go to and from the site, reduces the amount of parking required, and obviously reduces traffic. And those were some of the main concerns that had come up before. We're also not asking for any waivers on setbacks. So some of the areas that get close to those existing setbacks, we will have to remove balconies from the back of those apartments, and we're willing to do that and not ask for a waiver to keep them. We are also keeping our offer to do 100% landscape screening between us and our residential neighbors to the south. If I'm correct, I believe our requirement is to do 50, but we're gonna go ahead and do that 100%. And that keeps then almost an acre of green space between us and our neighbors behind us. I think that covers the main points. We definitely believe and hope that this is the best use for the space and have worked really hard to make it work for both us and our neighbors in there. I do have Stephanie Ponce here with me if you have any questions on particulars of building design or rent or what else will be located there in the facilities. And then Rick Kruger is here also for any historical data questions.
Yes, Councilperson Rabel.
Yes, thank you, Christina, for coming back. I think this is at least your 3rd time, maybe?
It is the 3rd time, yes.
And that's great, and I appreciate all the things that you're willing to do. Did I hear you correctly that you're going to have underground parking? You'll have 1 parking stall underground per unit?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, right now that is what our current design calls for.
And I want to clarify, I know one of the concerns from the neighbors has always been having balconies on that south side. And you're saying,
So we will have some balconies on the south side, but in certain sections of that lot, we are right near that existing easement, which means we wouldn't be able to put balconies there. So in any of the instances where we are right up against the current easement, balconies would not exist, but there are several units that still have them on the south side, and those are closer to the eastern side of the lot,
okay, so
which would be over here.
most likely in that building. But in
We
the-
still have room for them over there, which would overlook the outdoor pool that we'll have also.
But in the buildings to the west, that would not be likely to have balconies at all.
I might call Stephanie up here to answer that question for you.
Well, I can ask a few more questions.
Sure.
It sounds like you've made a commitment to do 100% landscape screening, and I know one of the concerns from the neighbors, they're very appreciative of that, but they were wondering what type of trees, are they going to be a more mature tree?
So we already have some existing trees there, and you'll have to excuse me, I think this picture is definitely from winter because they don't have any leaves. But we would try to match the existing height of what we already have there when we add the new landscaping to complete that 100%. Granted, the 100% is calculated at their full maturity rate, and some of them won't quite be there when we plant them just because you can't get that size in there. But we won't be doing 2 and 3 footers.
And so would you consider using an evergreen type of tree that would have?
Yes, we'd
some
like to
leaf-
have a mix of both deciduous and coniferous.
Okay,
Yes.
and one of the other concerns from the neighbors was about drainage support. There's already a tendency for this area not to drain properly, and at one point, Kruger Development had made a commitment to enhance the drainage, existing drainage, so that would alleviate some of the current flooding or ponding problems that they were seeing.
Correct. So throughout the neighborhood meetings that we had, we also heard that some of the neighbors were having an issue with drainage in their backyards. And we will be putting in an underground pipe for our drainage to help with the roof runoff to the south back of the lot. And as we said then, and we'll continue to say now, that we will entertain individually. So if a homeowner has an issue with that currently, if they'd like to come talk to us, we would let them tap into that pipe for the extra help. Yes.
Okay, and then the additional parking, how much additional, how many stalls do you anticipate having in the development, excluding the 110 or maybe 106, 110 underground? How many additional parking stalls will you have?
So additionally to the plan that's currently there right now, the surface parking, we'll add an additional 65. And then a part of the parking is what exists now would be a part of that 1 to 300 because it's a part of the commercial space of the strip mall to the north.
So you're going to offer.
It would be shared.
So you're going to have 65 additional surface parking that'll be exclusively for the residents in this development, correct? And then on top of that, there's some of the business parking lots.
Correct. I don't know if I can put the word exclusive, but we could probably make them exclusive to what we're adding. Because I know what we'll be adding will still be considered a part of the commercial space as a whole.
Okay, and then with.
Not like they're in a separate parking lot from what exists. It'll just continue, a continuation of what's already there.
So now I'm confused. So the 65 surface parking
I don't know if I have a picture.
includes
The minimum, right?
parking from the adjacent business owners?
1.6 or 1.5.
I'm trying to see if I have an over.
Perhaps
here.
if,
Here we go.
perhaps if you could go back to the overview, that's the one.
Okay, there.
No.
All right.
I don't know if you can tell really up there. Yeah, you can tell a little bit that these darker gray ones are the ones that will be added on that don't exist today.
That number is 65, correct?
Correct.
And then if you could demonstrate what business parking lot, in addition to that.
Right, so that's everything back here and around this existing structure here.
Okay, do you have,
Be used for the residential parking also, because it will be shared.
So do you have agreements or easements in place with that understanding? Are these businesses going to be concerned that some of their parking stalls are chronically used by some of the residents in the apartment building?
I don't think we have any exclusive agreements as of this moment, but I might refer to Steve from planning to help explain how the shared parking works.
Okay. And then the last question that I have, sorry, but it's on garbage receptacles. How are they contained? How are they screened from any sightlines from the folks to the south?
I'll have Stephanie Ponce
Okay.
come up and talk to that.
That was,
I do not design those, but
okay.
she.
Do we have any other questions for her? Yes, Sandra?
I primarily have a comment, Christina. Thank you so much. I was, I think, party to a couple of the visits to the Planning Commission, and I am very impressed with the amount of work that's gone into bringing this down to a design that the neighbors that addressed many of their issues. I realize they still continue to have issues, but you bringing the height down and providing 100% of the screening is wonderful. I had a question about the retention pond or detention pond. I'm
Aware if there's a photo that shows that.
Yeah, I can, either one shows it. And I was going to ask, and so I'm glad that my colleague, Councilwoman Raybold, asked about whether or not the neighbors on the south could have access into that retention pond should they need that. But you mentioned it as a pipe, an underground pipe, and so I would like to know, is that gone? The retention pond?
No, the retention pond will stay, and we actually have to rework it a little bit to make it larger, but the pipe will actually carry it out away from the site, and so that will run along the back side of our property. And I think that's the best option for them to tap into if that's something they're struggling with,
So the
marshy wise.
So initially the water drains into the retention pond and then is pulled off.
I think it will be pulled off before it hits
Pulled
the
off before it
retention
gets
pond.
there, okay.
Yep, there will be external inlets.
Perfect. And then on the balcony issue, my understanding was that some of the earlier concerns were that the balconies were higher or at equal height to the back doors, the patio doors and decks of yes, that's the one. And so you may still have a balcony on the south side as long as it's lower in elevation than someone's deck. Is that correct?
So for us, I don't think it has to do with the height. We would be holding back in where it gets close to the setback distance, not
Okay.
a height distance.
So even if they could not see into the deck, if it was too close to the setback, they would not have the balcony? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I have one other question. Are you changing the parking requirement to 1 to 3, or is it currently 1 to 3?
The change from the 1 to 3, it's not current, and that is for the development as a whole.
So it goes
On
all
both
the way,
sides of
it goes all the
29th
way up
Street.
to Pine Lake and includes eye care specialties and all those
Correct.
buildings?
Yes.
What is their current parking available
Right
to
now,
them?
it's per use, so it's calculated per use of each individual unit or building, which I think makes it very complicated when we come forward to change things, and that's why planning would like to
So there's
simplify.
enough parking, let's say, on the east side of 29th Street for 1 for 3 in that area?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Benny?
I'm gonna stick with the parking questions, Mr. Chair, if you like. Thank you very much for coming forward. This looks exciting. You said underground parking, 1 slot for each unit.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's go with 100. You said it's, 106, 109,
Right.
now let's say 100. So 100 underground parking spots. That's 65. So that would take care of the 1 point whatever. And then the point whatever's above ground, and you're adding 65 more on top of that.
Correct. Yes. You got it.
Thank you. That's what I was hearing.
Any other questions for her? We want to bring up? Come on forward and we'll, there's a couple questions about the look of the building, is that correct?
Hello, my name is Stephanie Ponce with Kruger Development, and I can try to answer questions you guys have about the design of the building.
Do you have any other, or did she answer them about the balconies?
I think I'm clear on the balconies, but actually, if you would show us with some of the other photographs, maybe the one that shows the two buildings that are linked. Yeah, so could you show us where you might remove balconies?
So currently in the design, as long as we stay within the setback, we're not planning on removing any balconies.
Okay.
So both buildings, as of right now, are within that setback, so we do have balconies on the back side of the building for those.
Okay.
Some of the ones on the ends, instead of coming off of the back, I believe they're just on the sides.
Okay. And where do you think are you concerned, like the fourth building over, no, I can't guess what side
This
is
is where
your
we have the
right-hand
most
side.
room, and this is where it gets a little bit tight, but I think that we were able to adjust our building size so that we would stay within our setbacks.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
And I got a quick question. The clubhouse or office will be on the east side?
Yeah, it will actually be right here on the end of this building, and so we're gonna have an internal facility with a kitchen and a gathering room that people can rent, and we'll also have a spare guest room if people want to use it, and then the pool is right here. So you would have to come through the front, and then we would have the pool gated off for residents to use.
Okay. Yes,
And
Councilperson
I wanted
Rabel.
to get back to talking trash about the garbage, the screening for the
Yes.
garbage receptacles.
Somewhere within this excuse me, somewhere within this triangle, we have an open spot already. And then somewhere down here, we have an area where we'll put those. And we actually brick around them, and they usually have a gate or something on the front. So it's not a visible trash can or dumpster receptacle. It's within those bricked walls to match the buildings.
And then I recall another concern of the neighbors was lighting. They were concerned about light pollution spilling over, it being too bright, or how do you plan to address the exterior lighting?
I think right now on the back side of the building, the only lighting we would have would be deck lights. So if someone has a patio, they'd have a little light there, but usually that's a 1 to 2 bulb light fixture. So, I mean, I we don't have any permanent lighting that we've assigned to the back of the building.
Okay, so there's no.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you for coming down. Anybody else would like to come and speak in favor? Okay.
Well, I have, another question.
Oh, okay.
The design on the exterior, did you change any of the designs? I think Keith Dubas was the architect who did the.
It's pretty much the exact same design. We just took that lower level off, so we just have the residential floors. So the appearance should be pretty similar. We just don't have that extra floor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Anybody else would like to speak in favor of this? Is there anybody here that'd like to speak against this? Is there anybody in the back? Okay, seeing none, let's move on.
Calling item 4G, appeals by Nancy Seltzer and the additional 24 appeals submitted of the Planning Commission's conditional approval of special permit 20013 to allow for a community unit plan with associated waivers to setbacks, lot area, block length, and the sanitary sewer design standards on property generally located at South 46th and Hillside Streets.
Okay. Thank you for coming down.
Dan Rosenthal, Toriga Engineering Group. This project passed, I believe, was 7-0 from Planning Commission. And because of some letters came, it's before City Council. So the project is to build some units, and we're doing everything on Phil Euler's property. Is this better? Phil Euler's property, that we're not going to encroach on any other properties. The layout that we have does show future expansion, but that's a requirement through planning the city of Lincoln. We met with the city of Lincoln for probably about the past year and worked out all the details and all the traffic any other concerns. We're working with Tim Zock with the watershed management to come up with the drainage criteria to make sure that we don't put any water on the neighbors for a 100-year storm. So it's a pretty straightforward project. We work with wastewater for sanitary sewer lines. We're all in agreement with what we want to do. So I guess I would ask if anybody has any questions.
Yes, Councilperson Washington.
Have you addressed the request for additional screening in outlots A and B?
Yes, that's one of the conditions on the special, or through the Planning Commission, is that we're going to add trees for screening. That's part of the condition for approval.
Great. And then the sanitary sewer design waiver, could you explain a little bit, you're not going to have abutting properties, or would you just explain it so that?
Sure.
Right.
So right now, the sanitary sewer line goes through the back of the property. Maybe I can show this here. Come on. Yeah, so the sanitary sewer runs right through the property this way. And so all these existing lots from here, they all connect to the sanitary sewer line. So we're going to add these new lots in place. So these existing lots won't have direct access to that sanitary sewer line. So we worked it out with wastewater at the city to build some lines that come through these outlots and they connect over to the sanitary sewer line. So it's sometimes it's called a non-abutting agreement because you don't have direct access to the sanitary sewer. So we're creating these outlots so that there is sanitary sewer service.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I was looking at that map and could not determine the boundaries of outlot C.
Right here. So it comes right through here.
So it is that large?
I'm sorry?
The outlot C really is that large?
Correct.
And what will its use be?
For right now, it's going to be stormwater detention.
Okay.
And so the goal is, after the next build out, this would be the area for detention, right here.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Rabel.
And I know you went over that. How does that correct some of the drainage issues that some of the neighbors had brought up?
Right up. Tell you right here. Okay, so what we're doing is this is coming from the south. So then we're building this road, and here's High Street on the north of the property. So what we're doing is we've created a detention cell. Then this line right here is the 100-year storm elevation. And then this is the property line. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the property line right here. So you can see that all the water for the 100-year storm will stay on Phil Euler's property. It won't encroach onto the adjacent property. And through this design and because of the storage, this is the existing 100-year floodplain elevation. And you can see through this design, it's going to get a little bit smaller. It's going to be in this kind of a blue area. Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm just looking at it. Just seems like the elevation decreases going to my left, but the elevation goes up.
Correct.
So,
as you go to the south, as
And
you go
that's-
this direction, it gets higher up the hill.
okay, so it all comes down on the
Correct.
south side this way, and then on the north side of Peanut Hill Road, it would go to the left.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Through working with Watershed, I believe we gave up another lot and created a larger detention cell. So we originally, part of the water was going to back up into somebody else's lot. And in lieu of getting an agreement with that adjacent landowner, Phil gave up another lot so we could store and maintain all the 100-year storm on his property.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else like to come forward to speak on this item? Yes, come on up.
I don't know how to work this thing. I'm going to try, though.
Yeah, just go ahead, put it on there, and we'll tell you if you need to turn it, or
Let's see, I want this to be north. Is that right?
just 90-degree turn. There you go.
That's it.
Perfect.
Okay, we're good there.
Yep.
My name is Rebecca Cast. I own 5 properties along South 46th and Hillside Streets, 3 of which will be affected by Phase 2, which is this part here, which I need to have you answer a question. Are we here just to protest Phase 1, or are we looking at the whole unit, Phase 1 and 2?
Just Phase 1 at this point.
Okay, all right. My 3 lots are here, and they are in Phase 2. My husband and I have owned these properties for over 50 years. 40 of those years we lived there, raised our family. I currently live at 4831 Mandarin Circle. I'm opposed to the decision to allow Mr. Euler to develop the backs of the properties along South 46th and 48th Streets. This land is part of the original College View and has been undisturbed until Mr. Euler began buying up the properties and clearing out, in his words, over 100 trees. One of the reasons I disapprove is the flow of water at the bottom of my 3 lots. This area becomes a lake following a hard rain, and putting in a holding pond a couple of lots north of me, I'm afraid, is still going to back water up on my property. I have another shed and some things stored at the bottom, and we get a lot of rain water that comes down. I realize that we're appealing Phase 1 today, but I need you to take a look at Phase 2 anyway, because I have for 7 years at least told Mr. Euler I will not sell my land to him, and yet he's crossing my property in 2 spots with his streets. He's also got 3 lots plotted on the back of my property. The way it's drawn up right now, Phase 2 will not happen. By eliminating these 3 lots on my property is going to reduce his appeal for 17 houses by 3 at least. On line 24 of 20R 245 special permit number 20013, introduced 7/13/20, it states, whereas the community as a whole, the surrounding neighborhood, and the real property adjacent to the area included within the site plan for this community unit plan will not be adversely affected by granting such a permit. This permit is causing an adverse effect to at least 2 of the properties on High Street that will end up with a street in front of them and a street directly behind them. That is bound to affect resale of their homes, loss of privacy in their backyards, and additional noise. I'm sure Mr. Euler would not want a road right behind his house, nor probably any of you would like that either. I was told by Rachel from the planning department that if and when Mr. Euler has a street constructed, it will then become a city street rather than a private street. This will result in the city having to provide services to keep the street in operation, such as snow removal. Taxpayers' money will be used to fund this activity, and with this being a dead-end road, where will the snow be placed? There will be a hammerhead placed at the end of the road, and you need to keep that open for any emergency vehicles that might have to go in there. Mr. Euler's son-in-law, Joss Malin, states that this project is a result of 35 years of planning. Mr. Euler purchased his first rental on 48th Street on September 23 of 1998. That was 22 years ago. His next purchase was in 2003, 17 years ago. It wasn't until 2006 that he purchased 3 more properties along South 46th and South 48th Streets. That was 14 years ago. This is probably when we first heard that he had plans to do something with the back of his lots and our lots. The Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Euler said he was working with Sheridan Lutheran Church to provide low-income housing. Past senior pastor of Sheridan Lutheran Church, Bud Christensen, attested to the fact that in the mid-'80s he contacted Mr. Euler and 2 other gentlemen from the church to assist a woman with 3 daughters to find adequate housing. That was 30-plus years ago. I don't believe the $220,000 to $225,000 homes he has planned for him there are considered in the low-income range. The third letter of support is from a Mr. Brian McMullen, whose property backs up on my 3 lots. He said his property is not going to be affected by this at all, but he did buy his house from Mr. Euler 2 years ago. He said as he looks out his second-floor window, he sees a congested, haphazard concentration of unplanned aging fallen trees that have choked out sunlight, most other plant growth, and discouraged people's use of this area. It is quite dark in that area and not conducive to gardening, children's play, or backyard sports. He must be referring to Mr. Euler's daughter, because my lots that he back up on are clear. 3 lots have an open space, a garden, a barn, and maybe 8 to 10 trees at the bottom. The reason he does not see children playing out there is because most of us have owned those properties for 30 to 40 years. Our children are grown and gone, but in time there will be young families back in those areas. I hope you've read the letters from everyone that's written in. Those of us that oppose the development are concerned that the very reason we purchased our homes, because of the big, quiet, secluded lots, is being destroyed. Should we have our lifestyles destroyed because one person has the money to do that? Please help us save our neighborhood. Do you have any questions?
Do we have any questions for Beck?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for coming down and testifying.
You're welcome.
You mentioned about public services and snow removal, and you said a hammerhead at the end of the dead-end street.
That's right.
So in phase 1, Peanut Hill Road turns into Trolley Lane and stops
Right there.
right there. And your concern is that snow and ice.
Well, my concern is that we as taxpayers are going to have to take care of the street that Mr. Euler's putting in.
Right, and that the snow removal will get piled up there at the end
Exactly.
of the street and then eventually just add to the amount of water that collects.
Exactly.
And can you show me where the water collects on your property right now on that map, please?
Comes in right about here.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a culvert under the first lot.
Okay.
And it all comes running down off of 46th and Hillside and down from Union Bank, and there we get a lot of water coming down.
Okay.
I always have a lake right there.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Any other questions? No. Thank you for coming down.
Hello. My name is Barbara Sullivan, and I live at 2962 South Street. I'm opposed to the special permit. As an heir to my mom, Rebecca Cass, 6 homes on this block, I would like the record to state that my 3 brothers and I vehemently oppose both phases of this development and that our properties will never be sold to Mr. Euler. If phase 1 should be approved, it will result in a dead-end street with no future development. My parents purchased the property at 3350 South 46th Street in 1962 when my mom was pregnant with me. They purchased our home because of the large, quiet, private property. We still have our red barn, and over the past 58 years have had horses, chickens, rabbits, gardens, a baseball diamond, bike trails, tree houses, and open space to enjoy. My 3 brothers and I grew up in this home. We walked to Calvert, Pound, and Southeast High Schools and drove to UNL. This is where my 20-year-old daughter took her first steps. My parents reinvested in the neighborhood over the years by purchasing, remodeling, and leasing affordable single-family homes. Our ties to this land run deep. On June 2nd, in the engineer's office, Mr. Euler stated that he was pursuing this project to do his part to aid the comprehensive plan goal to develop unused land and add to the property tax rolls. Unfortunately, Mr. Euler's plan only considers the financial aspects of this development. Although the Planning Commission ruled that it met 5 criteria of the comprehensive plan, it ignored countless others. For example, paragraphs 6.2, 3, 4, and 7.8 state that redevelopment primarily occurs where buildings were cleared from the site, that a major focus for new residential redevelopment is in the greater downtown area, and the need to enhance areas with blighted conditions. There are no abandoned homes or empty lots on our block, nor has it been deemed blighted. Every home generates tax dollars for the cities. A February 24, 2016 memo from Planning Director David Carey reported that in older areas, Lincoln added building permits for 1,236 dwelling units from 2013 to 2015, accounting for 23.7% of all dwelling units. This is more than achieving the infill and redevelopment goal of 16.5% stated in the 2040 comprehensive plan. When presenting to the Planning Commission, Mr. Euler changed his reason for the development to the need for low-income housing, citing a single mom he and his church committee helped in the 1980s. The housing he has proposed is $200,000 to $225,000. The median home price, according to the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, is $138,000. While the comprehensive plan emphasizes the need for affordable housing, this is not affordable housing for a single parent. And as a single parent, I would not be able to make the house payment, the property tax payment, or the flood insurance payment, if you can even get that in this area. Other members of our community will talk about how they've had trouble getting even flood insurance because of the amount of drainage in that area. My mom owns 5 rental units on this block, and with the rents well under market value, she continues to provide affordable single-family homes and long-term stability to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th generations of a widow who rented a home from us in the 1960s. Given the values of the current homes on this block, property taxes will undoubtedly increase. My mom will be forced to raise rents, and other homeowners may be forced to sell, thus eliminating the affordable housing in the area. There are dozens of paragraphs of the comprehensive plan focusing on environmental resources, which were not addressed in the staff report. Paragraph 1.4 states that the natural topography and features of the land should be preserved by new development to maintain the natural drainage ways and minimize land disturbance. The Planning Commission has already approved 4 variances in what has repeatedly been determined to be a challenging project. In a letter dated June 6th, Josh Malin, Mr. Euler's son-in-law, stated that, and I quote, 47th Street wasn't developed for what I can possibly safely assume were reasons related to stormwater runoff. Between Hillside and High, what would be 47th Street becomes flooded every time rain is forecasted. We've had standing water hip high on a few occasions, end of quote. And that's why there isn't a 47th Street. Mr. Euler's son-in-law even admits that. Mr. Euler has already removed over 100 trees and has plans to remove 20 more, thus adding to erosion problems and increased flood issues for properties, particularly at the north end of the block. It is rumored that current homeowners are unable to purchase flood insurance. Paragraph 3.12 of the comprehensive plan states that the geography of Lancaster County presents unique opportunities for creating open space and greenway linkages while creating buffers that provide relief from a wall-to-wall city as well as habitat for wildlife. The Planning Department's Green Print Challenge promotes the importance of urban forests, and new housing developments are created with open green spaces and places for natural water drainage. Mr. Euler is taking this away. This development will create light pollution and noise pollution in our backyards, eliminate the peaceful and undisturbed environment that residents have enjoyed for decades, and will decimate bird and wildlife habitat. In conclusion, paragraph 7.5 of the comprehensive plan states that a neighborhood is more than housing, and paragraph 12.9 states that although L Plan 2040 is intended primarily to guide the physical development of our community, the results of such development are ultimately felt by individuals and their families. The planning process aspires to make this interaction between people and their physical landscape one in which all facets of our community can prosper, not only economically, but also intellectually, aesthetically, and spiritually. There is much more to be considered than adding 7 houses to the property tax rolls, or Mr. Euler's belief that a $225,000 house is affordable. Previous attempts to develop this property have been denied, and I urge you to reject this development of this property, embrace the value of open spaces, and continue to honor the land, the natural drainage patterns, the wildlife needs, and the quality of life of our residents.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Barbara, for coming down. I did have a chance to drive in the neighborhood, and it's a beautiful neighborhood. There's no doubt about it. And the lots are very deep, and I was so surprised. It seemed like the whole interior is one big Central Park area, and
Right.
it's really lovely. But you mentioned flood prone or floodplain area, and people can't get flood insurance. Is it in a floodplain area or flood
I don't know that it
prone?
is, but some of the other neighbors have reported that they were looking into flood insurance and they can't get it. So we don't know if the new properties will be able to get it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have any statistics on that, but.
Okay.
But I'm glad you did go by. I mean, there is a huge difference if you start at 48th and Calvert up at the Quick Shop and go down to 46th and High Street. There is a huge amount of difference in the elevation, and that water has to go somewhere. When I was growing up, that water ran through our backyard, and that was our horse pasture. So we did utilize that area. We were not silly enough to try to build there because of the continued water, but we were able to use that area as a functional part of our life.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I could make a quick announcement, we have a lot of people here to testify on this item, and so what we're going to try to do, we have a lot of people waiting in the hallway, so I just wanted to make a quick announcement that we will try to first have the people in this room testify and ask them to then exit if they could to try to make room for other people. We will then be trying to take people back in this far room to my right over here, and then proceeding to handle people who are out in the room, the front part nearest the hallway of 113, and then any other people in the hallway as well. So we'll try to get to everybody, but we're trying to keep it in an orderly fashion, then everyone kind of moving forward, thinking that they should come forward at this time. We'll let people know.
Yes, Sandra?
Thank you, Steve, for that. I didn't realize. Is anyone here from Watershed?
Yes, Tim Zock is here from Watershed.
Fantastic.
Okay, we're up on our 5 o'clock hour. Do we want to take a quick break now?
Yes.
Can
And
we have
then come
5
back?
minutes or just enough time? Just enough time.
We can go ahead and take a break if we're going to have a lot of people speaking
Okay.
after.
So how much time are you going to give us, Mr. Chairman?
Let's go, what, 5 minutes or 10? 5 to start with? We'll go 5. We'll meet back here at 5:05. We're in recess.
Your mic, please.
Call this meeting back to session. We are still on item 4G, correct?
Correct. A quick announcement for those that are here to testify for or against item 4G. There's quite a few people, so we'll do our best to get through everyone and have everyone testify. Those that are coming up to the microphone, please come up and testify. Who is coming up next, please stand at the back of the chambers so we're aware. I'm going to address those that are sitting here first in the seats, and then if after you testify, please exit the chambers at the door to your left to allow others to come in and testify. After we get through the items of individuals that are sitting here in the chairs, we're going to move to the room right there back to your right, and then we'll try to rotate those that are waiting in the hallway out into the chambers or into that hallway or into the extra room to your left. So please bear with us. We really appreciate your patience. Item 4G. Next testifier, please.
Please come on up.
I guess I go over here. According to the announcement at the beginning of the council session, you were to have all of those in favor of the motion to come forward first and testify, and those that are opposed to come afterwards. I noticed that there was only one that came in favor. And I'm going to pause at this moment so that you may go back to your proceedings and see if there's anybody else who wants to speak in favor before I speak, because I'm speaking in opposition.
You're speaking in opposition?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move forward. This way we can keep moving everybody forward. So if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
State your name and
sure
we'll
enough.
move forward.
Dwayne Curry. My address is 3351 South 48th Street. I am in one of the adjacent lots to the development that is under consideration. I want to thank you guys for allowing us to exercise our First Amendment rights and to petition for redress before you. I also want to thank the Planning Commission. Planning Commission has done a good job of looking over this whole process. This is the fourth time that Phil has come at this whole process. I don't know as he's gone all the way through it each time. The first two proposals that he gave kind of looked like an idea on the back of a restaurant napkin. So it wasn't very thorough in the way it went through. The third proposal that was put together was to bring in dirt to change the elevation and the drainage patterns in that area. And that failed to move forward also, and I was thankful for that. This last proposal actually shows some initiation of income and risk on his part to make a decent proposal, okay? So I'll recognize that the engineering group has done a good job of looking it over. However, I am in opposition. I'm in opposition for three reasons. I'm in opposition primarily philosophically to this process. I purchased our property back in '91. In '91, I had 4 elementary age children, and we were looking for a home that these 4 kids could enjoy. We moved from Des Moines to Lincoln, and as we moved, my middle son had a prayer request. His prayer request was that, Dad, you would buy a house that had 2 bathrooms and a park. It was interesting how that all came together when we did buy the house. It does have a park behind it. Matter of fact, Phil lists on his website for his rentals that one of the advantages of the place is that it has a park-like atmosphere. We purchased the house and moved in. A couple of months after we moved in, that third son was dancing outside one of the bathrooms, and he said, I should have prayed for 3. I should have prayed for 3. But that backyard has become, or did become, my daughter's track. It became my son's football field. It became the archery range that they enjoyed over the years. Phil has referred to these 10 acres as underused and abandoned territory, 10 acres of worthless land. I would contend it is not 10 acres of worthless land. I would contend that it is a 100-acre wood. And this is a place where children have gone for years to have fairy forts and fairy castles and little guys' forts built back there. This is a place where we have spotted deer and hawk. This is a place where we have seen foxes run through. It's a place where even today, those who rent from Phil use it to run their dogs through and enjoy the open space. Hammocks hang back there quite often. There's a zip line that has been built back in the backyard. It's a fun little neighborhood. The proposal that you have in front of you would permanently change the neighborhood. It would permanently change the character of the neighborhood. Am I running out of time or messing up?
You got 1 minute.
1 minute? You got to be kidding.
No.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
We got to get everybody.
Yeah, I understand. I'm trying. Therefore, I'm opposed to it because of the change in the neighborhood. If I can look at the map with you for just a moment, I'll show you one more reason or two that I'm opposed. On the map here,
Give it a
what do I
second.
have to do to make it happen?
It takes a few
Okay,
seconds.
there you go. On the map, I am located right here. I am at the end of that anvil head or hammerhead that you're talking about there. Currently, there is an alley that runs down through here, and occasionally we have cars come down, run around, turn around, and go back out of there. We have a quick shop at the top of the hill. We have kids in the neighborhood who will use that alleyway to come down through there. If we add 7 more homes to that area, we are adding the potential for even more traffic in and out of that neighborhood and across those lots. So I'm concerned about that.
Okay.
The other item that I'm concerned about is this is a good plan, but over the years, shortcuts have been taken and cost savings have been taken. Only in the last 3 years have we had significant investment in the properties around the area. If this plan is not followed, who do we go to for redress on that? Do we come to you guys or do we come to Phil? That's my concern.
Okay.
So I'm asking you to please represent me. I'm not a wealthy man. I cannot afford to put a fence up to stop traffic across there, nor can I maintain it against a commercial tractor which often bashes into fences down there. So I need you guys to represent and protect my interests as a citizen.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, we are going to limit this to 5 minutes. So when you get to 5 minutes, we'll give you a chance to finish it up right away.
Just a reminder, I do have the timer on, so I will announce the 1 minute mark every testifier. Go ahead, sir.
Dear members of the City Council, my name is James Brewster, and I live at 3214 South 46th Street, and that would be down at the bottom of the hill on the map over here. I don't know if you can see that. And then I have a backyard neighbor over on High Street, that's Kenny Burrow, and I always am the first alert when I see the stream of water that's coming down. And it's pretty bad because the more trees that he has cut down, Mr. Euler, the worse the water flow has gotten. He's redirected the flow, so there are multiple streams from different directions. And I think you heard this in earlier testimony. It starts up there at Union Bank with that concrete parking lot, and that all flows down onto our block, and then gravity takes all the water down to the very bottom. My house is the abutting property right next to the entrance of his main service road, and it's to be 47 feet from my property line. I have lived in that house for 23 years. I have kept that house up. I have remodeled it. a lot of sweat equity. I've helped my neighbors. Good deeds. Mr. Euler does not do that in return. He's only out for one thing, and that's piss off everybody. Excuse my language. I thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on the agenda item SP 2013 Prairie Hill Place, which appears to be a special permit to determine the suitability of the CUP development with waivers to setbacks, minimum lot area, block lengths, and with sanitary sewer standards. Given these modifications to the city zoning code, my lived experience as a property owner at 3214 South 46th Street, and beliefs that this proposed development will negatively impact the urban fabric of the long-established College View neighborhood. And this has really, really caused some major problems in this area. Every house that he buys, it's a tenant. It's not a homeowner. So therefore, crime goes up. More police are in the neighborhood, disturbing the peace. They've had to come over to my house and give my testimony several times. He doesn't give his tenants the 24-hour notice that by law you have to give them in order to enter the rental property that he owns. For example, I know you probably don't want to hear this, so I'll just continue. I believe that the proposed development will negatively impact the urban fabric of the long-established College View neighborhood. I would like to state my vigorous opposition to this proposed development and ask the council to think holistically of the negative impacts that this will have on my neighborhood, my neighbors, and my property, which it already has. And Mr. McGinnis and Miss Jane, would you please, and the rest of you council members, please, you ran on some of these issues to support us. And I'm begging you, please, from the bottom of my heart, I'm going to be a corner property, and I'm going to have a street next to me now. Why can't he put a street if this goes through the middle of his rental houses? Why does he have to butt it up against my property line and my backyard neighbor's southwest corner? I mean, it's spite. It's because we are the last ones that haven't moved or been pressured to move by him. We've been intimidated. We've been bullied. You name it. It just goes on and on and on. So, you know, this neighborhood has been around since World War II, that College View neighborhood. It's historic. There are two properties that even Phil Euler owns.
Time.
Mr. Burster, I have a question for you. Could you wait till the Elmo gets on? And it didn't, when you were indicating where you live and in relation to the road, we weren't able to see that.
3214 South 46.
Okay.
It's right there, abutting up to the road, 47 feet to my property line, which would be right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is my house.
Okay, thank you.
And the southwest corner is my backyard neighbor, who gets flooded out all the time. And when he's going to move this house right here where this road is that he has right now, he wants to move that across the street to a vacant lot that he owns and cram it up against in between houses. And you're going to hear from that property owner right behind me. And so then they're going to bring in dirt. The elevation is going to increase. I mean, that's just standard practice. It's common sense, you know. And how's he going to address those water issues? He's redirecting every direction of the water. Each tree he cuts down, we get erosion. It used to clog up the storm sewer.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Burster. You did answer my question, and I know we have other testifiers.
We have others, and your time's up.
Oh, your question?
You did answer my question, so
Oh,
thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
No, you did.
You did answer.
You did a great job.
I'm
Thank
just
you.
trying to get everything in. This has just really been a nervous wreck on me. And
Thank you for
I
coming.
apologize.
Thank you
Oh,
for
we
coming down.
understand. Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much.
Yep, and I beg you, once again, to please rule in our favor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next.
Next testifier up, please.
My name is Kyle Karthauser. I live at 3225 South 46th Street. It's actually not on this map. It's right over here. I'm across the street from the proposed entrance. As Jim was pointing out, there is a house right here, and as far as I know, the plan is to move it to the backyard behind another of his rental properties. One reason, I'll repeat what other people have said. One reason I purchased the house where I live now 3 years ago was because of the nature of the neighborhood. It's really unique. On this other side of 46th Street, a lot of the lots are very similar to on this side of the street. They're double long. There's a lot of wooded area back there. If when I was buying the house or looking at buying a house, if there had been a house basically in my backyard behind that other property that's adjacent to mine, so there's a house on 46th Street. Sounds like the plan is that there's going to be another house behind that house. It's going to have to be some kind of long extended driveway built in there. I don't know that I would have moved there. When I plan on selling my house, I don't know if that's going to make it any more or any less appealing to future buyers. My guess is that it would be less appealing, and it will negatively impact the resale value. That's basically all I wanted to add. Just the fact that the boundaries as seen here, the plan is seen here. There are knock-on effects beyond that. So thanks for your time.
Yes, what was your address again, real quick?
3225 South 46th Street.
Okay.
May I
Thank
get
you.
your name again, please?
Kyle Karthauser.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come and visit with you today about this. My name is Elizabeth Terry. I live at 3427 South 48th Street, which is actually right here.
Can't see your finger.
We can see your finger.
There we
Oh, there you are.
Right
Okay.
here.
Okay.
We live in a house that was originally built for a professor at Union College. It still has the wonderful old built-in cabinets and everything. Love it. That's one reason why we built there. It's because it's an established neighborhood. Mr. Curry, who lives right up here, who is a teacher of mine, my 4 children have used his backyard as a football field and soccer field and everything else. And it's because it is a park that it is absolutely lovely. I would like to show you a picture of that. That is on a neighbor's backyard after 3 inches of rain. Just 3 inches of rain. And this is what happens in the backyard. So I'm not sure how well his little pond is going to collect everything, but it's not going to be big enough to handle this. And it's only going to make it worse. And this house, by the way, I will show you, or the backyard to that, are these 2 properties right up here. And I'd also like to show you a letter from my insurance agent. I did contact him. He said we could purchase flood insurance. However, it would be useless in this scenario. I explained everything that we had talked about, and if it floods, and it floods our home, flood insurance is useless. He said we could put in a sump pump and drain tile, but then we would still have to pay insurance for the backup. And even then, it may not be, 2 other homes would have to be flooded in the area before they would pay for ours. Now granted, I'm not down in the drain thing, but my neighbors are. And these are my neighbors. And I just want to say that Phil does not live in the area, but my neighbors do. And I personally don't want them to have to shell out their hard-earned money to fix a house or a foundation or anything else because of the drainage, because there's so much water that goes through here that it was not planned for correctly. So that is all I have. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Next up, anyone else in the chambers seated here testifying for 4G, please come to the back of the room.
My name is Tammy Lingle, and I live at 4730 Hillside Street, which is near the Terry's, right across that public alley is my property.
4730.
No, your finger was below
I'm sorry.
our camera.
Okay.
4730.
4730, so it's right on Hillside Street.
Yep.
It's the first property that faces south on the north side of Hillside Street.
Okay.
It's hard for me to tell on the map here a little bit.
Right in front of you, straight ahead.
I'm sorry, what?
There you go, push it up. There you go.
All right.
Okay, but I believe I'm right here. It's just to the left of the public alley, right here.
Got
So,
it. Thank you.
Fortunately, I'm closer to this end of the street, but I'm another one of those people that called my insurance company, Shelter Insurance. And basically they said, my regular house insurance will not cover it if this holding cell C does not take care of the problem. They said flood insurance would not even help, because flood insurance, there has to be an existing lake back there in order for them to pay anything out. And the same scenarios with her, had to be 2 other houses that would have problems with their basement with extra insurance in order for that to cover it. Another concern that I have is I've lived in that neighborhood since 1964. And so about 56 years, my family's had that house. And so with that house is way too old. I mean, $200,000 to $225,000 would raise the property values. That is double what my house, almost, not quite, but almost double of what my house is currently valued at. That would really raise my property taxes along with other people around that area. And also I live right next to that public alley, which means that even though he might have another way in and out of there or whatever, the kids are gonna travel on foot or whatever up to the quick shop, come back down, and it happens all the time. They eat whatever they're gonna eat and then they throw the wrappers. And so that's gonna be another, and that's more just of an annoyance. But the first 2 things about the property taxes, raising the values of the property houses around there, and the fact that insurance will not cover it if for whatever reason his holding cell does not work. My father was a farmer in Minnesota. He was born in 1922. He had to learn how to drain water off of crops. He was a very smart man that way. And he basically told me, he said, you'd be a fool to build back there, because it would require so much dirt and all that kind of stuff to build everything up just to make it stable enough. The ones I really feel sorry for are the ones who are going to buy those 7 houses in that area. And I wish my father was here to defend it right now. He's passed away. So, because he would have done a better job at that. But I thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to this council. And I'm begging you as well, protect the area that we have grown up in. 24 people are opposed to this project. And, you know, for one man, just for money. It's a beautiful wooded area back there. And
Ms. Liddell, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're over by the alley, doesn't the alley just kind of go down the hill a bit?
It does. In fact, like they were talking about before, with the water coming down from Quick Shop, ever since they put that in, I guess at the last meeting at the Planning Commission or whatever it was called, the water person said that it's up to them to keep that clean. I've never seen them come out to keep it clean. And I face right at that drain that's at that thing. And ever since they put that in, the water builds up from the curb whenever it rains, you know, like this. And I remember just a couple of years ago, I was doing clinicals to take LPN in Beatrice when they had so much rain that they closed Highway 77. And I was turned around by a state patrol and said, you have to go back home. You can't go to clinical today. You're just gonna have to tell your professor. And they showed you pictures of what happens with just 3 inches of rain. Let alone, I know that one had at least 7 inches of rain. So what's gonna happen to those properties back there, to that land back there? And I'm worried, my sister has said, it's gonna build up and build up and build up. It may take 10, 15 years. But if that land gets soaked or whatever, it's just gonna build back up. And that's why I called my insurance agent. And he said there's no coverage. Even if you get flood insurance, there'd have to be an existing body of water back there. And that concerns me, because that's my home.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Next up, please.
Good evening. My name is Kenneth Bro, and this picture that you're seeing about the water, that's my yard. I've had 9 inches of water in my backyard, 10 inches of water in my basement, and that was on a 3-inch rain.
What's your
Now,
address?
on a 4-inch rain, I've seen it travel across my house 6 inches deep. And his proposal of a retention pond.
Pull that down, straight trying.
Retention pond in area C is uphill from where the water flows. These houses over on here, how are they gonna get to the retention pond? The water is, right now, the grass will absorb some water, the soil will absorb some water, the trees will absorb some water. Concrete and asphalt roofs do not absorb any water. And therefore, that's gonna have a heavy flow. And if you see, I live right down here at outlet B. Yeah. And that's where the water is gonna end up. That's where the water's always ended up. And right here is about a 20-foot drop. When the people, if that proposal goes through and they come around that bend and it gets slick, they're going right off that. And if he builds that up, it's gonna be higher than that. And it's gonna be a sudden stop at the end of that. 20 feet's a long way when you're driving a car. And you can see coming around that bend, it'd be right into it, right over the top of it. And it's dangerous, very dangerous. And I don't think, with the water I've seen come down there, I don't think anything can handle water. You can't beat Mother Nature. Mother Nature will beat you every time. And that's just what I have to say. And like everyone has said, the property values will go up, taxes will go up. And right now, we can't afford it now. I'm paying like almost $3,000 property taxes. Then what? So that's really all I have to say. I just want to let you know that it's dangerous, actually.
What was your address?
Pardon?
Your address?
4625 High Street.
Okay.
And another point I have is right there on the southwest corner of my property where this road is going. I would love, if the proposal goes through, I want that marked on my property line. I don't want any, guessing and, well, maybe it's over here, maybe it's over here. I like to have exactly where it's at. So, and if it goes through, he's gonna have to make sure he surveys that and make sure that's right. So that's my thoughts, and I appreciate you listening to me, and thank you.
You bet. Thank you for coming down.
Next up. If there's anyone else to testify on item 4G, please come to the back of the chambers.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Nancy Seltzer, and I live at 3229 South 48th. That would be this big lot right here. I bought that place when I was 24 years old. I'm now 66. So the last 42 years, I've done a heck of a lot of sinking money into that place. Sweat equity, I'm a do-it-yourselfer. I've carried 60-pound bags of concrete to the bottom of that, 5-gallon buckets of water. I've done a lot to my place. I've made a Japanese garden, looking forward to the day I retired and had a nice, peaceful backyard. Well, this is gonna do away with my dreams, okay? Phil has his dream, we all have our dreams, okay? But that's not really what I wanna talk about. I consider myself Miss Congeniality of our block. Since I've lived there so long, I, over the last 40 years, walk around the block for exercise. If I have insomnia, I walk there in the middle of the night doing a neighborhood watch. I love my neighborhood, and I love my neighbors. When somebody's sitting out on their front porch, I talk and shoot the breeze with them. I don't know all of their names, but I know most of them by face. And
this topic comes up quite often. So I think if there's anybody that has a general consensus of the whole neighborhood feeling, I think it's me. Okay, so I was scrolling down my internet last night, and I saw there was just quickly 4 proponents of this, and I'm going, proponents? In 20 years, I've never heard anybody say they were for this development. So I thought I'll look at them a little closer. And like Mrs. Cast hit on, this first one is from a pastor, Bud Christensen. He doesn't really say why he supports this. He basically is a character witness for Mr. Euler, who I assume Phil approached to get one because at the Planning Commission, his character was questioned. And I think there's a lot of people on the block that would like to write a character witness too, but it wouldn't match that one. Then there was another one. It's Andrew McNeely at 4546 High Street. I go, who is that? So last night I walked to his house, and he doesn't even live on our block. He lives across the street and up. And so I thought, well, I'm gonna see why he was so adamant and wrote the city council. So I knocked on his door and I told him who I was and asked him why he sent that. He goes, I'd really rather not discuss it. And I go, well, are you Mr. Euler's relative? No. Renter? No. Friend? No. I says, well, how do you know about this? Well, he said Mr. Euler approached him. So I don't know if he's out there looking for people to write proponent meetings, letters or what, or how that came about. But it was all real fishy. And then there's 2 more, but I'm not going to extrapolate on them because I'm limited on time. I'm just going to wrap it up by saying 3 of these 4 proponents that you received thumbs, they don't even live on our block. They're not going to be affected by any of this. And I'm really surprised at how many people are here today because I didn't think anybody was going to come because at the City Planning Commission, there were other faces there. And I called some of them and asked them if they were coming to this, and they said no, that they saw the hoax of the Planning Commission, they've lost all the faith, and they've lost heart. And I'm surprised there are a lot of new faces here today. When the previous girl said that there's 24 people that are for this or against this, she's grossly underestimating that, I'm telling you. I would say that if I felt that this was even close ratio of proponents to opponents, I wouldn't even be here. But my guesstimate is that it's, gotcha. My guesstimate is that it's 90 to 95% of people on our block are opposed to this. And all you've really heard today is the water issues. But there are so many more issues that came up in the City Planning Commission, but we felt that they fell on deaf ears. And so nobody was really wanting to even bring them up again today because people are pretty disgusted. I just want to end by saying, you know, the City Planning Commission is appointed by the mayor. You are our elected officials. And like I said, if this was 40 to 60% racial or 49 to 49 to 51%, I wouldn't be here. But since it's such a wide deal and since you're elected officials, I don't know, maybe I'm under a misnomer, but I always thought elected officials are supposed to represent the people. I don't know. Doing this, I'm sure if you pass it, you're going to pat yourselves on the back and say, well, this is all in the name of progress. But I don't see asphalt roofs and concrete roads looking down on that as progress. I see it as regress. That's it.
Thank you, Nancy.
Anybody got any questions for me?
Nope. You made it very clear.
Thank you. Next up.
My name is Delbert Cleaver. It's K-L-E-V-E-R. I live at 3328 South 46th Street. That is this property right here that butts up against part of that retention pond. Questions I have on this retention pond, is this being built for phase 1 or phase 2 retention? At the neighborhood meeting, it was discussed that at phase 1, the water would not back up onto my property. Phase 2, it would. They sent me a request for an easement to allow that water to back up on that. Looking at the easement the way it was written, I decided I'd be a fool if I signed that. I did not sign it. I received it on Thursday. They wanted it back on Monday. During a pandemic, I could not get in to see an attorney. We talked a lot about the water that goes down through there. My wife and I moved in that house 37 years ago. In the springtime when it rains, we'd have a creek back there. As the water is absorbed into the ground, as it leaches back out, we'd have a little bit of water running across the yard. When Union Bank took out the properties, I started having an erosion problem because of the amount of water going across there. That retention pond, if it's just built for phase 1 or phase 2, is not going to be able to accommodate the water coming down from the Union Bank parking lot without backing it up onto my yard. Another concern I have, and it's for Kenny Bro, really. Kenny, I've known Kenny for 37 years now. He's down at the bottom of the yard. With this retention pond, what's that going to do to the water table in the neighborhood? He's got a sump pump, and that runs quite a bit during the wet season. Is that sump pump going to be able to keep up, or is he going to be forced into putting in another sump pump or a bigger pump to keep up with the water flow? Pictures, I don't know if you're interested in seeing these. These are...
Please.
This is the property, oh, excuse me.
180.
Thanks.
This is the property just south of me. That's the amount of water that's coming down onto my property. That area, like I said, in the spring, after that water is gone, still leaches water out. And it's not coming from people watering their yards, because people in this neighborhood, we don't spend a lot of money watering our yards. The next one is the water actually going across my property. This was Friday of Memorial Day weekend. We had 3 1/4 inches of rain. Water here, water here. I went down and measured. Those leaves are at 2 foot. This is the water that's currently going into what's going to be that retention pond. This is the type of erosion that I'm seeing on my property from the amount of water going down through there. My concern is with this retention pond, is it going to keep that water table up? When it's muddy, I have difficulty getting to the very back part of my yard to mow. I don't dare take a lawn tractor down through there. Next door neighbor got her stuck back there where I showed you that first picture. But that's basically what I have to say right now. Are there any questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming down. Thanks for the pictures.
Pardon?
Thank you for the pictures.
Next, please.
My name is Linda Bro. I'm the wife of Kenny Bro, who just spoke recently, and I live at 4625 High Street, 68506. And I don't know if you guys know this, but our taxes are paying for an easement that they put in a new culvert to control the water, some of the water that came down here. What's going to happen with that, with the rain, he starts building, the mud will build up, and will it cover the hole, and all the rain come back to our house and into our yard and into our house? We want to know about that. And also, as far as the rain goes, my husband said about it, the grass and all of that will hold the rain and not the asphalt. But on an acre of land, there at the, let's see, okay, an acre of ground contains 43,560 square feet. A rainfall of 1 inch over 1 acre of ground could mean a total of 6,272,640 cubic inches of water. This is equivalent to 3,360 cubic feet. So an inch of rain could mean 27,143 gallons of water. Multiply that by the number of acres he plans on using. It is uphill to our house is uphill. I mean, the water runs from down to the north. And once they did that, the culvert, we haven't had a problem yet. But we're concerned about the mud and all of that. And another thing that I'm concerned about is, let's see, the proposed addition touches the southern part, the southwest part of our property. And I'd like to know where our property line is where our property line is, so we will know for sure. And another thing is, I have asthma, and I can't be around dust. What am I supposed to do? Stay in the house for the rest of my life till he finishes this? And that's these are my big concerns right here. And besides, he's not a very nice man. Anything?
Any questions?
Guess not.
Nope. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we've anybody else would like to come forward at this point? Talk on this issue. Seeing none, let's move on to the next one. Yes.
And I'd like to know if Watershed's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Tim Zock with Watershed, and I also didn't know if you wanted the applicant to have a chance for rebuttal or not.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yep.
Tim Zock, LTU Watershed Management.
Okay. Question by Councilperson
Good afternoon,
Washington.
Mr. Zock. So I know that habit, or, the procedure is that you would look at this project on paper and make a determination. Would you please first enlighten all of us to what if you had any concerns with this project, what were your comments on this project?
When we reviewed it, they had shown actually 2 detention cells. One was farther to the south and on one of the kind of the backyard of a lot, and we told them that wasn't going to work because the detention cell has to be in an outlot. It can't be on the back of a lot. And so they revised that and eliminated one of the lots and expanded the detention cell. I didn't have time before they wanted to get it on the Planning Commission agenda to review those full details. And so our conditions are that they submit all their grading and drainage plan, their analysis to our satisfaction to address our concerns. And so really our concerns are they can't be increasing water to the north onto the property. We just heard from the property owner. And then they can't back up anything to the south onto the previous property owner there for their detention cell, because that abuts that property on the south. So, yeah, so they can't back it up onto this.
It'll come.
Yep. So they can't back it up onto this property here, and then the flow leaving the detention cell
Can you move it down a little bit?
cannot be increased onto this property here.
All right.
And so, yeah, we just put in a pipe this last year, upsized the storm drain pipe there. And so they cannot be increasing the flow into that pipe beyond what the capacity is.
Could you show us where the pipe is located?
It's in this general area. It goes from about here up to High Street.
And so the water is moving toward High Street?
Yep, coming
Okay.
from the south, moving north.
Okay. That's a lot of water that's...
Yeah, so here's a better exhibit. As you can see, this kind of white line with the SS, that's the storm pipe.
Okay.
So it goes into this inlet here. Right at the end of here is another area inlet with a grate on there.
Okay.
And that's where the water comes into the storm drain pipe and then goes north to High Street.
Okay. All right. I think my concerns really are about how much water is moving in this area, and I'm sorry that you didn't have an opportunity to review this and give an okay to this plan before it went to Planning Commission.
Okay. Mr. Shob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Better or worse? Better? Thank you. I'm not a hydrologist, watershed management guy like you, but I had the belief that when someone does a development, they're responsible for the water runoff they create.
Yep.
But many of the people testifying today said Union Bank had done some development and caused water. How did that happen? I'm confused on that
I'm
part.
not sure specifically, but if it was already a platted lot that was zoned for that use, then they're allowed to come in with a building permit, and they don't address detention through the building permit process. Detention is addressed through the subdivision process, so that's my guess, but I am not familiar with
I do
what went
understand
on
and
there.
appreciate what you're saying. But any development that happens in that area now, the developer is responsible for keeping the water on their property, or at least not diverting to someone else's property.
Not increasing it from what it is today. So if there's, the water's gonna be going down that way today. as we've
Can't make
seen
it
pictures.
worse.
Yeah, they can't make it worse.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I got one quick question on the detention cell. Is this gonna be an association? Who's gonna maintain the detention cell?
I believe so. That's typically how it's done. The developer owns it, and then they turn it over to an association.
Okay, so the new lots would be the ones that would be
Yep.
liable to
the new
maintain
ones.
the detention cell. Jane, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Zuck, who put in the pipe that helped redirect some of the water?
That was one of our projects with our 2016 bond issue.
And then, has it been reassessed and reevaluated? Was it successful? Was it moving the water appropriately? Has it decreased the amount of flooding and ponding and backup in the?
I believe so, and as we heard from the property owner there, that I think she said it hasn't been worse. It was a 15-inch pipe, I believe, and we put the biggest pipe we could fit in that location, I think a 24-inch pipe. So the capacity for flow is quite a bit more.
So when you see some of these contentious water issues and excessive water, how does the city typically handle something like this? Do they require the developer to put up a bond, sort of as a surety that they're going to make good on their commitments and promises to the neighbors that this water will not be a problem going forward?
The bond that we require is for detention, for the construction of the detention cell. And so it's to guarantee that that's constructed per the plans. But as far as, we don't really have a bond for, I'm not sure kind of what exactly you're thinking the bond would be for.
Well, I guess, what recourse does the city have if that, the detention pond has failed in its efforts to control and mitigate the flow of water and has not done what it's, they just lose the bond then, or whatever?
So I guess the bond is for construction of the cell. If it's not constructed properly or they don't construct it, then we take the bond and then we construct it ourselves. We'll hire a contractor to build it. If it's not maintained and then there's issues with it, we inspect our detention cells on an every 4-year cycle. We'll do the first inspection after it's completed when they request to release that bond. And then every 4 years we'll do continual inspections. And so if there are issues with maintenance, then we'll issue a notice of violation to them, and there's inspection fee, re-inspection fees, and then it could be taken up to law if they fail to make those corrections.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one last question. The detention pond and outlet.
Microphone.
I have one last question. The detention pond and outlet C, is it sized for phase 1 or phase 1 and 2?
It's sized for phase 1. That's the only thing we're reviewing at this time, because phase 2 is just conceptual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming up. Would they like for rebuttal?
Yes, I want to just kind of reiterate what Tim was talking about. As you can see from our earlier discussion, there's a landowner to the north who's concerned about flooding. We'll actually prevent that by putting in this road. So from the constructability, we're going to have 3 or 4 different things happen. We're going to have the fill for the road has to be compacted and make sure that it's stable for the road, because that's gonna be a public street. Then we're gonna have the compaction and testing for the storm sewer pipe. We're gonna have the compaction and testing for the water main. So we'll have all this different testing going on during construction. And then, like Tim said, once it's constructed, there'll be a point where the city will accept it and take it over the street and everything else. So from that standpoint. And again, we're showing the property line to the south. We're showing the 100-year storm elevation. One thing that was brought up about flood insurance, we're going to put elevations on the buildings, the future buildings, that they're going to be built 1 foot above this 100-year flood elevation, so that nobody will get flooded. This is not in the floodplain, so I'm not sure if part of the questions regarding flood insurance is this, that there's no floodplain here, so therefore an insurance company won't insure their property. That may be one thing that is happening. So, let's see what else. I guess I'll entertain any questions if you have any questions.
Yes, Jane?
Is it in a flood-prone area then? If it's
No,
not a
this
flood,
is just, this is just a detention, means for the water to go from like Union Bank area down the area, you know.
but if it's not in a floodplain area, is it in a flood-prone area?
No,
No.
because the water is going down the path. It's not coming back up. There's, we're way up on the watershed. That'd be way down like at, along Normal Boulevard or Capitol Parkway or something like that. And we're way above that area.
And what elevation will the finished road be at? Looks like, is it 1264?
About 1264.
Okay.
The existing elevation there is around 1260, so about 4 feet higher in some of those different areas. I'm just kind of looking here. You can see a contour right here, and you can see a 1260 there existing. There's a new elevation right there. So it's not a whole lot of fill on the roadway, but on the other side, you can see we do have a retaining wall going in right here. And this is going to be changed somewhat from the comments that we got during Planning Commission. We're going to revise these grades, keep these grades off the property over there. So that was one of the things that came up in the planning, in the neighborhood meetings that was discussed.
Yes, Ms.
Jane,
Washington.
I think that, pardon me, I was way too casual. Colleague Raybold, since the word flood seems to be attached only to floodplains and ways, I think that what we could say is that this area seems to have an overabundance of water during rains, and it's ponding. We have a lot of ponding water here, and that's, I think we share similar sets of concerns.
Well, one of the things that I heard, and I think everybody else may have heard, that sounds like a lot of water's ponding back here. We're not doing anything. So once our project's complete and finished, the water will still pond there because we're not doing anything off our property. We're not gonna fix any issues they have. That'd be something that they would have to talk to the city or somebody else about. But we won't be doing anything, south of this line. We're having to show our layout just to show that, hey, if we do something in the future, what does that look like?
Mm-hmm.
So.
And you're not exacerbating anything that's happening on their property. So you don't believe that you're going to have water in your detention pond that backs up to the south?
No, because that's the line right here. That's a line that Tim wanted to see through his review process. So we want to show that too. Let's go back a few steps. So going back to, I believe, maybe the neighborhood meeting, there was some conversation that we were going to have this 100-year flood elevation go past this property line. And so there was some discussion about, hey, could we ask the adjacent landowner, since it floods or it has water in it at times, can we go ahead and get an easement to allow for that water to stand there for maybe 12, 14 hours? So at that moment, that was not going to happen. So Phil we decided that one way to fix it is to remove a lot, a buildable lot. So we took out a buildable lot, which created more volume for us to store that water there.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mr. Show,
Thank you, Mr.
Councilman Show.
Thank you. Referring to the map you were just pointing at, that elevation number, that 1250 in the bottom of the retention. Go a little bit there, that number.
Yep, yep.
So up at the roadway, near the top left of the picture, it says 1266. A little bit more to your,
Here?
over there, yes. I'm pointing at the screen like he can see what I'm doing. That was really not real.
Yep.
So that's 16 feet deeper in that hole?
Yeah, right here, we're at, what?
Yeah, that right there about the same time, 1265.
Here's 60, so we're about 10 feet deep.
So you're gonna be digging down
Right.
and pulling dirt out of that and,
Right, but we're, let me look here.
yeah.
See that down in there? Yeah, so we're gonna create a sump down there to store water. So we have to store the water over a period of like 24 hours so that the water will just meter out. And you've seen detention cells around town.
Mhm.
Even on a big storm, you're like, that detention cells are gonna be full. You go by, it's like, well, there's no water sitting in there. Because, the storm hasn't been big enough to fill that. So it's designed for a 100-year storm. I guess one thing, if I may address this, this adjacent landowner is going to have an outlot that's gonna basically be screened from the street. So in reality, there's not gonna be a street right next to the house. There will be a landscaped green space, which will be, right now there's a house next to him and there won't be a house there, so.
And you've had all these conversations with the neighbors?
Yes, we had in our office back in May, possibly? June 2nd. We had a neighborhood meeting at our office, so we had both Zoom and had maybe 12 people come in the office and had all these discussions. And this project's been around, I know for Phil for a long time, but in earnest, probably about the last 18 months with the city. So we've gone through all these design scenarios, sanitary, the water, access for sidewalks between, the neighborhoods, getting access off of 48th Street, just different things because of block length. So, we really have done our due diligence on this project.
And I think this is my final question. Who has long-term responsibility for the maintenance of the detention pond?
That's gonna stay in the homeowners association.
All right.
So that will be something that has to be taken care of. And there will be an agreement between the city and the homeowners association for the maintenance and viability of the.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Would I be allowed to say a few things?
You,
I'm
the,
Phil Euler,
okay.
the developer.
Any more questions for me, or?
No. Phil, you're the applicant anyway, so.
I thought maybe you ought to see my face because there's a lot of people that are upset about my plan. And I'm sorry for that. But I do think it's good for the city of Lincoln. There's been some statements here that have been emotional. There's some that have been downright false, and some that kind of stretch the truth a little bit. And I want to just remind you, I did write you a letter through an email. As far as the overall number of people who were contacted about this CUP, 73% do not oppose the project. Of the homeowners in the area, the 63 total properties that are within 200 feet of this, 86% of those owned by landlords are not opposed to the project, and 56% of the homeowner occupied are not opposed to the project. So there's been some representation that the whole neighborhood is in an uproar, and I just don't believe that's true. As far as the discussion about ponding of water, I've been in this area for, as it's been said, at least 20 years, but really 30 because of my association with the Sheridan Housing Corporation owning of the property. In the past, there has been a lot of water, and it would stay there for days. And that's because the 15-inch tube behind Ken Bro's house was plugged. And the city, a few years ago, finally got it cleaned. Since then, I have not seen any water impounded for more than a day or a day and a half. Most of the time, it's gone within hours. And that's partially because the city has put in a 24-inch tube with a much more protected catch basin that doesn't allow debris to get in it, especially large logs. Del Cleaver's pictures, as I showed you in my letter, shows my unengineered retention wall. It's just a fence. It's got logs and trees behind it where the water comes up to it, and rubble on the other side. It slows that water down before it gets to that collection tube behind Del Bro's house. And since that has been there for a number of years, the amount of impoundment of water in this area has diminished greatly. And this new retention pond that Rig Engineer has designed and the city has approved is just a state-of-the-art, or the best way to do it today, with the road being the primary blocking of the water and then a metering of it out. I look at it as a big bathtub that catches lots of water when there's a lot. Rest of the time, it's just going to be an open area. Outlot C is going to be an open area for people to enjoy, to use when it's not wet and soggy. With that, I'll just, I know it's running late, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to ask me any questions if you did have them.
Yes. Councilperson Roybal.
Mr. Euler, thank you for coming down. There was a comment made about a letter of support from a young man. And
McNeely?
yes.
Andrew? Andrew McNeely lives 2 houses from my rental property at 4550 High Street. It's right at, this is 46th and High. It's right at the corner. This is the house that the driveway extends 46th Street to the north. And so when someone's sliding down the hill, they slide into that driveway, and we had to put a big post there to keep them from crashing into the garage, because it is steep. And so that's why we, as a neighborhood, try to maintain the ice and stuff on that street. Anyway, Andrew McNeely lives 2 houses from that, and he's just a neighbor. He's also works for Bankwise as a realtor, and he's interested in the development just because, and that's what he wrote in his letter of support, was that he thought it was good for the neighborhood to see an influx of new capital and a development in the style that I was proposing, which is single-family development, other opposed to R2 zoned as it is. I could double the density, but I don't want to do that. I want to keep it at single-family development.
So does he stand to benefit from the development of this project?
I'm sorry?
Does Mr. McNeely stand to benefit from the development of this project?
No. He has no, I have no business relationship with him.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Coming down. Okay, this ends our discussion on that item, 4G. Ready to move on to 4H.
Item 4H is appeal by Daniel Sloan of Planning Commission's approval of special permit 20005 to allow for an alternative to imprisonment facility for up to 6 persons and residents on property generally located at 420 South 28th Street.
I see Sloan.
Good.
Here he
The
comes.
applicant like to
Mm-hmm.
come forward?
No, it's Daniel Sloan. Just one moment.
The appeal for Mr. Sloan.
Actually, the applicant is, where it says appeal by, ignore that. It's like this is coming in front of us for the very first time with no previous action by anybody. So the applicant is the person who wants to approve special permit 20005.
Correct. Good evening. My name is Bob Krieger. I'm an attorney. I'm at 1630 K Street here in Lincoln. I represent Tom and Tina Arciaga, who are developers and owners of the property at 420 South 28th Street. They received conditional approval from the Planning Commission for a special permit for an alternative to imprisonment facility at that address, 420 South 28th Street. In effect, what Ms. Arciaga is doing is taking advantage of a legal land use on her property by obtaining a permit, which, as far as I can tell, may be one of the first, if maybe the second one that's come before the council, in which there was an extensive record of the application, the need, the laws, the discussion about rules and regulations in the summary, which you should have. The appeal from it is not clear as to what the basis of it is, but it seems to me from my review of the record that a lot of the concern was about rules and regulations and what the what the Planning Commission's jurisdiction was, or what the legal limitations were on examining the permit beyond the qualifications of the applicant to use the property for its permitted purpose. And there was lots of legal discussions about rules and regulations, limitations, and things of that nature. And I believe it was addressed in the summary. I think legal counsel indicated that you can't apply rules and regulations after the fact, that you take the application as it was submitted and the rules that were in place at the time. So my clients have dotted every I, crossed every T, met every requirement of the law and all the requirements of the Planning Commission to secure a permit for a permitted land use. The discussion beyond that is an interesting one, but in my judgment, it's not part of the legal consideration that's in front of you. If there are legal questions, I'd be happy to address them or take them up with counsel for the for the city council, the new one or the old one, or whatever combination of there are. But we think it's a fairly straightforward application that meets a need that the law encourages. It is a good thing that people are willing to fill the need where our criminal justice system says we need to reduce incarcerations, we need to limit the judicial supervision of people, we need to reduce parole, we need alternatives in the community for rehabilitation of people so they don't get in the endless cycle of the criminal justice system and cost the taxpayers more money. We're talking about an increase, if you read the summary, of a place that can have 3 people and raising it to 6 people. That's all. And Ms. Arciaga, who is the champion of this and who has been a champion in the substance abuse area and the rehabilitation of people who need the second chance and who have to meet the requirements of their supervision. The law requires the supervision and they need a place to do it. And there was some discussion, I'm learning as I go a little bit about the process here for this particular application. But someone may know the answer to this. I believe you've already approved one under the current regulations without any special rules or without any special consideration. It's a historical fact that may or may not be true, but perhaps Ms. Arciaga can address that. So we think the Planning Commission had it right. The findings by the Commission that support this application are clear, unambiguous. The law is clear and unambiguous, and really this is something we should celebrate, somebody willing to do for 6 people. And we hope that you look carefully at what the Planning Commission did and how it thoughtfully dealt with objections, or the NIMBY syndrome for us old people, where, you know, it's always a good idea until somehow it's close to me, then it's a bad idea. I think we all celebrate the legislation, the ordinances, and the rules that encourage this kind of transitional space for 6 people. So I'm here to just address what I'll call any legal questions that I can help answer or take up with the legal counsel for the city, but Ms. Arciaga is here and like to discuss the merits of her application. So
Okay.
unless you have any questions for me, I'll relinquish.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Tina Arciaga. I don't know if this. How do we? Is it just on?
Yeah, give it a second.
So, I'm gonna start with the background right here. Oh, I did it the wrong way. I got it. Okay. She's younger. Okay. Sorry, I had a
Technology.
Okay, so, hi, I'm Tina Arciaga. I'm the applicant for 420 South 28th Street, the alternative to imprisonment facility. I wanted to give you a little bit about my background. I've been running my own drug and alcohol outpatient facility at Connecting Links since 2006. This is located at 421 South 9th Street, Suite 107. And it's in the Heritage Square building. This is where I do clinical work. I have experience doing dual diagnosis. I conduct co-occurring evaluations, jail evaluations, work release evaluations. I do intensive outpatient treatment, mental health counseling. I've been doing this in good standing for 16 years. I have been a provider through the probation administration for this time, and I'm also in good standing with insurance providers, Blue Cross, Medicaid, and other forums. As far as my background experience, our staff, we have ample range of experience within this field. I have been a part of this for the past 16 years. And with my solid training and wealth of expertise, we are confident that we can provide the best service possible. I've worked alongside probation officers, parole officers, and navigation officers, both in the treatment facility setting as well as evaluating clients at D&E, which is Diagnostic and Evaluation, Community Corrections, Lancaster County Jail. I've been providing these services since year 2006, and I am in good standing, as I said before, with these programming. My overall goal in beginning this type of programming is to be able to encompass the entire scope of treatment, which is not only to provide services therapeutically at Heritage Square, but also to provide a safe, sober housing unit in conjunction. I've learned over the years that the client's opportunities increase and their success rate goes up substantially if they have an environment to reside in, such as this, to reintegrate back into society and work their recovery program simultaneously. Over the years of doing this, I felt like I've been clapping with one hand. So I have people in treatment clinically at Heritage Square, and then they're not in a sober living environment. It's not conducive. It doesn't work as well if both units are in conjunction. I'm here to apply for this permit legally, which I did through the first round, and I got a 6-2 vote in my favor. And I also want to inform the community about the needs that transitional living, the needs in Nebraska. There's been a lack of homes in the community that accommodate this population of people. And with my experience, I feel that I'm well suited to make this transitional living in Nebraska a better program. I've helped women who need assistance to return to their families, their children, and friends after serving their time. Mind you, these women have served their debt to society. There's been times it's been hard seeing multiple women who have unsupportive environments in this house will help them to succeed. And too often, I do see women from my group have either nowhere to live or they're in unsupported environments. And if I have the power to make this easier to succeed, then I believe it's necessary to take action. I think I was asked through a council member, why am I doing this? Why do I want to serve this population of people? I've been doing this for 16 years and more. That's why. This is my group of people. This is what I'm experienced in. I've been dealing with this for a long time. As far as the regulations, with the planning committee, you know, I dotted my I's, I crossed my T's, I did my due diligence. I went to the Woods Park Neighborhood Association. I didn't have to, but they asked me to. George Wesselhoff said, do everything you can. So I wrote letters to the 200 feet of the parcel. I explained the situation. I gave the client handbook to our next door neighbor in December 2019, telling them what we were gonna do. I went to the meeting. It wasn't pleasant, but I did go again. I wasn't gonna give up, and I had strong shoulders to handle that. Can I continue?
Yeah, you can have it.
With this residence at 420, we have 24/7 security. We have Ring cameras that are constantly in monitor. I also employed the Ring camera companies so that they can look at the cameras, if you will, if they've been tampered with, anything funky going on, as well as I have 24/7 monitoring of them. I have secure locks, so they're fingerprint locks, so fingerprints go in and out, so only the women can get into the home. And mind you, only the women can live in the home. There's no visitors allowed. There's no significant others allowed. I had to get this insured. This isn't typical homeowners insurance, you know. I had to get special insurance, and so I have to abide by that. So only the 3 women there now, can't go over that, but then 6 only can be there, except for the worker who is a house manager that's there as well. Remind you, at night, if there's any motion on the premises, the cameras are going to illuminate that. I know when women come in and out. We have lowered the floodlights also because we've done everything to appease the neighbors as best we can. We lowered the floodlights to accommodate lighting for the neighbors. Our program plan and purpose is to provide housing for women in a safe and sober environment where they can succeed. This is specific to women who are transitioning from an incarcerated state, which is a structured state, to a sober environment for the purpose of providing an environment that's sober, it's safe, it's structured. We know where these women are out of incarceration. And we're going to allow women to establish themselves as part of the reintegration process to the community as they continue to work towards the recovery efforts. Now, we work in lieu with, like, in liaison with probation officers. So they're testing, they're getting drug testing, they're doing programming. We know these women are sober. To ensure the stabilization within the community, which encompasses the holistic picture. So we want to have all entities working together, treatment providers, probation officers, the housing unit, all working together cooperatively to ensure the efforts are concentrated on stabilizing the client back to the community sober and staying sober for future recovery efforts. And part of this reintegration back to the community, it's going to be, they're going to be expected to find full-time job, schooling, regain their independence. They have to pay bills, budget, checking accounts, and this is the programming we're referring to. Budgeting, money, resumes, how to get a job. This is the 5-hour weekly program we're referring to. It's not clinical. A high school education person could actually do this type of programming. To provide expectations, this is a structured, completely sober, safe environment for women that offer a peer support as women continue to work towards a recovery. We're going to improve outcomes for women who reside in the home that are referred from outside sources. And for women to share household responsibilities, duties on a scheduled basis, and consequences as such if they don't pursue the set of rules that are in the house. The set of rules is a code of conduct we have. No visitors are allowed on the premises, not even their children. And it breaks my heart that when they come out and they haven't seen their children, I'm sorry, you're going to have to work towards that. We can't have your children here, right? No significant others, no family. Obviously, no illicit substances are allowed. They'd be walked off within 15 minutes if that were to happen. We have a house manager there, so they're fully followed. Service frequency, staff's there 7 days a week to ensure the protection of the women. Staffing, there's 2 LMHPs. I have my master's, and Sean McClure, he actually is a counselor at the Tecumseh prison. He's also working with this. And I'm in lieu right now. I have a house manager in place, but I also am trying to get interns from Southeast Community College in Doane that are in the human services field as internships, and so we can kind of train in the kind of field. So 2 LMHPs and our house manager with the 6-women ratio for staffing purses and other hired staff with the sober security, sober living environment, it's a pretty good ratio. We have outcome desired. We're going to attendance, successful demonstration. They have to do their treatment successfully. Their goals have to be meet for probation, the house rules. They have to follow through with the code of conduct. The women call them daily for UAs. They report immediately to their PO when it's time. They have to do pro-social events, NA, church. And for women to remain sober in this transitional living environment, to reintegrate back to the community by showing they're saving money, staying sober, looking for housing, and ultimately making good decisions. Mind you, a lot of these women had these criminal offenses when they're under the influence of substances, nonviolent crimes. And so we're just, they're sober now. So they're not out there committing these crimes. You understand, it's, they're sober, they've been that way for a while. We want women to succeed, and ultimately I want these women to feel that they can be successful on their own, have a good understanding and footing of what it's like to live a healthy lifestyle on your own. Service directors will maintain a healthy environment and teach women basic fundamentals, how to fill out job applications, resumes, problem solve, be a good neighbor, be a good roommate, budget, how to live a healthy lifestyle. Success for us means this. This transitional house will have more supervision. I didn't have to do this. I went above and beyond. I didn't have to have a house manager. I'm putting it in place. I didn't want to put this in place until actually the permit was honored or until it was valid because I didn't want to do the expense. I put it in now. More chance of success to help women be sober for a good amount of time, and the women are sober, hence in the right state of mind to change their lives for their future. Ultimately, in ending, the need for transitional living in Nebraska is here. If these women cannot live in the house, they're gonna have to live in another house in Lincoln. My understanding 2 weeks ago, an AIF got passed unanimously by the Planning Commission. I was a 6-2 vote. 2 weeks later, someone came in unanimously and got voted in, which is fine. You know, if this AIF is approved, does it matter what neighborhood we're in? I understand that there wasn't any opposition in that one, and there's opposition now. And mind you, I was told to do this, and when I did this, I felt going public to the neighborhood, it maybe was the best thing to do. I thought it'd be neutral. So the need, in 2018, 2 bills passed in from our legislature. Our prisons are overcrowded at 151% rate, right? So we have to take people from an incarcerated state into post-release and reintegrate them, transition them down into society. Well, where are they gonna live? Where the transitional is gonna be, right? But I'm gonna do it the legal way, and I did. So we've owned this home since 2000. I've lived there from 2000 to 2006. We've had 4 children there, okay? And my attorney advised me, you have to permit it the right way. You can't just own a home and just put women in there. And I'm like, oh, okay. So that's when I started with the Planning Commission with George Wesselhoff. And he told me the things that I needed to do. It's R2 right now zoned. I'm not changing the zone. And it was a single family dwelling. I could do a group home. Found out there was a group home within 6 blocks of the parcel. The only opportunity I had was an AIF. That's the alternative to imprisonment, and it meant kind of these people are coming out of prison. So in doing so, it's a special permit, and I needed to do these special things. So I wanted to let you know that I've done it legally, and there's some of them out there that are not legal, and they're in operation. And I just want you to also know that if I'm gonna be in charge as a master level therapist, ethically I can't get in trouble, I'd lose my license. So I have to do it the right way, number 1. But number 2, if I'm gonna lead a program for ex-convicts that are from prison, I better make sure that I'm legal if I expect them to abide the law legally. Versus maybe having somebody go under the radar for a year and then get called out, and then to condone, I know you've been under the radar. You might not have been doing anything wrong, you must be doing the right thing. What are we condoning here? In my perspective, it's like you need to be right from the get-go, not because you got busted in some other way, as far as somebody calling them out in the city. This house is as good in any location as transitionals. They're filtered throughout Central, South Side, North Side, Lincoln. These homes are safe, they're structured, we know where the women are. They're typically crime-free to the neighbors in which they exist. Since we've done this since January with 3 or less women, there's been not one police call. There was one issue in January, and I got permission through historicals within the city I put up a fence to make everybody feel more secure. Profits from this program also are going to be directly reinvested back to the preservation and conservation of this historical home to help continue to restore its great historical value and structure. That's it. Questions?
Thank you very much. Good explanation. Any questions at this point? Yes, Sandra?
I do.
Hi.
Hi, Miss Tina.
Hi.
I do have a couple of questions because in the report, in the testimony I read from the Planning Commission, I just want to make certain that I understand. You say you're going to have 24/7 staffing on site, but it looks like at some points it's only for 2 shifts and then nobody overnight.
So what I mean, 24/7 security with the Ring cameras.
Okay.
And the fingerprints. So we will have people there between 7 and 3 and 3 and 11.
Okay.
Not overnight. I feel like it's pretty well covered.
Okay.
And we don't have to have a house manager in place. We're doing this to appease the neighbors.
Okay. And then physical changes to the property. I think I read that any change you make to the interior and exterior has to go through historical preservation. Okay.
And I did that with the fence.
Okay.
I had to take a picture and show them.
And what is your relationship with the state of Nebraska? Are you registered as a transitional house? I don't believe you're licensed, but can you tell me how they know that you're a transitional house that guarantees that, you know, you're doing the right thing?
Okay, well, from 2006, I am registered through probation administration to do treatment. So I've been doing that for 16 years with them. And then this came up in 2018. We have a house where my husband and I, let's try to do this. So I had to go through a lot of paperwork. And I don't know if you're familiar with the PAT system. I had to pay for an architect. I had to do a site plan, a floor plan. I had to make sure that these women were safe. And with that being said, I just drew a blank, I'm sorry. As far as in 2018, so that's when it passed. In 2019, I actually went through and I did the application. And I had to do a client handbook, I had to do a program plan, I had to do like pretty lengthy material to get it approved through probation. So then I went down to Mark Luger, who works for the state of Nebraska, and I said, hey, I think I need to get this facility licensed because I have to get my outpatient licensed at Heritage Square. And he said, you don't need to. For transitionals, you don't need state licensure here. So I tried to do that route, and there's nothing I needed to do beyond what I'm doing my due diligence to do, getting insured the right way. I want to make sure the women are safe with sprinkler systems, so if there's a fire, you know, parking issues, just making sure these women are safe.
Okay. And then I think I had one more question. Just a second. If we were to pass this and neighbors had an issue going forward, do you have any idea where would they post their concerns?
Well, I mean, some of the neighbors have my phone number directly, but Woods Park Neighborhood Association, I guess they could do their concerns. I mean, we could develop some type of forum. I mean, open-ended communication. I'm all about that. So if there's any concerns, I can develop something to where we can have ongoing communication between myself and the neighbors. I'm willing to do that.
All right. Thank you.
Councilperson Ward.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tina, for being down here. And we had a good conversation on Friday. So thanks for taking time and for reaching out to City Council members to talk before today. I had a question that I didn't ask Friday, and just a couple of comments and questions since you have testified. One concern that was brought to my attention that I didn't ask you Friday was, I think you've addressed it, but please talk to us about, there was some issues with the garbage, the trash services when you first moved some of the women in. And that's been addressed. Can you tell us how or what that was about?
Well, my daughter, she had it in her name, and so it wasn't paid for 2 months. So I took care of it immediately.
Okay.
And I have a picture of the pileup. It wasn't much.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And you mentioned parking. There were also some parking issues for a while that have been addressed with the neighbors.
For Georgia, the Planning Commission, I think I have to have 1 parking stall for every 3 women. Mm-hmm. So if I'm not mistaken, it's been a minute, but so I would need, for 6 women, I guess I would need 2. And I have a double stall garage in the backyard, but with our site plan, the architect, we're putting an additional double slab in the back off the alley because we have room in our backyard.
Behind your home, behind the home.
Yeah, and in fact, off the alley, there's probably like 4 homes that have like extra slabs.
Okay.
So it's not much different. So we have 4 opportunities to park, but mind you, most women don't have vehicles. They're going to be on the bus pass.
I understand. So off street.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. I would wonder if you would talk a little bit about, I heard you mention that you teach the women or they have a course about being a good neighbor, but I also heard you say a couple of times you reached out to the neighborhood association, but you didn't have to. And you mentioned a couple of other things that you didn't have to do, but you did anyway. So help me understand what you think that it means to be a good neighbor in a situation like this, and how you teach that.
Absolutely.
And how, if I may, and how it went, and if you felt you had to reach out because you were advised to do that, or because you just felt to be quite honest, the pressure mounting, or what does that look like for you?
In December, when we got approved to do this, and my children live there, we didn't feel pressured. So we gave our next door neighbor, Marina Honey, and Tom our client handbook and told them what we were doing. There was no pressure. And then, I knew we could have up to 3 because that would be the legal way. And then when my attorney advised me I need to do this in January, that's when he told me to do my due diligence. And I was all on board. All my family attended that. I mean, we all went, and Jane Seavey assured me it'd be a neutral process, and, you know, it would just be open discussion. And when we went there, it wasn't very pleasant. And from there, I felt like, wow. I was only able to talk for 5 minutes, so I wasn't able to do this whole thing about how I'm responsible and I've been doing this for a long time. I mean, I literally could only talk for like 5 minutes about what I was doing. So neighbors didn't appear too receptive. Now, mind you, on the Woods Park Neighborhood Association, they have a Facebook, and there's a lot of neighbors that went to a different Facebook called Mutual Aid, because there's been a difference of opinion in the Woods Park Neighborhood Association. So I think some of the people that were at that meeting, they don't represent all of Woods Park. And so to be a good neighbor, what does that mean? To, if there's concerns, address them immediately. And I have, like when there was a man that went on one property to the other, and I talked to the neighbor about it. I said, let's do a split fence and pay for it both and split it, and they, no. So I just did my fence and put a fence up for safety measures. To be a good neighbor, if there's any concerns, I need to listen to them and do accordingly. So on my rebuttal, I actually went in the PATS system and reviewed 70 opposition letters, and I put them all together, and I did what I did to be a good neighbor and how I tried to resolve those conflicts. Like, that's what it means to be a good neighbor.
Okay, I appreciate that. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have a couple more here. Thank you for that. So help me also understand, and I'm not doubting you, but I need clarification on, because I think you have done a lot of dotting your I's and crossing your T's, but I think you mentioned beginning the home in January. And when did you move women in, and when did you start your permitting process? Because if you're really following right the order of the law or the ordinance, would you not be thinking about permitting before you start moving women in?
Well, you can have up to 3 unrelated people before you permit.
I understand that. Yeah.
So I was in the legal system.
And you reached out to the neighbors at what point during this last 6 months or 7, wherever, July?
I think when I started with George in January, I don't know when I called Jane. I think in February was our first Woods Park neighborhood, and I think I had 1 woman in there in January.
Okay.
And then I went to another meeting the next month after.
Okay. And my last question for now is, because you're obviously passionate and you care about women, and I don't think there's anybody up here that doesn't support the work that you do, because it is a big need in our city and our state. And for me, I want to make sure that we all stay in our lane of traffic, stay in our lane, as I say to my colleagues once in a while. But when asked why you continue to do this, it's because what I wrote, and so help me or repeat it, please. You do this because you've done it for 16 years. But what was your impetus? What was the original aha moment you had to serve in this as a mental health professional?
So, like I said, when I do treatment since 2006 up till now, I've lost a lot of women because they weren't living in supportive environments. So I felt like all these years of doing therapy, I was clapping with one hand. So when this came about in 2018, to provide sober living environments in conjunction with treatment, there's going to be more support and more positive efforts in recovery. With that being said, that's my passion. It's the population, you know. And taking a side note, some of the neighbors came to me and emailed me and saying that I should seize everything immediately with 3 or less. And so I want to do what's right. So I called John Carlson, and he met with the legal department, and he assured me that I'm within my rights to do up to 3. So I did that too before with the whole permitting. I made sure that avenue was.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Hi.
You had to submit materials to become a registered probation provider, correct?
Yes.
What materials did you have to submit?
You mean at my Heritage Square or for this?
For this facility or this house?
I had to do a program plan, program expectations, a client handbook. I had to do a lot of reports to make sure that it was a structured, regulated program.
Are you licensed as a mental health practitioner through the state of Nebraska?
LMHP, yes.
What is that process like? How do you earn that credential?
So I guess I had to get my bachelor's in psychology from UNL, and then I got my master's from Doane College. And so I had my master level therapy, and that's why I can do dual diagnosis treatment.
Is this zoning application the only requirement that you had to do to provide this service? And I think you kind of answered that when you said you had to submit things to probation.
Right, so as far as you mean for the transitional living itself,
Correct.
all of the documents I had to get accepted through Hannah at the probation, I had to go through that, but then you can't just own a home. I had to do all the permitting stuff, that's the responsible stuff too, so it's a big step process.
Do the individuals that you serve in this facility work with other providers like probation officers?
Yes, they do.
Is there clinical work that's being done at this house?
Absolutely not.
Can you explain different levels of care between least restrictive levels of care and most restrictive levels of care?
In clinical?
Correct.
So at the Heritage Square building, where I've been since 2006, so you'll have education class, you'll have outpatient treatment, you'll have intensive outpatient treatment, modified. I provide all the outpatient services there and individual sessions, group therapy. If they need short-term res, we refer out to where they actually live somewhere for 30 days. And the level for clinical.
Perfect. So, and there's no clinical work being done here, so we need to be mindful that we're not mixing clinical expectations in a transitional living house that's not clinically based.
Correct. Let's not get this basic programming confused with billing for Medicaid or whatnot. That's not happening there. That's why it doesn't need to be state accredited like I am at Heritage Square.
Do people on probation have to alert their neighbors that they're moving in? If someone is new to probation and they move into a neighborhood, do they have to let their neighbors know that they are on probation?
No.
Okay. And then for your private practice, did you have to alert your neighbors in the neighborhood that you put your...
At Heritage Square?
At
No,
Heritage Square,
absolutely
okay.
not.
So people who are on probation don't have to let their neighbors know.
No.
For your practice, you didn't have to alert the neighbors. And, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Rabel.
Thank you, Ms. Asiago. Thank you for the work you do. We know how important it is in our community and to reintegrate those who are making the transition from the penitentiary or jail. We know you serve a critical need. But also the neighbors had concerns, and I know you've been trying to address them. And I just wanted to follow up on a couple questions. You spoke about a house manager because some of the neighbors raised a lot of concerns that there's not some type of supervision at night. Mm-hmm. And tell me a little bit more about what that house manager will do.
Okay, so, as I said, we have the cameras in place, but have someone in place from 3 to 11 shift. I could have somebody spend the night. I really don't think it's necessary, but I'm open to maybe doing that. I know at the previous hearing, one of the people on the committee stated that I had mentioned I'd have a house manager, but I haven't done that yet. Well, my permit hasn't been valid. I don't need to do that for 2 women, but if I get fully permitted, then I've already hired a house manager. I'm open to appeasing concerns. So if someone needs to spend the night there, I'm open to that.
And then your relationship with adult probation, do you get referrals from them, or how does that work?
So I've gotten referrals since 2006. I'm in good standing with them. So it probably comes mostly from just navigation officers that are in the prison system, and that their role is to place them, get them into treatment, get their eval set up so they're kind of just transitioning down and reintegrating back.
And so when they make a referral to you for a woman who needs housing, mm-hmm. do they have any processes in place or accountability? Do they inspect the house to make sure it's in conformity to some of the requirements that they have?
Meaning probation?
Correct.
Probation has not been to the house, but I know from my standing and with what I've done with the committee that it is completely safe. From fire exits to if I need sprinkler systems to if I need egress windows in the basement to secure. Parking, I know it's a secure environment, and I personally can vouch it's a sober environment.
And then for reimbursement, how or what agency pays you, and how do you bill them? And
it's billed through the state of Nebraska.
It's billed through the state of Nebraska.
Yes.
And does your reimbursement depend on you mentioned you do 5 hours weekly?
Right, 5 hours a week.
it's not clinical training or that, but it's like basic things, like how to
Basic
balance a
programming.
checkbook, how
Sure.
to put a resume together, how to look for a job.
Right.
And so they reimburse you for, I guess, providing residence in the house.
Right.
What are the residents responsible for?
They don't pay their rent because they're just getting employment right now. So we're reintegrating them back. They just came from prison, so most of them don't have jobs to pay for that. You know, a lot of times people will leave $100 and they don't even have a ID to get a job. So we're starting over for most of them.
And then do a lot of the women, I mean, do they share grocery expense or, you know, tell me what
We're not mandated to buy food, and we do help with food stamps and food pantries, and we'll drive them there and we'll do everything we can to make sure they don't go hungry.
So can you share with us what's a typical day of one of the residents? I'm sure they have to fulfill certain obligations
So they're gonna
for
have
their
to-
programming.
They're gonna have to get up at a certain time of the day, in the morning. They have to go and look for jobs, 2 to 3 applications a day until they have a job. If they have to do their evaluation, we have to get that scheduled. If they have to do programming, whether it's IOP or OP, we have to get them in that immediately. We have to get them set up with their AA, NA, church, making sure they go to their UAs every day. They have to call in every day. They have to be in at a certain time every night with curfew. The programming is 5 hours a week, so that's flexible, and we kind of tailor that based on the girls that we have and their schedules to make it work. So that's variable as far as the programming. But honestly, 5 hours of programming is very limited because we're programming with them a lot. Like, we're there and we're working with them a lot.
So when you say we are working with them a lot.
I work with them. And
You
then
work
the
with-
house manager and Sean McClure, the other LMHP.
Okay, all right, well, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions for Tina? Okay, seeing none? Yeah,
Am I done?
you're done for
Okay.
now.
You might
Maybe
want
not
to do a
completely.
rebuttal.
Anybody else in favor of this would like to come forward? Yes, come on, and then line up in the back and we can do this one by one.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Delaney Tanksley. I live at 2521 South 20th Street. I am a lifelong resident, born and raised here in Lincoln, Nebraska, by 2 correctional officers. My late father, Wayne Hansen, was a case manager and drug and alcohol dependency counselor at the Lincoln Correctional Center and Diagnostic and Evaluations. He did this job for almost 30 years. One of the first ever drug and alcohol counselors in corrections in the state of Nebraska. It was his teachings that inspired me to be here with you guys today. I myself, following in my father's footsteps, worked in mental health. Excuse me, this is a little emotional. I myself, following in my father's footsteps, worked in the mental health field with a variety of government agencies and independent organizations. So I have seen how the little things add up in the grand scheme. When we were very young, my father started teaching us that all of us are humans and we all have human struggles. That compassion and support is the cornerstone to recovery. That we should do what we can to help others when we can. He also taught us that our city, our state, and our country did great things when we all saw the big picture. So I'm here today to speak to you about the importance of this specific transition home. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. It is not a race issue. It is not a rich versus poor issue. It is a human issue. We need to work together as one to help those who need support and are seeking a better life, to bring them a sense of community and understanding into their lives as the clients they serve, as well as the neighborhoods in which they reside. There should not be an argument about it. This should not be a not in my neighborhood thing. We can either be a part of the solution or we can be a part of the problem. Recently, there's been some public social media mudslinging, which shows me that to some people who oppose this, it is in fact just that, a not in my neighborhood issue. These transitional homes need to be spread out amongst our community, not pushed to one side or the other. It's important for many reasons, specifically the safety of the clients that Tina serves. It also helps the neighbors to rally behind these clients. I have seen some of the opposition, I have heard some of the opposition say that they're concerned for the safety of the women. I would say that if their safety is your main concern, then you would be using your platforms to show compassion and hope for the ladies, lifting them up instead of pushing them away. Something all of us humans need and deserve. I know that transitional houses are crucial in keeping Nebraska, and specifically Lincoln, a safe place to raise our families. These homes are regulated with rules, house management, safety features such as the video cameras, lock boxes, and regular drug testing.
1 minute.
These homes give their residents a far better chance of getting out of the system and back to being productive and positive members of the society, helping them to fully re-enter with more skills and a higher success rate, teaching them accountability, life skills, faith in themselves, and faith in their community. Transition homes also have helped slow the revolving doors of our already crowded prison system and help our parole officers. We all know in our hearts that when this city rallies behind the greater good, we do wonderful things. And I ask that when you vote on this, that's what you're looking at, the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Nope. Next.
Hello, my name's Tom Arciaga, Tina's husband. I also own 420 South 28th. I reside again at 6111 Rolling Hills Boulevard. With that being said, we were part of the tearing down the Knolls and putting the assisted living apartments there, or whatever, assisted living. And we were just taken back by the people that would come to our house, knocking on our doors, telling us things, telling my children things. You know, do you want a bunch of dead people in front of your house? At that point, I knew enough. Don't ever come to my house again. That scare tactic was just, that was too much. It was really a lot. And there was several people going around in the neighborhood doing that. They really didn't want those people there, that building. And you know what? They're nice. The older people that walk around in the neighborhood, they'll wave to us. They're nice. That whole scare tactic was crazy. Now, guess what? We're on that end. The things that have been said, some of the things in the opposition letters are amazing. Tina said there was an incident between our houses, between 420 and the person south to the house. We don't know if it's true. We don't know. We put up cameras. Ever since we put up those cameras, there's nothing. There's nothing. We had that meeting at the building committee. They were talking about an individual walking around with a gun. There's somebody walking around with a gun, but several of them said that. Tracy, the gal, I can't think of her last name, but she was on the board. She looked at them and she finally asked, "Where's the police report? Do you have them?" There was no police report. It was just something that they all wanted to talk about amongst themselves, and Try doing that scare tactic. The dead people in front of your house. My wife is, you asked her about why do you do this, right? It has taken a toll. Maybe I'm putting this too much out there. It has put in a toll on our family for numerous years. We would be on vacation, and she would take this phone call, and she would take it and walk away, and we're enjoying ourselves. This is our family. This is us. What are you doing? I can't believe you're doing this. I had to take that call. This person needs my help. And so when we were reading these opposition letters, and mind you, this is when the kids were little, and they're saying, where's mom going? Hey, we're at Worlds of Fun, or wherever we're at, and mom's taking this important phone call, and I'd have to tell the kids, hey, you know what, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We're gonna get past this. It's okay. And now you have my 20-year-old daughter here standing here right beside her mother and reading these opposition letters. She's unqualified. She doesn't know what she's doing. That really, really hurts, because most of these people have no idea the things that has happened in our family and the toll that it has taken, because she wants to help these individuals. She is that compassionate about it. And believe me, I have told her, I don't want to do this halfway house. Our plates are full. It just means more time away from the family, or whatever it is you're going to do. Let's stick to, stay in our lane. I have my business to run. You have Connecting Links to run.
1 minute.
She would always tell me, Tommy, you don't understand. These individuals need me. They keep going right back to the same place where the problem started. This house could supply so much for them. I could go on and on. 5 minutes isn't long enough for me to tell you. She won't stop. She's going to continue to help people no matter what. And that's it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, please.
All right. I'm going to leave my mask on if that's okay. I'm here to support this application and reject the appeal, I guess. I think we need to prioritize creating these safe and sober environments, and obviously she's really qualified. She's been doing this for 16 years already. These are the kinds of people we want in charge of this. It was already approved by the Planning Commission, and I find it interesting that Dan Sloan is up here rejecting it, because he has repeatedly prioritized property over people and money over people in the past. I know a lot of people who've worked for him at the mill, and they have a lot of policies that prioritize property and money over people. So I just find that to be a trend, and I find that to be the NIMBY issue, the not in my backyard issue. We are giving more money to LPD this summer, it seems like. I mean, we're here to ask you not to, but it seems like that's what's going to happen. It seems like we're giving them this grant. We have an overcrowding problem in the prison. We have Nebraska's prison system in an emergency not meeting the deadline to reduce overcrowding to 140%. The prisons are currently at 151% capacity, so the goal really needs to be on decarceration. They need a place to get on their feet. And we really need to get out of this mindset of like convicts and these criminals, because they're just people with nonviolent drug crimes for numbers of different reasons. And they're just people. And there are plenty of people not getting arrested for the same crimes living in this neighborhood. And that doesn't make them bad neighbors or mean that they will be bad neighbors. Basically, yeah, I don't know. I think that's all I have to say. I just think that supporting this is the minimum to provide more options for people getting out of prison when our prisons are overcrowded. And yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to hear that a neighborhood is not comfortable having people out of prison in their neighborhood. But this neighborhood, like, these people are still like voting and using their power and platforms to get more people in prison. We're getting more officers on the streets. They're going to arrest more people. So what happens to those people? We're building more prisons around town. like instead of investing in communities like we're asking you to do. So this is such a good opportunity to find some middle ground where it's like, okay, well, they already went to prison. Let's give them a chance at a life. They're just people. So yeah, seems like a no-brainer to me, and thanks for letting me talk.
Could you state your name?
Marina Kushner. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm Karen Lamb, live at 4901 Northwest Fairway. No, I do not live in the Woods Park neighborhood, but I'm here to speak in support of the transitional living residents. What I share with Tina is a passion for helping people. I too work with a population that is marginalized and that doesn't have a voice. And I've heard you tonight ask many questions about being a good neighbor. What does it mean? And they're pointed at Tina and her residents of her home. What I would ask you to think about is, what does it mean for the residents of this neighborhood to be good neighbors? We need to have compassion. I can understand their reluctance to have women coming out of prison living next door. I would say it would be more concerning for these women to be coming out of prison with no support. The statistics show that people that come out of prison and don't have a supportive community reoffend at a high rate. So I can't understand why we aren't embracing facilities like this. We aren't understanding the value they're bringing to our communities. These women need a chance. You know, but for the grace of God, we would be in those positions, except maybe we've had some privilege. Maybe we've had the benefit of support systems that kept us from offending, or at least kept us from being caught. So that's what I would like you to think about in your consideration of this appeal to the permit. What does it mean to be a good neighbor? And what can we do in our city to ensure that everybody gets a chance? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions for Karen?
Could you repeat your name again, please?
Karen Lamb.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
You bet.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Lacey Bolte. It's LacieBolte. I live in the Woods Park neighborhood. I'm at 855 South 33rd Street. I am a board member of the Woods Park Neighborhood Association. I am a social worker, and I have come here today to support Special Permit 20005, the AIF facility at 420 South 28th Street. Today, I'd like to talk about this issue as I see it. It's a housing accessibility issue. Lincoln continues to struggle to have accessible and affordable housing for the most vulnerable community members. The special permit at its core is a housing service. It simply allows Nebraska State Probation Service Provider to provide housing for 6 individuals at a time rather than the city limit of 3. Individuals participating in this program are people who have served their time and are looking for a fresh start. Participants volunteer to live in this short-term program, as this could be their chance to live in a safe, sober living environment. Without this housing service, individuals will continue to exit incarceration, but would do so without housing resources. They might end up back with a violent partner, in a family member's home who isn't sober, your next door neighbor, or even the People's City Mission. Individuals who have the opportunity to live in an AIF housing program have the chance to start fresh with the support of qualified service providers. I've heard undertones and not in my backyard. However, I'd like to challenge that to yes, in my backyard, please. I want this housing service in my neighborhood. I want these individuals to be invested in my community. I believe as the regulations are written today, this permit should be approved by the City Council. My fear is that this permit will be denied today due to the opposition statements. If this permit is denied, it will be a huge loss to Lincoln, and it's a continuation of systematically stigmatizing and oppressing individuals who are involved with the criminal justice system. In social work, we are professionals bound by a code of ethics. Our core values in our practice include the dignity and worth of a person. To me, this issue seems to be concerned with placing more restrictions on these women staying at this house, restrictions that don't exist when folks are released to the greater community because of the opposition in the neighborhood, not because the law permits it. In closing, I'd like to remind the council that individuals exiting incarceration are entering the Lincoln community. It's either into a facility like this, like the one proposed, or anywhere else without supportive housing services. I encourage the city to take steps to support people exiting incarceration and move forward with approving this facility.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any other questions?
I got
for
one.
Lacey? Yes.
So I appreciate my social workers, and because I feel like it's just easy for me to talk the same language. One thing that I've been, and I am asking this because, you know, of your training as a social worker, and I would love to continue this conversation later. But one thing that we've heard a lot about is regulations for the protection of the individuals at this facility. Do you see any sort of ethical or value conflict that could arise by adding some of these more restrictive environments into a non-clinical setting?
I think it sounds like not our scope, not appropriate for the use as the law is written. It's not a clinical practice. Although she's clinically licensed, she has another clinical practice where she's providing that level of services. So I know at some of our neighborhood association meetings, there's been discussion of having like a nurse on staff would be appropriate, but this isn't a clinical facility. This is a housing program. These women are adults. That seems super inappropriate to have more and more restrictions, more and more regulations. That doesn't seem appropriate to me for the basis of the service.
Awesome, thank you. And thank you for your service as a social worker.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to ask a follow-up question. So since Counselor Bowers asked the question about more restrictions or restrictive services, do you think a house manager is too restrictive?
I don't know. I think that might be better for Tina. I guess I wouldn't know all the job duties of a house manager. I would want to know more about it, I suppose.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Lacey? Nope. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you very much.
Want to come forward? Think after.
My name is Jordan Hasselback, Hasselbalch. I live at 816 South 32nd in the Woods Park neighborhood. I testified at the Planning Commission as well, so I won't talk about my impetus for being here as a system-impacted person and someone who works with system-impacted people. I'll talk really in the same vein as my colleague, Lacey just did. I see this also as a housing issue. And I think that if we want to have protective measures for, let's say, residents or tenants, then let's do that across the board. I think that the council had the opportunity to do that a year ago there was a proposal from Eskridge to have an ordinance that would have a duplex or a single family type rental facility meet some basic level of scrutiny, right? And that didn't pass. So why should there be greater scrutiny on this type of housing? Because of these women's status? Is that the only good reason why? If we're concerned about people's well-being, why can't we apply it across the board? Why does it need to be more scrutiny on women that I would argue already have enough, right? Individually, they have probation officers. I participate with probation officers in things like team meetings where, stakeholders in this person's success kind of get around the table and make plans, and they are being drug tested. There are the security measures that Tina has in place. I don't think that further scrutiny on this housing issue is warranted. The city, Lancaster County has been an outlier during the pandemic in continuing to hear evictions in the county court. Where's the protection for those people? Where's the concern for their well-being, right? So I think that there is room for questions about the rights of people that are, in a living facility of whatever type of residence that they don't own, that's being managed by someone else. I think it might be in your purview to apply some sort of regulation across the board, but I think that anything that just hyper focuses on 6 women in a residential area, in a residential facility, really just to me seems like discrimination, which is a continuation of the discrimination that these women will face in education, in employment, in housing, all legally, right? All of them have to check a box, And so there again, maybe propose an ordinance where we ban the box in the city of Lincoln, if we want to provide for the well-being of these women. It's been mentioned, several times that we're in a state of emergency. We have 151% capacity in our prison system. These women have to go somewhere. Why would we further scrutinize Tina when it seems like she's doing it in the most transparent way possible? If she owned a duplex, she could have 3 unrelated people in each unit and would not have to have had any opportunity for any of us to weigh in on the situation. This is basically what both the city planner said, that the impact is like a duplex, and the city attorney said that this is a land use issue. So why are we focusing in on the who and what kind of paternalistically what kind of restrictions that we think should be over these women? As someone just said, as Lacey just said, they're adults. This is a housing program. I think again, if we want to protect folks from quote unquote profiteering, which is what some of the less NIMBY type arguments sound like that, right?
1 minute.
If we want to protect them from some type of profiteering, let's do it across the board. Let's pass an ordinance like the one that Carl Eskridge proposed a year ago, where this room was filled with people with buttons that said humane housing on it. That was watered down. It's something, a part of it did pass, but we could do more to protect the rights of tenants across the board. I think that this is a question of rights and responsibilities. I think that the neighborhood association and the people that are in the opposition want to be privileged, want to be exceptional, and don't want this in their backyard. But where is their responsibility to being a part of the solution to the state of emergency that we're under?
Thank you, Jordan. Any other questions for Jordan? Nope. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, my name's Kelly Seacrest. I live in Lincoln. I'm here to support the alternative to imprisonment facility that we've all been talking about. And I would also like to say that there would be more people here in support of this, but because you can't zoom in during comments on items, you're actually limiting the amount of support that you're actually going to be hearing. Like people have said, Nebraska has declared an emergency because our prisons are so overcrowded, 151%. I don't think I can overstate how frightening and dangerous that is, especially because we're in a pandemic. Prison is an extremely dangerous place to be. And thanks to the Black Lives Matter movement and other justice movements over the decades and centuries, it's clear prisons are a place and here to maintain and perpetuate white supremacy. Vanya Davis says, "Our justice system is a system that harms people who harms people to show that harming is wrong." She continues to describe how this creates a cycle where care, healing, and justice are absent. The people who are against this transitional housing are against it solely because the tenants have been in prison. And that kind of stigma and discrimination has no place in Lincoln. Again, you're gonna hear actually in the public comment section, a lot of people continually talking about these interconnected crises, the pandemic, trying to reopen schools before it's safe, prison overpopulation, police brutality, the affordable housing shortage. All of these crises are interconnected. What I'm asking is that we take a step towards solving these crises with a collective and caring mindset that Tina has so clearly proven again and again over her career. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward in favor of this position? Seeing none, we are going to take a 5-minute break before we go into the opposition. So we'll take a recess for 5 minutes. we're looking at everybody that's opposing. What number? 4H. For those who are opposing, please come forward, one by one. Sure. Come on up and state your name and give us your testimony.
Hi, my name's Dan Sloan. I'm actually the one that appealed this, but I wanted to appeal this not because I don't know or trust the Arciagas or believe in what they're doing. I think this sort of housing is really important. I think it's very necessary, and I think it's very vital. But I think by the same token, there are no regulations to speak of. There is no material oversight. Tina said herself, you know, call me if there's a problem. Well, what if the problem's you? Then who do we call? This permit vests with the property. It goes forever. And as I understand it, it's irrevocable with no one to call. The property is not actually owned by the Arciagas right now. It's owned by a corporation that they own. Kind of a nuance there. But that corporation can easily be sold to anyone else. And this permit transfers to those other people. Where are the safeguards for everyone? The women in the house, the neighbors, anyone. They can transfer this to anything they want. Tina, to her credit, has made numerous modifications to her plan as originally submitted. None of those modifications were submitted to anyone. They're Tina's verbal promises to make these changes. Those changes were not documented. They're not signed by anyone. They're not enforceable by anyone. She says, I'm doing all of these things to appease the neighborhood. Commend them. I've known the Arciagas for 20 years now. I don't have a lack of faith in Tina's passion for this work, her dedication to these clients. I think the city of Lincoln has a huge responsibility to protect its citizenry, whether they're ex-cons, whether they're retired, whether they're neighbors, whoever they are. So I do oppose this special permit. I oppose any special permit like this until there are good rules in place and an agency to actually say all of these taxpayer dollars that are funneled through to this program are appropriately spent, they're accounted for, the services that we are paying for, we are getting, and these women are protected.
Thank you. Stan, anybody have any questions for Stan? Okay, seeing none.
Next up, please.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Jane Sebi, and apparently everything is my fault. I apologize. My interest in this has moved beyond whether or not the house is appropriately used to looking at the process. One of the things that's really bothered a lot of us is, why is this permit permanent? Where did that come from? Well, it's partly zoning. Zoning and special permits traditionally dealt with how the land was developed, how the land is subdivided, access to water and sewage, location of roads, and so and so. In other words, how each individual parcel of land is to be used: agriculture, housing, commercial, whatever. The permit we're discussing today doesn't address any of that. The property is zoned R2 and already has a house on it. That won't change. The only question here is, can more than 3 unrelated people exiting prison live there? That's not a land use issue, that's a social issue. When I attended the Planning Commission hearing on the application for special permit at 420 South 28th Street, there was at least an hour's worth of testimony for and against the application. commission members had never had to address this issue before, this being the first alternative to imprisonment facility application before them. They had a lot of questions and appeared to be quite uncomfortable coming to a conclusion. Throughout the hearing, the city attorney kept telling them over and over that they could only respond to the application according to what laws were on the books on the day of application. Repeatedly. Land use, land use, land use. However, there are no laws in the Lincoln Municipal Code regarding AIFs. None. The City Council established this unique category a few years ago, but they didn't follow up by establishing any regulations. Nor did the Planning Department or Building and Safety or any other city department or agency or commission. None of them established any kind of criteria for this type of housing or this use of a residential facility. So essentially, the city attorney was telling the commission to make a decision on the application based almost entirely on how well the applicant filled it out. The permit was approved conditionally based on the completion of certain items listed by the Building and Safety Department to ensure that the house conformed to code. So somebody, I haven't been able to learn who, decided that the criteria to establish a group home, an entirely different category, would be sufficient to serve as the criteria for an AIF, which is a bit odd since all of you, a few years ago, specifically separated those two groups. Group homes are residences that serve a group of unrelated people who have similar disabilities or problems. The residents may reside there for years or may stay only a few months. The facilities must be licensed by the state of Nebraska according to our municipal code. Other forms of group living permitted in Lincoln are convalescent homes, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, fraternities and sororities, domestic shelters, and temporary shelters for the homeless. Common characteristics of this group are professional and or government licensing that must be renewed regularly. Nonprofit status, a national parent organization that requires regular reports and reviews, or a board of directors, some of whom have to be independent by law, who act under state and federal law. Our municipal code defines AIF, the municipal code definition of AIF states that it is a group of persons living for a short time under a supervised program. But the alternative to imprisonment facilities have no supervising agency or body. To the best of my knowledge, they are not required to renew a license, allow inspection by a state or city agency other than building and safety, whenever, or to provide reports to a parent organization. Other than obtaining approval by the state probation office to be an AIF provider, there appears to be no independent regulations of these businesses by anybody. Some would say that probation officers have the right to file a complaint if problems arise, but the mandates for these officers is the person that they're working with, not the facility. So the Planning Commission, whose obligation, according to the municipal code, was to consider the effect, and this is quoting from the code, consider the effect of the proposed use on the surrounding neighborhood, the community as a whole, and other matters relating to public health, safety, and general welfare, was required to make a decision on the sufficiency of an application form because there are no regulations in place to guide their decision.
Can you wrap that up?
Yes. So basically what I'm summing up and saying is there is no regulations on AIFs at a state level, at a city level, at a county level, professional level, national level, nothing. So when we talk about wanting more regulations, we're not talking about regulations for these women. We're talking about regulations on this facility, on this kind of facility, so that everybody has something to go by, whether it's the facility operator, owner, or the neighborhood, or the women, or whoever. There is absolutely nothing anybody can turn to right now to know what to do.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next, please.
My apologies. See, it is my fault.
everyone. Tamara Sloan, 405 South 28th Street in Lincoln, and I'm just here to share some concerns. A while back, there was a letter that was posted, and I think that comes from one of the residents, and I'd like to read it, or at least a little bit of it, and she followed up with a couple of other letters. Anyway, so that's what I'd like to say, because I'm concerned about regulation as well. I was the second person to move into this home. There lived nearly 2 months, and it was a joke. There is drug use in the house. Rules and guidelines are unclear. There's no drug testing at this house. You're only drug tested through probation or parole. Tina picks and chooses when she wants to make and enforce the rules. The rules and guidelines book in the house is not the rules that are actually followed. Tina is rarely at the house, except for the weekends, and there has not been 5 hours of programming a week, and the programming is just talking to Tina about whatever she wants to talk about. There have been men in the house at all night. Tina will randomly call or text and demand that you drop what you are doing to come to the house unannounced. Tina's children come into the house unannounced. People have failed UAs and still remain in the home. I personally didn't like it there from the start. As soon as I contacted my PO to make plans to move out, Tina became rude and hostile. She showed up at the house a couple of days later and told me that because I didn't have a ride home and missed curfew, and because I had left my bedroom window open, that I had 24 hours to get my things and leave. I began packing, and barely an hour later, she returned to the house, and she said she changed my mind and wanted me out immediately, and told me I had 15 minutes to grab what I could and leave. When I wasn't packing and moving fast enough up and down 3 flights of stairs, she began packing my stuff for me and putting it on the porch. The rest of my stuff that was left in the house, she put out on the front porch without telling me she'd put it out there. That's the first part of her letter. So we're concerned about these women. That's why we're here. But there again, there are 2 more follow-up letters, and she stated that she wanted us to share this information at that time. We did not. I have her name, but because of privacy, of course, we won't. So when we talk about these women, there's also those issues that we don't know what that provider is doing because there's no supervision of her. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none. Next.
My name is Thomas Kiefer. I'm here today to argue for the rejection of SB 2005, Alternative to Imprisonment Facility Permit, and for the creation of enforceable regulations, including permit revocability for supervised probationary housing. On June 10th, I argued before the Planning Commission that this permit would establish a very problematic precedent. My prediction was correct. The Planning Department's report for the second one, SP 20020, which passed on July 8th, is almost a word-for-word copy of this one. It is reasonable to expect the same will happen with future AIF applications. My reasons for rejecting the permit for 420 South 28th still stand. The Planning Department's justification is faulty. They argued that 420 is equivalent in land use to a duplex and group home. 420, however, is neither of these. More specifically, both duplexes and group homes are not, in fact, permitted at 420 South 28th. A duplex could not be sited there because city codes require 80 feet of lot width for a duplex in an R2 zone, whereas the lot at 420 is only 50 feet wide. A group home could not be sited there either because 420 is less than 1/2 mile away from an already existing one, something which city code forbids. Why planning took this route is unclear. What is clear, though, is a complete lack of rules and regulations in the current AIF statute, which allows planning and the applicant to avoid a whole array of regulations. This statute is an enormous regulatory black hole. Many members of the Planning Commission suggested as much, but felt they did not have the authority to fix it. For this reason, I am respectfully asking you to establish rules, regulations, and accountable oversight governing AIFs. The first two permitted are for-profit, minimal security correctional facilities, privately owned and operated by absentee landlords. There are no mandated requirements for licenses, on-site 24/7 supervision, trained professional staff, or health and safety inspections. There are no distance requirements. AIFs can be sited anywhere, even next to or across the street from each other. Facility residents are at the mercy of the landlord operator since they have no regulatory protections. Probation leaves it up to the city to protect them, but planning insists that that is not its job. There are no penalties or fines for neglect of facility residents or for any harm caused to neighbors. And there is no recourse to any authority except the police or building and safety. However, the latter relies on the word of the operator landlord according to building and safety itself. It seems the welfare and quality of life of both facility and neighborhood residents are not a factor in the AIF permitting process, unlike domestic shelters and group homes.
1 minute.
Operator landlords are under no obligation to keep any promises. Let me repeat. Operator landlords are under no obligation to keep any promises made to you, the planning department, or planning commission, and there is no penalty for breaking them. They cannot be cited for any violations, for there is nothing to violate. Worst of all, the AIF permit, once granted, is permanent and irrevocable. This means that no matter how detrimental the facility may be to its residents or the surrounding neighborhood, no matter the degree of negligence, harm, or abuse, no matter what the landlord operator does, the permit cannot be revoked. And incomprehensibly, this permit is transferable to a new owner without review, restriction, or revalidation by anyone. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to reject SP 2005 and not to allow any other permits until you or Community Task Force are able to codify enforceable regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Anybody have any questions? Yes.
I got a really just quick question. If this was a permit to allow 6 people to live in this home, but they were not individuals who were coming out of prison, would you still be in opposition to it?
So you're saying basically if
it was like
if it was like a group home or duplex?
No, I'm just talking about like if there was if the zoning issue was, let's say the council decided to buy a house together, right? And you know, all hang out together.
I see what you're saying now. Oh, the issue that these women are transitioning out of prison is not the issue here.
Okay, so if the issue was that the council could move into this house, then you would still have similar concerns?
No, that's the opposite of what I just said.
Okay.
No. If
it's the fact that they are coming out of prison.
No. Let me repeat.
Okay, thanks.
The fact that there are 6 people moving in there, transitioning out of prison, that is not an issue. If the 6 of you were to move in there and let's say the Planning Commission approved it, that wouldn't be the issue strictly either. The issue would be whether there are any regulations governing the operation of the city council household or the alternative to imprisonment facility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Thomas.
Anyone else opposing, please come up. If there's any additional people that are ready to testify, please also stand at the back of the chambers, please.
Ms. Kinsey.
Jane Kinsey with Watchdogs of Lincoln Government. I don't know if I'm, or I should say, I feel both ways about this, so I'm not really against it. It's a wonderful idea. We need it in the community. We need to support people who have been in incarceration when they come out, in hopes that they will not reoffend. But when I see the Black Lives Matter people congregating with a woman who wants to run this, I'm just wondering, is it going to be a cover for Black Lives Matter? So I would encourage you to be very careful about approving this until you know more about this. And if this gentleman says there are no regulations about it, that should be a red flag for you.
Thank you, Jane. Presume there's no questions for Jane? Yes. Next.
Hello there, my name's Abraham Clafter, 442 South 28th Street, so just 3 doors down from the property in question. I am here today just to represent the regular Joe on the block. I have a 1-year-old daughter. We walk up and down the street multiple times a day, and we're very much connected with the neighbors on our block. And we garden together, we talk together about political going-ons, football, you name it. And we're just, good neighbors, we hang out. And we're relatively new to the block. This is a neighborhood that has some individuals that have lived there for 30 plus years, and we've been there now 2 years. We just refinanced our home. We're planning on staying. We love old homes. We love this district. We are so excited that we found the home that we did, which is something that we could afford as our first home, something that provides me an easy commute to work. I walk 4 blocks down to Paramount Linen, and this is a place that we can see ourselves for some time to come, even with an alternative to imprisonment facility 3 doors down. Again, the question of what oversight or accountability is there over a facility like this, and not a character attack of Tina or her family, but rather what we've already seen as the effect of 3 people in this home has had on our block. And that is kind of a little bit of nothing, actually. The house seems to be dark most of the time, which if the residents are busy, I understand. They're out looking for jobs, they're receiving programming, you name it. But I'm very much in tune with that. We live in a neighborhood where we connect often. We talk, we're out very much being communal, which I think is an ideal place for something like this. So why am I here in opposition to it? That again, it's already had somewhat of a negative impact in the fact that it is pulling from the community, a community that often gives, and we're not receiving anything in return. There's no energy coming from that property. There's no opportunity to talk to anyone going in and out. And I think that that would be something that I would welcome. If my daughter and I were walking down the sidewalk and one of the gals was coming in and out, we would absolutely greet this individual. Maybe even if they had the time, strike up a conversation. That is the type of block that this is. and I value that. I want to continue to invest in my home and see that that the return will be there, and not. I am concerned about what kind of impact a permanent zoning like this could have on my property value. I don't think that's unreasonable. I've made my first big step into having my own property, and I'd like to see you all support an endeavor like mine. So again, not a character assassination of Tina. Don't know her very well. Only been here 2 years. The only thing that I can say that I've observed, we were on the sidewalk. I saw 2 probation officers pull up in a car, park, go up to the door, ring, knock, no answer. They hung around for a while. This is the middle of the afternoon. So again, maybe they were all gone. I thought that there was staff there during that time. Maybe not. It's just, again, there's already an impact where we're seeing this home pull energy from the block.
1 minute.
I'll go ahead and be done. So any questions?
Any questions for Abraham? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thanks.
Can you repeat your name again, please?
Abraham Clafter.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Randy Smith. I live at 705 South 32nd Street in the Woods Park neighborhood, and I'm also on the Woods Park Neighborhood Association board. As you've heard, we have mixed emotions about this facility. Echoing what Dan Slode said, there's clearly a need in society for this kind of facility, especially with the overcrowding problem we have in the state correction system. These kind of facilities are coming, but I feel it's premature for the council or the city to approve this type of facility until we have adequate regulations and oversight in place. Currently, alternative to imprisonment facility is allowed in residential zoning districts by special permit only, but there's no distance or density requirements for this type of facility. That's in contrast to the conditional use requirements for the group living use group. For example, domestic shelters, the distance between them can't be less than 1 mile. And domestic shelters also have a maximum number of residents based on the square footage of the lot. In this particular zoning, R2 zoning, there can't be more than 1 person per 2,000 square feet of lot area. For group homes, the distance between group homes can't be less than ½ mile in this type of zoning area. The lot size at 420 South 28th Street is approximately 7,100 square feet. If we applied the domestic shelter requirement, that would limit this facility to 3 residents, in contrast to the 6 resident limit specified in the special permit. Personally, I think an alternative to imprisonment facility should have distance and density requirements at least as strict as the group living group requirements. Now, I hope that Tina succeeds in her endeavor if she does get this permit. I commend the fact that she's responded to the neighborhood concerns by modifying her facility plan. But as other neighbors have mentioned, none of that is in the special permit. So there's no force of law behind those promises. Also, the state of Nebraska's reimbursement to operators of transitional living with programming facilities creates a strong financial incentive for businesses to convert single-family homes into profit-making alternative to imprisonment facilities funded by Nebraska taxpayers. The current payment is $90 per resident per day. So if you compare that to sort of the rental value of that property, it's a very attractive option. And so we're seeing more of these facilities coming in as profit-making ventures. So I think before the city grants this type of special permit, we need to establish proper regulations and mechanisms for oversight, some of which have been mentioned. We'd like to see a requirement for 24-hour on-site staffing, a limit on the number of residents based on the lot size, like that for domestic shelters, minimum spacing requirement between similar facilities so we don't pile a bunch of these into a single neighborhood where housing costs are cheap, a mechanism for neighbors to report problems to the city, a requirement for a fixed-term renewal license issued by the city that is not transferable if the property is sold. And this license should be revocable if the facility operator does not comply with the license requirements or the facility creates a significant number of problems to the surrounding neighbors. And we need annual inspections of these facilities by city staff. So I think it's important for the city council to act now to establish solid regulations, regardless of whether you grant this permit or not. We need to have solid regulations to protect the neighborhoods, the city itself, and the residents of these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Any questions for Randy? Okay.
Anyone else opposing, please come up to the podium. If there's anyone else that has interest, please come back to the back of the chambers.
My name is Dan Neville. I live at 410 South 28th. It's right next door to the 420 building. My wife and I have been in that house since August of 1972, so close to 50 years in the house. I understand that it's inevitable that AIFs will sooner or later be allowed in Lincoln. Already these seem to be popping up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. They're everywhere, even in our own neighborhood. But I hope before that happens that you will make the necessary changes in the municipal code. Now, you've heard some of the other speakers talk about the lack of code, but there are other cities in our area of the country that do have a code that regulates these types of facilities. I understand Denver and Kansas City both have municipal codes specifically for AIFs. And I think the city council would be well served to see what other people have been doing instead of doing nothing and just leaving the problem unsolved because of no code. In general, I have a few modest proposals that I'd like to make. One is that no AIF should be located within a half a mile of an elementary school, a middle school, or high school. These people in these AIFs, not just women but men, they are felons. They've served time in prison, sure, but they've already proved, to my satisfaction anyhow, that they don't care about the laws of society, and they'll break them if it serves their purposes. They need to prove themselves, and that's why I would prefer to have these places placed as far away from schools as possible. Secondly, the title to an AIF, or the permit for the AIF, should be made revocable, as Tom Kiefer mentioned. I fully agree with that. And also, I think that the city should review how these facilities are being run at regular intervals, like maybe every year or every 2 years or something like that, and just instead of letting them go until maybe there's a big problem. Now, One of the other speakers mentioned about when people of Lincoln come together, they can do great things. Well, I agree with that, and in the spirit of solidarity, which I'm sure the vast majority of Lincoln residents share, I have another proposal that no neighborhood should have more than one AIF more than any other neighborhood.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Let me explain that. If neighborhood A has one AIF and they want to have a second AIF, but neighborhood B has 0 AIFs, neighborhood A will be limited to 1 until neighborhood B gets 1. So everybody gets to have an AIF. Everybody gets to do a good turn for their citizens. Also, there is a certain, I feel, danger from having these AIFs. Right now, Tina says that it's only going to be women. But what if she decides to get rid of the AIF, sells it, and the new owner wants to put men in? There's a danger in all of this.
Can you wrap it up?
One last thing I would like to mention to you, and this has not too much to do with the AIF at all, but I called up a local real estate agent and asked, or was told by the real estate agent that they are required to tell prospective buyers about any structural defects of the building that they're trying to sell. They are not under any obligation to tell anything about the neighborhood or the neighbors, or whether there's an AIF right next door to the house that they're trying to sell.
Okay. Can you wrap it up?
Pardon me?
Can you wrap it up, please?
Sure. Caveat emptor, buyer beware. That there should be some sort of a regulation. If you're going to have AIFs in the city, there should be some regulation that buyers be made aware of where these are so they can avoid them. Okay?
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan? Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to come forward?
Greetings. My name is Rick Johnson. I live at 445 South 29th Street, which is 3 houses away from the proposed facility. My testimony has changed somewhat as a result of things that other people have said. But first off, I want to say that I'm in strong opposition to having this imprisonment facility in my neighborhood. You know, some people try and make the word alternative imprisonment feel a little softer. It's a halfway house or whatever. Let's call a spade a spade. Imprisonment means it's, you know, let's call it prison. As some other, you know, some of my big concerns are that there's no processes that are in place, like other people have said. There are no rules, there's no regulations, there's no recourse. You know, what if I haven't, what if we do have an issue? One of you asked Tina, and she didn't really have a response, so we can just call her. I don't really want to call it Tina. I think there needs to be somebody who can be contacted, who can provide enforcement and investigate and deal with the issue at hand. Now, I would like to say that what Tina's trying to do is noble. I do agree that everybody needs second chances, and people do need help. I really do question, is a neighborhood, an established neighborhood, the place to house, these felons, to house these felons. I don't care if it's women or if it's men, it doesn't matter. Is the neighborhood the right place? I've got I've got a friend of mine who runs the Lincoln Crisis Pregnancy Center. You know, he's executive director. Based on zoning, he cannot run his facility in our neighborhood, and he doesn't have any overnight stays. Now here I got a facility coming into my neighborhood where I've got overnight stays, people we don't know who can actually stay, and they can move right in, no issues, no problems. And like I said, once again, I don't have any animosity towards the fact that, I'm not trying to say, we're picking on women or discriminating against women. That's not it at all. Part of it is about the safety of my neighborhood, the safety of our community, and the continuity of our community. I don't want to get to a point where, do we have to put up fences? Do we have to put up security cameras? I know Tina says, they're going to invest back into the community with their property with the profits. Well, what about our property values? I mean, if I have to disclose this AIF is in here when I sell, what's that going to do to me? That's part of my retirement portfolio. Is that money Tina's talking about setting aside for her house, is that going to be set aside to help us build fences, to help us do security, to help us, incur the loss of selling the home if I need to? This might seem extreme, but like my neighbor Abe said, I'm just trying to speak for the average Joe, the things that are going on in my mind. I know everybody in here cares about their property values because that's part of your nest egg. It's part of your retirement. That's part of what you're thinking of to sell, move to Florida, and live the easy life on the beach. So,
1 minute.
So one of the things I am worried about is, the safety of my I've got kids. I'm worried about the safety of the kids. I'm, like Abe said, I would really hope that I can go walk down the street and talk to them. That'd be nice if I can, but what if we get some people who just aren't that way and cause problems? I don't know, but I'd hope we can be neighborly and nice. Part of this too is effective use of tax dollars. People have said that, this is going to ease it's going to help, tax dollars. So we're going to spend $200,000, roughly $197,000 a year to house 6 people in this home. Well, 5 years, you just spend $1 million on 6 people. Are you really, really, really using my tax dollars wisely? Not only that, you're using my property taxes that I pay to pay them the money, to pay them the $200,000 a year. I don't think that's quite fair. And then I have to endure costs. We talk about being neighborly. How somebody asked about what kind of neighbors are they? Well, we've already had issues with that with that rental house. One example is the previous renters, their trailer destroyed or hit the end of our neighbor's retaining wall. They were contacted, and what did they do? I'm told nothing. 3 weeks ago, when the big windstorm happened, they got some really, really bad trees in the back alley. Dropped a huge limb on the back, and it trapped Daniel, my neighbor, into his in his driveway. There's no help from Tom. There's no help from the Asiagos. What kind of neighbors are those? I can't count on them.
Can you wrap it up?
All right, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to testify, please step up to the podium. If there's any remaining, please stand to the back of the chambers.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Fry, and I live on South 29th Street. And I want to thank you guys all for staying so late. It's I haven't had lunch or dinner, so I'm a little shaky. I know. I had some cashews on the way out the door thinking I'd be home by 5:30. Anyway, I just want to reiterate what all of my neighbors have been saying, talking about oversight and accountability. I don't know that Arciaga as well. They were neighbors on 28th Street for a while. We've been in our house for about 20 years. I do know that they started out with a permit for 10 residents in what I believe is a 4-bedroom home, And with some discussion through the neighborhood association, they reduced that to 6 instead of 10, which was nice, and that's a good compromise. However, the property is really zoned for 3. And I didn't even realize that there were 3 unrelated women who had recently been released from prison living there. I haven't had any problems. I have heard my neighbors talk about things, their experiences, but none of my own. But as I was on my way here today, I learned that 2 of the 3 residents have already cycled out of not cycled out of the program, but left the program under less than satisfactory terms. I'm not really sure what those terms were, but here we have a home that's, or a facility that we're trying to house 6 people in that doesn't seem to be having success with 3. So I would like the city council to consider, again, putting into place policies, procedures, regulations, oversight for this kind of a facility, the one at 420 South 28th Street, but citywide as well, and making sure that those facilities are placed throughout the city so that one neighborhood doesn't bear all the weight. We don't have to worry so much about losing our property values, and it really doesn't matter to me, but I know it is a concern of some of our neighbors. But again, before this permit is approved, I would like the city council to consider looking into the other cities that have these kinds of facilities. What kinds of policies and oversight are they employing? And then consider those, write a policy, and then reconsider the permit after those things have been investigated and put into play. And that's all.
I just got a quick question. I just want to be clear.
Sure.
So you said that you didn't have an issue with anyone that's been living there so far. You've just heard of other people having issues.
Yeah, my neighbors have shared experiences that they've had that were less than positive.
Okay, but you have, okay, thank you.
No, I've not had any, and again, and I want to put this out there. This is not about denying services, and this is not about discrimination, and it is not about a few privileged, or the appearance of a few privileged neighbors saying not in my backyard, because it is in my backyard. It's literally in my backyard. I didn't even know it, right? 3 is fine. It's zoned for 3. Let's get some regulations on the books. Let's get some oversight, some accountability, someone we can call in the middle of the night if there's a problem, rather than having to call the police, which we know we're trying to get away from calling the police if there are problems, with folks that are dealing with drug and alcohol issues or mental health issues. But let's get some of those things in place before we approve this special permit.
You have another question?
I just got one quick question. Sure. So you said that, this is a question I've actually been wanting to ask because I heard it from a couple other people and it occurred to me when people were talking. So you said that you want the ability to be able to call someone if something happens in the middle of the night. And we've heard from other people that they don't want to call Tina. So I guess one of the questions that I have that I can't figure out is, like, if you had a group home living next to you and you didn't want to call the house manager of the group home, who would you call then?
Well, my understanding in a group home is there not 24-hour staffing? I'm guessing there is, for the most part.
I think in different types of...
Well, I'm pretty sure it's 24 hours. And in some group homes, there's more than one staff member. It depends on the nature of the people that are living in the group home, I would assume. But, if all that's in place for security at night, from 11 o'clock at night to 7 o'clock in the morning, is a Ring camera, well, the Arciagas live in Rolling Hills. What are we supposed to do? I mean, if there's a fight breaking out and they're rolling out, who are we supposed to? I mean, we could call the police, but like I said, okay. There's just nobody to call. I suppose we could call the police, but we want to get away from using those resources if possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And thank you again for staying so late.
Okay.
Next up.
Hi. My name is Mo Neal. I sent you a letter after or right before the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing on 838 F Street last month. And so that detailed some of my own personal experiences, but I wanted to go into that a little bit again today. My experiences with a group home operating at 2711 South 13th, next door to me. It was purchased in July of 2019 by Rick and Dawn Seebeck, doing business under one of these long anagrams. According to Lincoln Zoning and Building and Safety, outlying suburbs like Wilderness Ridge, which is where the Seebecks live, are not going through the process of having AIFs in them because they have covenants that prevent it. I would like to see a citywide reexamination of the AIF that would address this issue of not making certain neighborhoods more accessible for them than others, which is all about the economics of the house that's being purchased. Just this morning, I found out that Ms. Arciaga, thank you, has purchased a house across the street from me, also on this same block of South 13th at 2740, and is planning to do this three-person, I guess, initially, and then probably try to update it to a six-person home. I'm just assuming that's what the process is. That seems to be the big hole in this, is where the three-person, unrelated to each other, comes in. So you can't have that 6-7 city council person thing. You're already out of order. So anyone can come in, buy a house, put three people in it. And I know back in 2005 when the law was done, I remember some of the newspaper articles at the time was about trying to prevent slum landlords taking advantage of students by crowding them into houses. And that was what the focus was primarily at that time. No one anticipated that we were going to have a criminal justice system and the penitentiary system going to hell like it has in Nebraska. I suspect strongly that many of the people that are being incarcerated that are getting released to these AIFs probably do not deserve the sentencing that they got, and there's all kinds of other issues, including the school-to-prison pipeline, that needs addressing. There is nothing to prevent this permit from being pushed over to other people. There's nothing in, no regulations that I can find or that anyone else has been able to find. The Seebecks own two properties, one on Euclid and the one next to me. And now Asiago is going to have one almost directly across the street. When I first met the Seebecks, I asked if they were my new neighbors. They said, no, we are going to rent it. And I said, oh, that's too bad, because it's been a rental for about 6 years. And actually the renters that have been in it each time have been better than the owners each time. But we are really great property managers, was their response. And that is what is going on. This is a property management thing with the Seebecks. I've had minor incidences which weren't even worthy of much comment. I was returning home one day and I found a man taking photos out front. It ended up he was an undercover state patrolman, and a few minutes later 3 state police pulled in to go serve warrants. I tried the day to find out what those were, and I could not. The state patrol gave me a runaround and finally said I would have to contact Lancaster County Attorney's Office. So I did call LPD. There are 3 records of things that have happened since last September. One was a narcotics charge on site in the facility by one of the residents. Another one was a larceny on site in the facility by one of the roommates on another one, and then there was a dispatch report which gave me no idea what that meant. I would really like to see more transparency in this 3-person thing, and that there is some designation made to distinguish that purchasing from others so that people know, and that the person who is buying has to somehow inform the residents, like a group home would be, that this is going to happen in their neighborhood. That just seems equitable. I basically live on a corner. It's in a 3-bedroom house. It's very family-oriented. It's basically isolated from the neighborhood now. And 13th Street is not the kind of neighborhood you park and walk to enjoy yourself. You don't park at all, you walk to get somewhere else, like the bus stop. So I would love it if you guys would delay approval of all AIFs until a task force of some kind can be created to study the situation and put more rules in place. Can I keep going a second?
Real quick, just wrap it up.
Take steps to remove the permanent designation from the property. Mandatory on-site unannounced inspections, even of the 3-person ones, because there were always more than 3 people living next door to me. I had the video to prove it.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you for your time.
You bet.
Any questions?
Thank you for coming down. Any questions? Okay.
I'm going to introduce my next door or across the street neighbor. Mark Leaker is here. He just found out about what's going on today.
Okay.
Hi. My name is Mark Leaker, 2732 South 13th Street. And as Mo just said, I found out about this about 2 hours ago of the hearing here. And basically, I don't know enough about the program to comment on that specifically. But found out that Tina had bought the house next door to us, a couple weeks ago. I was outside and we ran into each other and I said, "Oh, you're the new neighbor?" She said, "Yeah, I'm Tina and I'm Mark," and we chatted just a little bit. So I assumed that Tina would be living there. A few weeks ago, my wife was out and Tina and her family were moving things into the house, and my wife talked to one of her sons and asked, "Oh, are you the new neighbors? Are you gonna be living here?" "No, my mom is. My mom is gonna be here." So I'm just concerned when I heard about what was maybe going on. I assume that's what's gonna happen at the house next door to me. So I guess I'm here because I am concerned. I just want some transparency and a little more openness. It would be nice. I don't know if you're planning, Tina, to have a neighborhood meet or anything, or talk to the neighbors about this, or if you were planning to do that or not, but that would be a nice touch. We've lived in the neighborhood about 12 years, and we're one of the newer people there, so it's a fairly established neighborhood where this house that she just bought, and if this is going in, it would be nice to have a little more information, a little more transparency. As far as the program, I think we need something for people getting out of prison to be reintroduced into the community. I don't have a problem with that, but it'd be nice to know in advance what is happening in my neighborhood. So that's why I'm here tonight. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for Mark? Okay, seeing none.
Is there anyone else to testify in opposition of this item? Please come forward.
Anybody else would like to come forward? Yeah, rebuttal. Krieger? Tina?
It is late, and lawyers are infamous for saying I'll be brief, and they never are, but I'll try to be brief. Everybody that has a complaint has a legitimate right to that complaint, to vet that complaint, to make their position known to the city council. But I've heard two distinct conversations tonight, one about the law the way it is and one about the law the way it should be. You'll have to check your records as to why a previous iteration of this council made this a land use issue and not a public policy issue. I can't account for that, but as I'm sitting here listening to witness after witness talk about regulation, the first thing I ask myself is, what regulation? Are you going to micromanage the inner workings of a group home to the point that what? Somebody fails a UA, they come to the city council to repeal the permit. I mean, just think about that for a minute. Makes absolutely no sense. You are the decision makers as to the public policy. A previous version of this council said we will have, as a land use issue, a permit that allows more than 3 people, up to 18, I forget how many it is, and we're talking about 6. In this case, 3 more than is currently allowed. And all of this regulation, what? If there's a fight that breaks out in the front yard, what do? You call the police. If they're your neighbors, what do? You talk to the police. What do you do with an obnoxious neighbor with 3 people in a drunken party? I mean, you don't regulate what anybody else does in their house. And I guess I understand the need to discuss regulation. Well, but this is not the case to do this in. I think the most astute comment I heard was from the person who attended the meeting, who said, and the city attorney kept telling them, you can't do this. And that's exactly right. The law, as put together by a previous version of this council, says simply, you get a permit for a permitted land use. That's all this is. And what they can do is either grant it or deny it. I don't think they can write regulations. You can't write regulations now and apply it retroactively. If you want to take a holistic view of all of this, then take one up that says, what happens if 3 felons get out of the penitentiary and move into an apartment complex together? You can pass an ordinance that says we're going to regulate what they do in their house? See, regulation can be a great thing, but it's a slippery slope to nowhere in this case. All you've got in front of you is the record for the application for a permit in which all the I's were dotted, the T's were crossed, the applicant is qualified, the use is legal. And if you want to say, and for future versions of this, we're only going to give you a 5-year permit and review it to find out how many violations you had, that's your choice, but you can't do that now. So there's been a lot of stories and anecdotes, but in the end, this is a fairly easy discussion. You passed the laws, we followed them, we're entitled to this permit, and we hope you grant it. So thank you.
Thank you. Tina, did you want to say something? If you want to keep it brief, maybe?
What would you like me to say, or would you like me just to answer
Do we have
questions?
any questions for Tina at this point?
I got some final questions, I guess. One concern that we've heard is that this permit resides with the property. So my question is, does that mean that, I'm going to pick on Mr. Christensen, does that mean that Roy can buy the property and run a similar program even though he's not a probation provider, or does he have to become a probation provider to run a facility? So let me be a little more clear when I ask that question. One of the concerns that we're hearing is that this permit sticks with the property, and people are concerned about who's going to take over the administration of this facility. If you sell, or I recognize this, if you were to sell, let's say you sold the property to Mr. Christensen, could Mr. Christensen then run an AFI, or does he need to become a probation service provider himself?
He would have to go through the process to get approved for probation, and it's not easy. Not anybody can just do it.
So he would have to do the programming, the handbook, all the schedules, all that. Another concern that we've heard is that about the location near schools and parks. Are there any current restrictions for how close people who've committed a felony can live near a school? So if they're not part of your program and they have independent housing, is there a restriction to how close they can live to a park?
I'm just aware of sex offenders, and I don't know exactly the feet, 200 or 400 feet from a school.
So outside of that, but
outside that, no, I don't know of any restrictions.
We have also heard the desire that people want to have the permit be revocable if something happens. Can probation terminate their contract with you as a provider?
So I kept it separate. So I'm a sub S corp at Heritage Square Clinically, and I have an LLC at this, so I separated it. So yeah, if I'm not doing good at this transitional, that's not going to affect my clinical. They're separated.
So probation could end their contract with you to provide this service?
Absolutely.
And then are you also at risk of losing your license as a mental health practitioner?
No, that's why I separated it.
Okay. And then we've also had, we've heard concerns about garbage and whatnot, and what's the oversight for that? Can individuals report their concerns through City Uplink even though it's an AFI?
Yes, I would encourage them to do that. The UPLNK, they can actually put, their information or concerns in there if they don't feel comfortable going through me, which I understand that. so they can upload their concerns in that forum.
Awesome. And the individuals that you're serving are not mandated to live in a treatment facility home.
It's voluntary.
It's completely voluntary.
Yes.
So they could then choose to live independently and not have the risk of someone going through the property or someone having oversight of them 24 hours a day. They're still entitled to freedom.
Absolutely. If they have supportive housing elsewhere that's established, they can go.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Shob.
Mr. Chair, when we get, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, but I'd like to have our legal department answer some of the same questions Councilman Bowers put forth to the
Yes, would be
applicant.
good.
But I think,
Are we, any other questions?
I
Do you
just
have
want to say
something?
that I don't write the laws, I just follow the laws. And I've been very transparent, and that's what I am doing, is following the law.
Okay.
Do you want me to
Okay.
step down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sit down, so, yeah, close by, so if we have any other questions.
Timothy, Assistant City Attorney. I'm told by the incoming and the outgoing that I had to make that clarification tonight, so.
thank you, Mr. C. Thanks for coming forward. We've heard a lot of things about rules and regs and history. I wrote down about 5 questions. Councilman Bowers asked some good questions a few moments ago. Do you want to start, or do you want to just try to field questions?
I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, there was a comment earlier that we, the city council, established a category for this in the past. Do you? I'm hoping it was before I was on the council, but do you have some history on that?
I can give you that reassurance. It was before you were on the council. In 2005, the city council established ordinance 2763750, which allows alternative to imprisonment facilities by special permit in the AGR and the residential zoning districts.
So let's talk about state jurisdiction, city jurisdiction, county jurisdiction. Where do we fall in that, and what can we do to regulate a facility like this?
Well, I'll stand by my statement that what's before you is a land use issue, which has public policy implications. But setting that aside, what's before you tonight is a special permit for this facility. And there are a number of conditions that are stated on the resolution that's before you tonight. The Planning Commission and the City Council now in this capacity has the ability to impose conditions as it sees fit. Those conditions need to be based on protecting the health, safety, and general welfare of the community for this land use, and not just arbitrary conditions that you might come up with tonight.
Changing gears slightly, there was lots of comment about the distance between facilities. Can't have them less than a mile or a half mile. What was the purpose of that? And if you can, help me understand.
Well, I think that's a reference to the a separate part of the code that talks about group homes. There is a separation requirement for group homes. That same separation requirement is not in the conditions for alternative to imprisonment facilities.
There was a comment about probation and enforcement, and there was an anecdote about the state police showing up. Are probation and parole, state police, all those state agencies working together to supervise these facilities, to your knowledge?
I can't comment on what the state has in place. I struggle to keep up with the city at this point. So, the reality is that those are state issues. Parole, probation, things of that nature are handled by the state of Nebraska. The city of Lincoln at this point before it is a question of should we allow this type of facility at this location under the code that's before us.
Just the land use.
Right.
If we, the city council, wanted to put in place regulations for this, as has been suggested by many testifiers, how long of a process would that take? Could we do that today at the dais?
No.
Good, that's the answer I was looking for, thank you.
Well, no, I mean, if you were passing ordinances, you'd still have to go through the, well, first of all, if it's related to a land use like this, an alternative to imprisonment facility, if you were putting conditions on that, you'd have to go to Planning Commission and have that considered before it came to you, because you're changing the zoning code, and that requires first a hearing at the Planning Commission and then the City Council, so you'd be talking about If I wrote it tonight and turned it in, it would be a month before it was at the planning commission, and then 3 readings at the city council.
Could we make something that was retroactive and regulated facilities that were already in place?
I would caution you against that. That has been, there have been cases out there where municipalities have tried to catch up new regulations to a land use application, and that did not turn out well for those cities. Those were found to be arbitrary because it really goes back to a due process issue, right? We all know the rules that are in front of us right now, and we govern ourselves according to those rules. If you act today and then change the rules later and try to impose those rules on somebody, it's not exactly fair. I mean, it wouldn't be fair for you to drive home tonight on a road where the marked speed limit is 35, and we change the rule next week to 25, and then come back and write you a citation because you drove 35 today.
That's all I had written down. I'm gonna stop and let somebody else ask questions while I make some more.
Councilwoman, Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. C, so just so I understand, so if we were to write regulations and not, that do not pertain to tonight's pending permit, but if we didn't take action tonight, could we still, would this permit still be affected? Like if, in your scenario?
In other words, are you suggesting, Councilwoman, that if you delayed action on this
Yes.
until and regulations caught up to it, so to speak?
Yes.
That's the exact scenario that I would caution you against.
Okay.
That is
Very good.
the scenario that has gotten cities in trouble in the past.
Very good. Thank you. And to Councilman Shobe's point, I don't think I've shared this with you, and I think Mr. C made this clear, though. I did, part of my research and homework has been to meet with Director David Carey last week. I asked him the same question that you asked our advisor, Mr. C, about a process to change some of our oversight for these permits, and same response. It would take some time, but it will be underway sooner rather than later, is my understanding. So thank you for asking the legal side as well, and thank you.
Councilwoman Rabel?
Mr. C, I thought I heard you say that we have the right to put conditions on applications that come before us. Is that correct?
We do have the right. The Planning Commission and the City Council, sitting in this capacity, has the ability to, and I'll paraphrase the ordinance, but it's to impose such conditions as are appropriate and necessary to ensure compliance with the comprehensive plan and with the general health, safety, and welfare of the community. So those are the items that limit your ability to impose conditions, the comp plan, and then just the general, I mean, that's the police power that we talk about when we talk about health, safety, and general welfare.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for, yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Christensen?
So I've been intrigued by this idea of what happens if something goes on at this property that I don't like, and I'm a neighbor? And what are my recourses? And so another hypothetical question is, what if I had, 2 of my adult children move back into my home with their spouses, and my wife and I are there, 6 adults in the same house, and we do things our neighbors don't like. Are the recourses the same?
I suppose they are. I mean, you could call building and safety if there was something against the building code, or if there was some illegal activity, you would call the police department. Or if their rights were imposing somehow on, you were imposing on my rights, maybe I bring some sort of a private action against you.
What if everybody in my house had their own car?
Certainly you've got parking regulations that are in place. And those are addressed, I believe, in the special permit conditions. So those are the types of things those are the types of conditions we talk about with special permits.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Excuse me. Yes.
I just had, is it okay if I ask Tina just 2 more questions?
Sure.
Tina, is that okay? All right, just, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. C. One thing clinically that I am going back and forth on is I just want to be very clear that these individuals that you're serving are not mandated to an inpatient level of care.
Yeah.
And essentially, if we were to put inappropriate regulations on there, we're essentially telling individuals who are trying to get back on their feet after being incarcerated, that they deserve less privacy and freedom than another person who's on probation who decides to go at it solo.
Very, very well stated.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make sure I was clear in my head on that. The other question that I had was, so I have the benefit of having a laptop up here, and people were talking about group home regulations, and how many people are living there. Don't take this as gospel, but I was looking through the Nebraska regulations, and it said that a facility for a group home has to have at least 35 square feet of living space. Does your house have that?
More than that.
A single bedroom contains at least 80 square feet. And then if someone has, like if me and Richard were, having bunk beds or something like that, we would have to have at least 60 square feet of floor space per individual. Does your house meet that?
Yes.
Okay. So your space requirements do fall under what Nebraska has.
Yeah, we could do 10, but we admitted to do 6 to appease the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have another question for you, Tina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tina,
Yeah.
for your patience.
Yeah, thank you.
Wanted to know if you wanted to take the opportunity to respond to one of the testifiers that read the letter from one of the women that lived in your home, who was asked to leave but was packing and hurriedly and under your direction. And if you wanted an opportunity to respond to that.
All I can say is I don't agree with the truth.
Point of order. Can I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think one thing that makes me, I don't want to speak for you, and I really don't want, I'm not trying to throw anything out there, is this individual may be watching, and I don't want to put a provider in a situation. I wonder if this might be a conversation better had not on a public forum. I'm just trying to be mindful of confidentiality, privacy, and then sharing some of that, whatever happened. And I don't mean to speak for,
Hold on.
I think that, I think she's anonymous already, and I would leave that up to actually Tina to decide rather than us.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm completely.
Since it's already in the record.
I don't agree with the truths of the statement. And I can say I've had 8 successful women this far.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Comments for anyone? Okay, thank you, Tina. Okay. Anybody else would like to come forward on this issue?
Too late for that.
Okay.
Once you've allowed rebuttal, you don't take more
Nope.
testimony.
Item 4I, approving amendment number 1 to the West Haymarket redevelopment agreement between the city, the West Haymarket Joint Public Agency, and TDP Phase 3
10 minutes?
LLC to amend the first floor land use restrictions fronting Rail Yard and Canopy Street.
Good evening. Dan Marvin with Urban Development. I have just a very minor text change, but if you give me a second, and I know it's late, I will go through it quickly. The highlighted in yellow is the text that we're adding. Originally, when the Huddle building was built, there were the restrictions above that said that the first floor had to have an active use with the hours between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. What we're trying to do is recognize the fact that there's a large corporate tenant in that building, that they should be, in most cases, a building would be allowed to have occupancy on their first floor, and the text change that you see before you accomplishes that in the most minimal way. Our staff has worked with the developer WRK, and I don't know if they're here today. It's run kind of late, but I don't think that we've had any issues in regards to this. Be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody with any questions regarding this? Yes. Councilwoman Rabel.
Dan, I thought when we made this requirement of them, we were hopeful or anticipated some type of retail use or a restaurant. Is this change motivated by the fact that there has been no interest in a retail tenant coming on that
Well,
first floor?
the next item on the agenda, which will have me right back up here, I think we'll probably be closer to that.
Okay.
And I can answer that. I think this is really, the short answer to your question is yes, retail's a difficult environment. But I also think that the other issue in this particular case, we're talking about a building where the main tenant in the building can't have a presence on the first floor because of the terms of the text in this particular language.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Marvin? And this is just for the one building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak on this issue?
Good evening, council members. Andrew Willis, Klein Williams, on behalf of the TDP Phase 3, the owners. I don't have too much to add. This really is this really is just a small exception for the anchor tenant in this building to allow them to have some additional space on the first floor of the building. Part of that would be a sort of lobby reception area, the public entrance to their headquarters. It would also be some additional office space which partly involves social distancing and adding some more space. But that's really what it is. It only applies to the anchor tenant of the building, and otherwise that's the limit of that exception. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any?
I do. This might have been more better directed to Mr. Marvin, but if you would. So when we established all this area and district, we hoped for something active edge on the first floor. That has materialized. The anchor would like to use that space, but this is an exception. We're still encouraging the other use. This is just an exception on a case-by-case basis? Is that what?
That's correct, and Mr. Marvin's right. This really probably applies to the next one more, but in this case, the remainder, if you are not the anchor tenant in this building, occupying more than 50% of the building, that doesn't apply. Then it still is retail or commercial recreational on the first floor. Now, the next one, we'll probably have to answer that question in more detail.
I'll stop talking.
One other quick question for you. Do the hours still have to be the same?
This would be an exception from those hours.
It's an
for
exception
for
from
this
the
tenant.
whole-
For this tenant only.
First floor.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other tenants or use then would still apply as it was.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Do that other one.
Seeing one, let's go to the next. Oh, anybody else would like to come forward on this issue? Seeing none, let's move on.
Item 4J is approving amendment number 2 to the West Haymarket redevelopment agreement between the city, the West Haymarket Joint Public Agency, and TDP Phase 1 LLC to amend the first floor land use restrictions fronting Rail Yard and Canopy Street.
My apologies for not knowing that Andrew was here. We're all wearing face masks, and it was late, wasn't looking around for him, so. A couple of issues here. This is probably more to Councilperson Raybold's question, which is we are dealing in an environment where retail is difficult. I think that there's soft goods retail is difficult, and I also think that certainly we have issues with restaurants as well. So what we have before you is a text change that, again, we think is modest, but we think that can accomplish much of what's going on in the rail yard, would allow a 50% requirement down from 85%. And then it talks about subsection 404-2. And 404-2 are basically bars that serve alcohol. So you have the curious issue that if you wanted to be a bagel store and you were going to close at 3 in the afternoon because you weren't going to be selling a lot of bagels after 3, you would not be able to be down on Canopy Street. But since the way the text is written here, bagel store, breakfast store, something that isn't serving alcohol could function as a retail along Canopy Street, and other businesses that might typically not be open until 8 o'clock at night would also be able to fill into that space as well. We think the 50% requirement still keeps a lot of activity late into the evening, but this does provide a little more flexibility and greater range of uses that you could have on that street.
Okay, any questions for Director Marvin? I have one. You're saying that this is removing the hour restrictions on 50% of...
It's taking it from, the current number is 85%, and it's taking it down to 50%, and then it's recognizing that that 50% is applying to businesses that have an alcohol license and that they're likely to be serving into the evening. So it would have an exception that you could run a restaurant along that area, but that restaurant may be more, you know, a bakery, or it could be a bagel store, it could be any other kind of business that wouldn't be going in later into the evening.
And this is only for TDP Phase 1 LLC,
Correct.
which would not be the Huddle building, right?
It's not the Huddle building. So basically what we're talking about would
Wouldn't
be,
be the Olson building or Oscar 2?
it's not Oscar 2, it would be the block that is, the block that is characterized by the Hyatt building, Canopy Lofts, and the rail yard. So between Q and R Street would be those buildings up in that area.
Okay. Is TDP Phase 1 just that building, or is it also the rail yard?
It's the rail yard too. It's on
But we
both
could do the
sides.
rail yard, could also do this.
Well, what the expectation is, the rail yard's built, it's already built primarily as restaurants with a bar component to them. So that would likely, in all likelihood, continue to function as it is. The vacant spaces are on the opposite side of the street, on the west side of
But
Canopy.
it could change out to breakfast places that all close at 2 in the afternoon.
If we're a real big breakfast town,
Oh, yeah.
if the marketplace wants ham and eggs, then-
I'm just throwing that out.
Right.
That
Well, that's
this
fine.
affects those 2 buildings only, or those 2 properties.
Yes.
Okay?
I can tag team here with Andrew, because
Yeah, Andrew, you
been paid
want
to
to come up and
come
say
down here
anything?
for a while.
Trying to get it.
If I would have known it was an option to leave just because it was delayed and let you handle it, I would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess what I would add is really, part of this is just reflecting the current market. It is tough to find those uses that were the goal. This redevelopment agreement was passed in 2012. That was the goal. A lot of those, we have some restaurants down there, but this, right now, what this would do is it allows more flexibility. It allows just to maximize the number of users down there. So even though it may not be a restaurant, by bringing in a business, you've now brought in more people who are going to be working there, who are going to go eat at those restaurants, who are then possibly going to live down there as well. So again, we're just still trying to invigorate and make that area more vibrant, even with this amendment. So while it takes that from 85 to 50%, the goal here is still just adding some flexibility to make sure that the TDP Phase 1 can keep that, make the area as vibrant as possible. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Willis?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Okay, we've got through resolutions. Now we get to move into the voting. All right. So, I'd like to, if possible, make a quick adjustment on this order.
Yes,
That's okay.
please do.
We'd like to go with 4D as soon as we can. And do that first and then move on to 4 in order after that.
Okay. Item 4D, approving the appointment of Johann C. L. Christie as the city attorney for a 2-year term effective July 20th, 2020, introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
Been
Friendly
moved-
amendment, effective,
Moved and seconded by Mr. Christensen.
remember, it's effective July 21.
Oh, excuse
Second.
me.
And the motion to change that to July 22nd.
Second.
21.
21.
21.
21.
Okay, so clarification, motion to amend introduced by,
Washington.
By Washington, seconded by Councilman Christensen.
to change to July 21st, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
3 hours from now.
Don't remind me.
Okay.
Can't do anything retroactive.
I'm going to call the vote on that motion to amend. Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0 on that motion to amend.
Congratulations.
Nope. Now we do the.
That's
We
the
gotta vote on
amendment.
motion.
Just change the date.
All right, now let's do the real thing.
Ready? Okay.
Washington,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0.
Okay, now we can move on and call the rest of them.
Now they can go out and take family pictures. It's all good. Okay.
Item 4A. I do have a question. We received that motion to amend by Miss Ann Post earlier.
We can take care of that once we move the
Move the main
the
motion.
main motion.
Yeah.
All right, so item 4A, appeal by Ann Post on behalf of Vic and Kathleen Hannon of Planning Commission's denial of special permit 19025 to develop a community unit plan to include one residential lot with waivers of drainage study, grading plan, sidewalks, and post-construction stormwater management plan on property generally located at 66th Street and Pine Lake Road, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Bowers and seconded by Councilman Christensen.
And we need somebody to move the motion to amend number 1. So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded that we substitute motion to amend. Any discussions on this? Okay,
Just the motion to amend, so.
this is the motion to amend.
Clarification, was that seconded by Ward?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Mhm.
Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0.
Now the main motion.
I have a comment.
Yes.
I'm going to support this because I don't think we should be defined by mistakes made many years ago. And I'm supporting infill and density for our city. And also, I think it's, to a certain degree, we've got to honor property owners' rights to do with their property, to bring their property to the best and highest use. Because if we don't pass this, it's just going to sit there and have weeds that get mowed.
Anybody else have a comment at this point? I would like to just say real quick that I think the highest and best use of this would be an R1. I wouldn't like this to sit vacant very long because it could become something else, a lot more density. And so I think the R1 use is the best at this point, and an extra driveway I don't think is gonna kill the traffic along Pine Lake, as we have slow traffic on Pine Lake. I drive it very often, and with the 2 roundabouts there, our traffic speed barely gets up to 35 miles an hour along that stretch between the 2 roundabouts. So I feel like this was the highest best use, and once we have a resident on there, it'll stop a lot more density from maybe future use coming in on that. You have a comment?
I do have a comment. If this passes this evening, I think it shows that you can ignore the rules and still get what you want by holding out until you've boxed your own self into a corner. I can't, so many mistakes were made. And I'm not saying that people should suffer, but so many mistakes would have had to been made for the current landowners to not understand that no meant no. Well, there was no access from 1982 to now. They bought the property knowing they had no access onto Pine Lake, and they divided their property and sold it off, knowing that they would have, and turning down access to 66th. I have nothing else to say that's kind. I'm going to stop
Okay.
talking.
That's a little hard.
Anybody else would like to comment? Okay, please call the roll.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yeah.
I just would like clarification of the vote with the appeal, like yes and
Okay,
no.
can I clarify that for everybody? On any appeal, just read it as if it was not an appeal and was not previously denied. It's the first time this action is in front of any deliberative body. So if you vote yes, it approves it. If you vote no, it disapproves it.
Got that? Okay. Sony, please call the roll.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
No.
Washington,
No.
Christensen,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-2. Item 4B, appeal of denial of request for a deviation for a Hand-in-Place condominium, unit number 2, located at approximately 66th and Pine Lake Road, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Bowers, seconded by Councilman Christensen. Yes. Councilman
I'd
Shaw.
like some legal advice from one of our city attorneys or a
I
deputy
think we
city
need an
attorney or
assistant
We
somebody.
need
city
an
attorney.
assistant city attorney.
That's the amendment. Yeah.
Just the assistant again.
Hi, just how are you? These two items are tied together, and the first item passed.
Mm-hmm.
And I have some concerns about that. But if they're incongruent votes on these two, does that put us between a rock and a hard place in the zoning ordinance?
I don't know if it puts us between a rock and a hard place in the zoning ordinance, but I don't know how to make them consistent with each other if one is approved and the other one is not. I suppose you would have an approved land use without access, because the access deviation is required to get past that policy. So you would have an approved CUP, which was the whole purpose of which is to grant access, and then if the access deviation were denied, you have two inconsistent actions on the part of the council.
That was helpful, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilwoman Rabel.
Yes.
Can you clarify, because if you have appeal of a denial, if you vote in the affirmative,
I think we look at all the appeals as a new application to this council, and I think everyone here is clear. I guess I would just make clear for everyone tonight that for purposes of voting, if you vote yes on the appeal, I think you're voting to approve the deviation request, and if you vote no, you're voting to deny the deviation request.
Got it.
Assuming the motion is to approve the deviation, or to, maybe the easiest way to do it is for the motion to be to approve the deviation request at this point.
there you go.
Is that what everyone understands?
Yep, that
At
makes
this
more
point.
sense.
But it's always been.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, want to call the roll?
Washington,
No.
Christensen,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Schob,
No.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-2. Item 4C, accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for June 16th through June 30th, 2020, introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Ward, seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any questions, comments? Please call the roll.
Christensen,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 4E, Special Permit 1629J, application of Southridge Village LLC to allow for the adjustment of parking requirements on property generally located at 7155 7155 South 29th Street, introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilwoman Ward, seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any questions? No, seeing none, please call the roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
Christian.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Rabel.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 4E, use permit 100E, application of Southwood Village LLC to replace office use with multifamily use to include 110 dwelling units with associated waivers on property generally located at South 27th Street and Pine Lake Road, introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilwoman Ward and seconded by Councilman Schob.
She did say E, right, rather than F, but we're okay with that?
We're on G.
We know where we are.
We know which one it is.
Okay,
She said 100.
so we are okay with that?
Yeah. I got something to say. This is a good thing.
Yes, it is.
I have something to say.
Yes.
I really commend them for their persistence and coming back, but most importantly, for listening to the neighbors with concerns. The building has a great design, and I know we're looking for these type of projects that will fit in with the neighborhood and listen to the neighborhood, and I am confident that Kruger Development will live up to all the commitments they have made, and I feel confident that this is the right fit for that location, and I'm glad to see this project move forward, finally.
Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Raybold.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 4G, appeals by Nancy Selzer of the Planning Commission's conditional approval of special permit 20013 to allow for a community unit plan with associated waivers to setbacks, lot area, block length, and the sanitary sewer design standards on property generally located at South 46th and Hillside Streets, introduced by Ward.
So move.
Second.
I would like to make a motion that we delay this item along with 4H. I would like to have, or I'm sorry, 4G.
4G, yes.
Well,
Just 4G.
got twisted up on the agendas here, but I would like to make a motion that we delay this because I would like to have an additional week to have discussions with our Wetlands Administration. Am I saying that right?
Watershed management.
Thank you, Watershed Management. Because I'm not confident that they've had a sufficient enough time to review the engineering plans, and I'm not confident by some of the comments that I heard that enough mitigation steps were put in place to provide the assurances to the neighbors in that community that that there will be sufficient plans to move the water appropriately. And I would just like another week of discussions to get these items cleared up.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Raybold and seconded by Councilman Danny Schob that we delay this for 1 week with just voting or with public hearing?
Just
action.
Just action.
To be next week.
Yep.
Okay.
Any comments on that? Seeing none, please call the roll on the amendment.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 4H, appeal by Daniel Sloan of Planning Commission's approval of special permit 20005 to allow for an alternative to imprisonment facility for up to 6 persons and residents on property generally located at 420 South 28th Street, introduced by Ward.
Yes. So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen.
Mr. Chair?
Councilwoman Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to delay vote on this item until August 10th. And for all the reasons we've heard tonight, I think we all have I know I have more due diligence to do on this particular issue and on both sides of the issue. So without further ado, I so move delay of item 4H.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Ward, seconded by Councilman Bowers, that we delay this action until August 10th. Are we delaying just action?
I would do public comment with new public comment.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
so
appropriate.
clarification, we're delaying till August 10th, 3 weeks for public hearing and action. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any comments on the motion to delay?
I just want to clarify that this is, the delay of the hearing is for new information, not a repeat of the folks who have already testified.
That would be my intent.
How do we do
Thank
that?
you. Yes, I'm
I don't know how
sorry.
you do that. I'm
You
sorry.
can't, yeah.
I don't know how we just say, okay, we've already heard from you, don't come back and talk anymore.
New information.
We're not saying
It would
they
be
can't
our
come back.
hope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
That's
yeah.
reasonable.
I did talk to legal. I'm
Okay.
sure they're not happy with how I said that.
Yeah.
That's what the assistant.
Yeah, I know. I'm always-
Oh, they're sitting in the back.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Okay, the
Councilman
motion
Shaw.
is to delay this item till August 10th. Any other comments?
That's with public hearing.
It includes public hearing and action on August 10th.
All right.
Okay, please call the roll.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Christensen,
No.
Bowers,
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
McGinnis.
Yes. Yeah, yes.
Motion carried 6-1. Item 4I, approving amendment number 1 to the West Haymarket redevelopment agreement between the city, the West Haymarket Joint Public Agency, and TDP Phase 3 LLC to amend the first floor land use restrictions fronting Rail Yard and Canopy Street, introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington.
All right.
Any comments? Questions? Okay, please call the roll.
Christensen,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 4J, approving amendment number 2 to the West Haymarket redevelopment agreement between the city, the West Haymarket Joint Public Agency, and TDP Phase 1 LLC to amend the first floor land use restrictions fronting Rail Yard and Canopy Street, introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. We approve 4J. Any comments or questions? I've got one. There's one that's worked down in the Haymarket and done a lot of, West Haymarket, and done a lot of business down there. This is a good thing. That we'll be able to have some more choices down there and be able to move forward with some things. I still want that breakfast place.
Yes.
Yes.
You want a breakfast place? Okay.
Yeah, I would agree, Council.
Let's
Mr. Chair,
invest
it
together
is-
and call out the council.
It's better than living in a home together to go to.
That is a reality show I don't want to watch.
No, I would just concur with Council Chair, it's getting late. With Council Chair McGinnis, it is a great project for the Haymarket, and so I want to commend the project, so thank you for being here.
Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Do you want to
That-
keep moving
Oh,
at this
we have
point?
to. We have an agenda.
Or do we want to take a break?
Oh.
I'm good to
Has it
move.
been 2
2
hours
hours.
already?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has.
Half, yeah.
How does it happen?
Just keep
I
going.
know.
I just keep going. I'm going to excuse myself. I'll be back.
Well, no,
No,
let's
you-
do. Let's
You
take
say
our
that,
break.
but you're not coming back.
A 5-minute break.
Nice try.
We will go in recess for 5 minutes.
Change of zone 20016, application of Lincoln Federal Bancorp, Inc. for a change from AG Agriculture District to R3 Residential District, and from AG Agriculture District to P Public District on property generally located at South 27th Street to South 40th Street and Rokeby Road to Yankee Hill Road, and also the appeal by Bruce J. Prenda, Planning Commission approval of special permit 20016 to allow for a new community unit plan on property generally located at the northeast corner of South 27th Street and Rokeby Road.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council Chair and council members. I feel like we're entering the fourth quarter here. I'm here on behalf of Lincoln Federal Bancorp. I have a change of zone and CUP, Special Permit 20016, to bring forward to you this evening. Wilderness Hills Development has been around since relatively 2006. It was approved as a preliminary plat. It has been phased as zoning and annexation as development pieces have been brought on. We are bringing forward, so as part of that change of zone, R3 is the currently approved preliminary plat zoning. That is exactly what we're bringing forward with you to you in the special permit as well for the CUP. So we're not relatively changing anything that wasn't currently planned on the zoning aspect of things, but the special permit is a change, and it does change some of the lots there to accommodate townhome development. What I want to show you is a map of the area and the particular uses. Wilderness Hills, like I said, relatively everything north of Rokeby Road and east of 27th Street is the preliminary plat of Wilderness Hills. I've kind of dashed the area of the CUP, and I want to show what the surrounding areas look like, particularly to the south. Iron Ridge is an R3 PUD, but to the south of our property does accommodate or allow B2 uses or multifamily. So we recognize that under this proposal we are bringing forward some additional density. This map is that northeast corner. I kind of have an outline here of the CUP boundary. In 2006, that was approved as a duplex area, or a single family attached. Relatively for that entire corner, and actually extended up across or north to Shadowbrook. This is that new plan. It's a townhome development with 3 and 4 plex units. The development has 132 units located in it. Smetter Homes is looking to develop townhome units, like I said, 3 and 4 plex type units there. The development does have a couple of waivers that are being requested with the CUP to allow townhomes in the R3 district, allow 20-foot width, and also a minimum of 2,500 square feet. That is typically seen in like an R5 type of district with higher density, with the narrower lots and style of unit. These waivers would accommodate the type of units being proposed. So this is color up of that area. You can see the purple buildings being the 3 and 4 plex units. That area that is kind of designated green is the CUP area. The highlighted orange lots are still in the preliminary plat. It is kind of designated and designed that way because we're trying to provide a buffer to the property for the townhome development. Lincoln Federal Bancorp will develop single family attached, detached in that area. We're showing single family detached there. under this proposed plan, and that would probably be the plan moving forward, to have very similar type of housing that would back the existing homes that are there today. They would be a little bit larger units than what is to the north of them, to try to buffer those particular residences to the north. Just want to make sure that you understand that we are not proposing anything between there and keeping that as proposed between those existing residences. And then in addition to that, one thing that we've done around the development and working with Smetter Homes is to create a couple of buffer areas. These are mainly around the perimeter that will allow landscaping, berming by the development. They will have their own HOA and dues that will go along with the common spaces, the development, snow removal, et cetera, for those units. We know that there's some concern about what that would look like and buffering, but Lincoln Federal owning and looking to develop those lots on the north side of South Creek Road does have some particular interest in what that will look like on the south, so that those lots on the north side of South Creek Road will still be desirable and be able to sell as planned. Traffic, there will be one additional connection on South 29th Street that is not there yet, but would be added as part of the overall plan. And we have been working with Iron Ridge for that connection and location in the city to accommodate future improvements to Rokeby. Last thing I would mention is the drainage. It's a new plan, and so this has gone through a full review through the watershed management, and since it is new, we are including water quality as part of it. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Marshall? Yes, Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Brad.
Good evening.
All right, I have a couple of things. First, let's start with the floodplain map. Why don't you need a FEMA sign off for?
Good question.
Yeah, so let's start there.
You are referring at Planning Commission, we actually had a motion to amend to remove a condition that's required of LOMAR to be created for the development. This development actually fills no floodplain, and so it would not actually require a LOMAR to be done. Okay. Wilderness Hills, the rest of the preliminary plat, does have requirements. I believe that was really a carryover from the preliminary plat, but this particular area of the development does not require any type of fill for the floodplain.
Okay, that's great. I understood this to be primarily townhomes in this development, and I knew that the houses along the north side, back fronting, I really should, South Creek Road?
Yes.
Were a little bit larger, but then when I saw the colored map, I'm curious, what are lots 17 and 18? Those are the lilac-ish colored?
Here.
Yes.
They're two oddly shaped lots. They are just shorter. We had worked with the watershed management to provide additional corridor to the east.
Okay.
There's a little jog in the creek, if you will, and with the corridor being extended from the creek side, it just created two lots that are a little bit oddly shaped. The buyer, Smetter Homes, still wanted to purchase those as, even though they're oddly shaped, he said he would make them work, and they'll probably be just single family, like patio homes or something a little bit smaller type of units.
All right, that's interesting. And then the pedestrian easement. Let's discuss the pedestrian easement that shortens the block. On this map, it does look like it's about a 5 plus 5 and 5. So we have, I think, 15, or do we have 10 down the center and 5 on either side?
Testing my memory.
I am. My
So-
concern is that we're creating a very narrow alleyway.
Yeah, so years ago, if you remember, they used to have the 5-foot walkways with the no builds and so forth, and we moved on to providing those into outlots. So we did work with Tom Chaikin, the planning department, to talk about what the best way to go about that was. We're really tight. These townhomes have side, I'm trying to think, like window wells, the 4 basement bedrooms and so forth, so they have an exit. So the foundation juts out a little bit to those sides. And so working with Tom, he did suggest a little bit smaller outlot than is typical, but we would still then we wouldn't be able to allow fences and so forth where you get those narrow corridors. So if I remember correctly, how do you have this labeled? I think it's a 10-foot with 5-foot no builds. So I think we still have 15 or 20 feet that are still being provided as a corridor that we wouldn't be able to narrow that up.
And the HOA is responsible for monitoring the no builds.
They would take over the outlots,
Okay.
yes,
I would-
which it would be located in. That's right.
It's always nice to know that, 2 bicycles can pass each other without bumping their handlebars. I'm just thinking of kids. There's a new elementary school going, and people are going to be using that. And I don't want there always to be the accident just on the edge of happening,
Right.
and then falling into window wells.
Yeah. So we just want to make sure that that's what the plan calls for, the townhomes, and we still had enough room to provide separation between that and the walkway.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. Being fourplexes, there'll be 4 different driveways, I presume,
Yes.
in 4 different garages. Will there be any room on the street to park?
It's a really good question. So because we even asked for the waiver for smaller lots, anything under 35 feet, we are required to provide at least 1 additional parking per 2 dwellings. So we showed planning as part of our submittal. This is the map that we provided. If you can see that or not, you can provide those additional parking spots by on-street parking. And so each little green spot there is about a 20-foot vehicle. And so we did determine that there was around, if you can see the number in the corner, 70 additional parking stalls for the 132. So you would be required to provide 61 additional. We show 70. And that does not even include anything on the south side of South Creek Road. So we didn't account for parking, but that was one of the reasons that planning sold to us. Well, if there is overflow, they might be parking on South Creek Road, and then we've got this pedestrian way that you can walk between the homes and get to the person that you're visiting.
You have a question?
I just got a quick question. Who's paying for the turn lane on 29th Street?
That would be the developer that would be providing that those additional turn lanes.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I just had one more comment. About the parking. Smetter finished the townhome development that was north of 40th and Target. Very similar type. I think some of those images may have even been there. I went by one morning and just kind of figure, what does the parking situation look like there? I presented these at Planning Commission. These are a couple of images at 7 a.m. in the morning where you don't see many vehicles parked on the street. And I do think that is kind of a culmination of the price point and how many people and what the really target market is for some of these. I didn't really mention that, but the townhomes are generally going to be between $240 and $320 in the price range. And so I know there were some concerns about the value of those townhomes and being in the adjacent to the existing Wilderness Hills residences.
Well, my comment was going to be that this is the one access out to the south of the neighborhood. A lot of vehicles will be traveling down this way to get out if they were trying to get to Rokeby.
I don't think that many people would actually be utilizing this that are in the existing neighborhood. That's just my opinion. But you can see down in the corner here that this is the new 29th Street access. A lot of the people that live in Wilderness Hills right now will be utilizing, I believe that's Hoy Street that pops out to 27th Street. So I think generally 29th will relieve a lot of the new residences that we're proposing in this town-owned development.
Okay. Okay, does anybody else have any questions? Okay. Move on to 5B.
5B, appeal by Bruce J. Prindle, Planning Commission, approval of special permit 20016 to allow for a new community unit plan on property generally located at the northeast corner of South 27th Street and Rokeby Road.
Do you want to talk on this?
I've said everything I need to say so far.
Same thing.
It is.
Any other questions for Brad?
Just one last thing. I was going back through my notes, and some folks who live in the area now were asking about trail connections in parks, and felt like maybe the developer had not yet carried through with some promises made.
So I didn't mention, but we did have I'd call it a successful virtual meeting with the neighborhood. We had that, and we actually presented 2 applications at the same time. The second one hasn't come before you quite yet. So the second one does touch upon the trails quite a bit more, because we are working with Parks and Rec on parkland swap and so forth. I'm not really sure what to say about that. This application does not have anything pertaining directly to the trails, but the next one will.
Okay. I look forward to seeing the next one.
Sounds great.
Okay, thanks, Brad.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to come forward on 5A or B? I see an assistant walking up.
You're earning your pay tonight, Tim.
Well played, Mr. Chair. I am only here to deliver written testimony from Mr. Prenda. He had to leave. He was not able to stay throughout the meeting tonight. So I've got 7 copies here. I'll just provide them to the clerk.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, my turn? Thank you. Since we're all living together in a breakfast shop.
Anybody else like to come forward on items 5A or B? Okay, seeing none, let's move on.
Item 5C, change of zone 20019, application of Ron DeBoer and Carol Domina for a change from AG Agriculture District to AGR Agricultural Residential District on property generally located at South 110th Street and Satilla Road.
Yeah, come on.
Good evening. My name's Ron DeBoer, and my address is 7320 East Gage Road, Firth, Nebraska. I am here tonight to try to get a AGR zoning. And last time I was here, I had Tom Houston come up and apply for it, and this was for the CUP. And I think there was some confusion and stuff that went on. I think people didn't understand what the amendment to the motion was, and so it ended up that I was going to put in 10 houses, and but I was forced by Pam Dingman appealed it and said that I had to put in a turning lane at 110th instead of entering at 112th, which was down the road another 500 feet where you could see both ways. And she said I had to put in a turning lane, a full turning lane, and that kind of changed everything for me because I can't afford to put in a big turning lane and then put in a road that goes down to my 10 lots. So what we are asking for tonight, and it was passed by the Planning Commission for AGR zoning, and we can have up to 34 houses on this AGR zoning. I wanted to do the 10 lots. That's what I was first hoping for because it was the simplest and easiest. I'm not a developer, I'm a farmer. So I've been farming this ground for 30 years, and we started there by milking cows and working there. And it's to the point now where Lancaster County is, the taxes on farm ground is so high that it is hard to make a living at it. And so what I'm going to try to do is be able to make some money so that I can make payments on my ground. And Ms. Rabel, when about 2 years ago, you had a family come up here and they wanted to AGR zone, and they denied it, and you asked David Carey, what's the option? And the other option was the cup, so that you could, keep it smaller. But so that's when I decided that's what I'm going to go for. And when I went in and I did that, I found out that it actually, the cup is not possible because there are so many mandates on it, turning lanes and all that stuff, that it's not feasible to make money off of that and make a profit. So tonight I'm asking for getting an AGR zone on my 100 acres that I have left there. And I brought Mark Palmer along. He's from Olson Engineering. I have a few reasons why this spot would be a good spot for AGR zoning. One of the reasons is because the Beltway goes through it to the north, and so it cuts it off to the north. The other reason is there's a railroad on my property to the east, so it cuts it off to the east. So there's really no room for anything or Lincoln to expand out there. And the drainage on that place goes to a different river. It doesn't go to the same drainage. So having a sewer system go that far into it has to go up over this hill, so you have to put lifts on to get into it. So what we would have would be lagoons and that stuff. And the other reason was there's a gas line that goes through it too. So that kind of, I got the whole thing there. And yeah, I mean, whatever I got there. And I'm trying to make a living and trying to be able to pay for, right now corn prices at $3.20, and you can't make a living at that. It's hard. And so I've been paying taxes on this for 30 years now, and I'm trying to come up with a way that I can make a living out of it. So, Mark, do you have anything?
Good evening, all. Mark Palmer with Olson. Just to clarify, this property is it's shown in Tier 2, but technically it doesn't drain to the Tier 2 boundaries or the Tier 2 drainage areas, and it's an odd parcel. I mean, Ron mentioned the railroad. He sold property to the state of Nebraska for the South Beltway, but it has Tier 2 property, it has some Tier 3 property, and it has no tier property. And so it's kind of, I mean, it's in no man's land, and it really is across it's across the high point, the hill, from Sewering back into Lincoln. And I know and I understand that acreage development shouldn't impede growth. They should be in properly located areas, and this area, with the challenges that Ron has, and with the added turn lanes and the work that was required to move the access from 112th to 110th, add the turn lanes, dealing with the other issues, this property really makes sense to be an R or an AGR style of zoning. It does not impede growth. It isn't going to be. the challenges of bringing a sewer line, bringing infrastructure across the highway to get to this property. I mean, it's a long way off in any kind of development scenario. And so there's just an arbitrary line that runs through here, which is it's on all the comp plans, it's on the new comp plan update, and it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense on where that's located. I think that was about it. I can probably, Ron and I are available for any questions you might have.
Yes, Councilman Christensen.
So the high-pressure gas line goes east and west at the south side of the property, north of the road?
High-pressure gas line, and it runs basically right.
Oh, right through there. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and this is back to, this is the previous approved plan. But you can see that it's a 300-foot pipeline planning area running through this direction. This was the 10-lot plan with the access off what we were looking at 112th Street. But yeah, it's a significant encumbrance on the property.
Other questions?
Good evening, and thanks for staying so late. Could you tell us again a little bit about utilities here? You want to develop this, and you're talking about the watershed. Where you're on the other side, so you don't drain into Salt Creek. You drain someplace else.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you want to put in lagoons to service sewage, and then water would be.
Rural water.
Rural water,
Yes.
okay. Private wells or rural?
Rural water.
Rural water,
yes.
okay.
That'd be either septic systems or lagoons. It could be a community system that services all the development, or it could be individual systems if the lots were bigger. I mean, the one point on this is that there are build-through acreage design standards that the planning department has at their disposal to enforce, that they will enforce on this property, to where when you do develop these acreage lots, there are parcels reserved. Either the lots are smaller, somewhat similar to what we had shown here for the 10 lots, to where there's a big outlot reserved for the rest of the development, or the lots are bigger and you have buildable areas where you can locate your house, and the whole plan is master planned. It's all on record. It's on the GIS browser, and just like all the plans nowadays. And that would be how you would guarantee that someday in the future this area would get developed, and it would follow a plan that was planned many, many years before it.
Any other questions? Did you say that they were gonna ask for a build-through plan?
We would be having to provide a build-through plan. That would be the reason behind this, is that after last year, when we got the approval, but we got with the turn lane and lining up the roads, Ron was wondering what his options were, and we came forward with just the straight change of zone, just to at least to do that, to see what the reaction was, and just to argue that with quite honestly spending the least amount of money for Ron than going through the whole process of doing a whole nother site plan that would be a different plan, and then come through and get the yes, no, or maybe, or whatever. So there would be a follow-up special permit, CUP, community unit plan, as Ron was referring to get into the details of the development, but this is to get the AGR zoning moving forward.
Would this also help with the access road? I mean, was it changing it to what county engineer wanted?
Yes, that was the whole intent of this, is there was the major issue was public safety and lining up roads and providing turn lanes. And so we would be providing what the county engineer wants, which is 110th Street with adequate turn lanes. Before, we were talking that this was 90 vehicles a day. If there's 300 or if there's 34 lots, there's probably 300 vehicles a day, which still isn't a lot of traffic. coming in and out of this area.
Do you have a drawing of what you would do instead of what was proposed?
Yeah, this is, and we wanted to get at least something out. This is a concept. This is doing the clustering where the lots are 3/4 of an acre in size, and this is condensing it, all lots to where this would be. I mean, there's 33 lots conceptually shown on this, but under this scenario, we're staying south of the Beltway. We're reserving additional property for future development, and it's one clustered development.
Okay. Any other questions at this point? Thank you for staying around.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to come forward to speak on this issue? Okay.
Get a staff guy?
You want a staff guy?
Yes, I need a staff guy.
Okay. Mr. Hendrickson, the staff guy.
Yay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair, first off. I enjoyed the presentation, but I'm a little confused on the planning department's recommendation and the planning commission's vote. Can you tell me what happened there?
Sure. Can provide a little example here. So this particular property, wait till the viewer comes up here. All right. So what you have is basically the South Beltway. This is a map showing the growth tiers. The areas that is in red is the areas that are in the current growth tiers. Most of this area here, it's just a mile or so away, has already been annexed. For instance, the new high school site is right over in here. So the areas that are in dark green are shown for tier 2 development. That means those are the next areas you would look at for development. And then the areas that are in light green are the areas that are for the next tier after that. And so actually a lot of this area also drains to the south. So it's not correct to say because it drains to the south, we're never going to look at it for development. Over half of the land along the South Beltway drains to the south and not into Salt Creek. So I think we acknowledged in the long term, you would have to look at this larger area and decide maybe for that entire area, would you have to do something different than our normal gravity sewer in order to sewer that? Otherwise, you'd be saying along that large area along the South Beltway, you weren't planning to develop it at all in the next 80 to 100 years. The South Beltway would remain relatively undeveloped. Because most people are assuming along the South Beltway, particularly in this area along several of the intersections, that in the future you'd be reserving those areas for urban development, particularly commercial development, not putting acreage residential development there. Matter of fact, even though this is at the edge of our growth tiers, I'm sure we had people in the 1970s when they were approving acreage subdivisions in the area of 56th and Pine Lake Road, 70th and Pine Lake Road think, well, that's never going to be in the city. We don't have to worry about that. And nonetheless, here we are having annexed some of those acreage subdivisions. So that's why the comprehensive plan really encourages in a county of 830 square miles that you put most of the acreages far outside of the future growth of the city, so you don't hem in the city and have the problems of trying to annex acreage development in the future. And so that's why the planning staff had recommended denial of the application, and we still recommend denial of the application. You're in the midst of beginning a comp plan update process. We have other people who asked for AGR zoning. We told them it's more appropriate to go through the comp plan update process so all those AGRs can be looked at together. There's actually far better areas for acreage development that would not be in the way of the city's growth. Maybe that's the city's growth 40 or 60 years into the future, but it's still in the futures of the city's growth plan. So we had recommended against it. I think several of the Planning Commission members had actually recommended not, when the AG CUP was going forward for 10 lots, had recommended against there being any turn lane. So a lot of their comments at the Planning Commission was that they disagreed with the City Council action that added the turn lanes So they were recommending to approve it to make up for the fact that they had to do turn lanes. And we don't think it's a good policy to say that your development costs then are allowed to set what it is you're allowed to develop. Because you'd have probably lots of developers who'd say, well, if I have to have these costs, then you have to approve X and Y, because that's what it's going to cost me in order to develop this. So yes, there is a requirement now for these 10 lots to have turn lanes. There's been other acreage developments approved that have a requirement of turn lanes, and it is definitely an added cost, and that's why in our growth area you probably don't see a lot of acreages. One, it gets in the way of the city, and two, if you're only doing 10 lots, a turn lane would be rather expensive. So that's part of the reasons in a nutshell as to why the planning department recommended denial, but the planning commission had recommended approval.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hendrickson, appreciate it. Staff guy.
Yes.
Anybody else like to come forward on this item?
Can I do a rebuttal?
Yes, please do.
I guess I don't understand why there's against it, because, Mr. McGinnis, you were at a meeting at the bypass there, and I was with Pam Digman, and I told her that this was my plan, and I asked her if she had any issue or any kind of problem with me doing this if I follow all of her rules and put in the long turning lanes and, put a road on my own. And her answer was, I don't see any problem with this. That's why it's confusing to me why they are now saying that there is an issue with it. And I guess that I remember talking to her, and that's what she told me.
I'd just like to follow up with Ron that in the staff report, the planning department does not want acreage developments in tiers 1 and 2, and this is where I was getting into the discussion on whether what is this tier. It should be tier 3. It's just odd that there's an area that's no tier. So how would you deal with that versus it should be tier 3? I mean, at some point, someone can develop this property, but yes, you will require a lift station. Lift stations have to pump somewhere. We've traditionally battled capacity issues of the lines that you are pumping those that sewage into, and there's a lot of challenges. They typically require a developer to bring the issue on, and I don't see where there will be a developer that wants to tackle crossing the interstate to pump sewage for however distance and for what area it's involved, and that's where this coming forward with a comp plan amendment, we would probably just be getting the same recommendations that this area, this is what the plan showed. This line has not changed in 10 years. It's an oddity. This property is an oddity, and with the build-through design that you're having here, this will not hem development. This will be planned to be absorbed into the city at some point in the future. And with the challenges of the property, with the gas line, with the railroad line, with the state, with the turn lanes, this AGR zoning really makes sense for this property and will not cause any encumbrance on the city in any future growth.
One quick question. Are those tiers current or are those proposed?
No, this is straight off the GIS map. That's
Okay, so those tiers are current.
I do have one of in the comp plan amendment, this is one of the areas that is being looked at.
And but these are potential. These are not.
These are areas of
They haven't been
potential
voted on at this point?
No, I don't believe so, but these are the areas for discussion. But that line, the line hasn't changed. It's an arbitrary line that just somewhat runs along this area, so I don't really know what you're supposed to do with that little piece of land for however long.
Okay, so this is just something that's being proposed at this point?
Yes, this is part of the comp plan's development and growth.
And what is it currently in the comp plan?
This is what it's currently in the comp plan. This is straight off
Okay.
the GIS.
Okay.
today, where that's where our discussion has been, that it should be tier 3 property. It's not tier 2, it's not immediately developable, it can't gravity sewer, it will need a lift station at some point in the future.
Okay. No other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, move on to 5D.
Item 5D, amending Chapter 9.20 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to offenses against public peace by repealing Section 9.20.100, minimum penalties in its entirety to remove any inconsistencies to the state statute.
Last hurrah.
Yes, Jeffrey Patrick, City Attorney, for another hour and 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
This is a small cleanup of our criminal code. I think we've had a discussion before about the penalties in our civil code cannot be inconsistent with state statute for the same offenses. We've got a couple of offenses in our criminal code that because of the penalties, they are inconsistent. And they're inconsistent because there are minimum penalties in our city code that are not present in the state statute. And so we'd like to clean those up. And as we were looking at those offenses, it occurred to us that we probably didn't need to have minimum of penalties for any of these other offenses. And so that's why we presented this repeal statute to you. The practical effect of adopting this repeal is that when these penalties, when these offenses go before county court, the county judge will determine without a minimum penalty what the appropriate penalty would be. And these minimum penalties are all just fines. So it wouldn't affect jail time, and it just would leave it up to the discretion of the county judge what penalties to deliver for each of these offenses. Can answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to come forward, speak on this issue? Seeing none, that would be the end of the public hearing. Let's move on to ordinances, third reading.
I think.
Do we have to go back
Yes.
and do Mr. Marshall's? Those were public hearing today with action?
No, actions tomorrow, next Monday.
Oh, was it? Okay.
5A and B were
Tomorrow? Yeah.
said continued with action on 7/27.
7/27, okay. Thank you.
I'm looking funny too here.
No, I sound delayed to, yeah, I read it wrong, I apologize. Moving on.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Okay?
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. 6A. Annexation 20010, application of Agninvest LLC on behalf of Lincoln Public Schools to annex approximately 161 acres on property generally located at South 70th Street and Satilla Road, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments or questions?
Let's vote on this.
Okay, move on.
Let's
Call
move the
the
next
roll.
one.
Bowers.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Oh, goodness. Item 6B, change of zone 20018. Application, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing this incorrect, but
Agninvest.
Agninvest, thank you. Application of Agninvest LLC on behalf of Lincoln Public Schools for a change from AG Agriculture District to P Public District on property generally located at South 70th Street and Satilla Road, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilperson Raybold.
Oh.
Any comments? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Washington.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6C is approving a conditional zoning and annexation agreement for South 70th and Satilla Road between the City and Lancaster County Schools District number 0001, Lincoln Public Schools for the annexation and development of property generally located at South 70th Street and Satilla Road, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments on Lincoln South, by South High?
I believe we have a motion.
I have a motion to amend.
Oh. And the motion to amend was,
The motion to amend number 1 is to hereby move to amend Bill number 220R-226 to adopt a substitute agreement attached here too.
So moved.
Second.
been moved and seconded to amend our motion
The substitute amendment.
with the substitute amendment.
And that was seconded by Washington?
Washington, sorry.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, please call a roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
That was the
Now the
amendment.
main
That's the
motion.
amendment.
What's the substitute amendment do now?
It's
We
just a
need to
new
move the
agreement.
main
It's a- They
motion.
made some changes to the agreement.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
You're welcome.
Main motion.
Yes, please call the roll on the main motion.
Bowers.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Next is item 6D, is amending the pay schedule for the employee group whose classifications are assigned to the pay range prefixed by the letter X by creating the classification of payroll clerk, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Sorry. Ward.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
This goes through the letter Q.
We know that.
Ways to go.
Item 6E, amending the pay schedule for the employee group whose classifications are assigned to the pay range prefixed by the letter W by changing the title from City Engineer to Assistant Director of Transportation and Public Works Assistant Director to Assistant Director of Utilities, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any questions, comments? Please call the roll.
Ward.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6F is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Chapter 5.34 relating to pawnbrokers to add additional definitions and to encourage electronic reporting, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second?
Yay.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington.
I heard you. I heard you.
And we have a
Just wanna
comment?
yes.
by-
Just want to say thank you, Chairman McGinnis and fellow members of the Lincoln City Council. I appreciate your time and energy in discussing and reviewing an ordinance that eliminates a barrier for businesses in our city. What this ordinance does, it removes an outdated regulation that bans pawn shops from operating on Sundays. What this stems from is the pawn slip process that has been updated and revised as technology in our society has advanced. Even though the technology has been put in place, this ban still remains. This ban is not standard across other cities. For example, Omaha does not have this ban. We must be dedicated to making sure our municipal code keeps up with the times, and we can't keep outdated ordinances or regulations just because that's the way it's always been, especially when it creates barriers for groups like businesses.
Okay.
Well said.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Please call the roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6G, street and alley vacation of 19008, application of the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska to vacate a portion of 17th Street right-of-way lying between Vine Street on the south and X Street, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Been moved and seconded by Councilwoman Raybold.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you guys get paid by the hour to wait here for us? Just checking. Man.
I'd like to make a motion to amend number 1.
I'll second that.
Been
And,
moved and seconded that we amend it with amendment number 1.
and it is to maintain access through 17th Street corridor for emergency vehicles, including medical, fire, police protection services.
Sounds good. Any other comments? Let's vote on the motion to amend number 1.
I just need some clarification. Is this the same motion here to adopt a substitute ordinance for bill number 2-84? Okay. Thank you,
Yes.
City Attorney Jeff Kirkpatrick. Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
And I'd like to make a second motion. This motion would add to line 39 at the end of the sentence, this new sentence. That further, the city of Lincoln shall retain a public access easement for the purpose of allowing members of the public to travel through a portion of the vacated right-of-way as pedestrians or via non-motorized vehicle. This is to allow the continual use of this corridor for bicycle and pedestrian passage.
Second.
Been moved and seconded for motion, seconded by Councilman Christensen
Thank you.
for motion to amend number 2. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, call the roll on the motion to amend.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Christensen.
6-1. Okay, let's call the main motion.
Christensen,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Had to wake her up over there.
Okay, item 6H, Street and Alley Vacation 20001, application of Union College to vacate a portion of the east-west alley adjacent to lots 1 through 12, block 1 of College View, generally located at South 52nd and Calvert Streets. Introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilwoman Ward. Correct?
No, that was
That's me.
It was you?
Councilwoman Raybold.
It was
her over
me.
there. She said it
Oh,
loud.
okay. It's hard to see with your mask on.
I'm hiding.
It's been seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Any comments, questions? Please call the roll.
Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6I, Street and Alley Vacation 20002, application of John Galt Development LLC to vacate the portion of West Saunders Avenue, lying west of Northwest 10th Street and east of Cornhusker Highway, generally located at 1010 West Cornhusker Highway. Introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments, questions, thoughts? Please call the roll.
Christensen,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Items 6J, Annexation 19005, application of Iron Ridge Development LLC to annex approximately 42 acres on property generally located at South 34th Street and Rokeby Road, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments?
Annexation. We just did an annexation.
Please call the roll.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6K, change of zone 17013A, application of Iron Ridge Development LLC for a change from AG Agriculture District to R3 Residential District for the expansion of an existing PUD planned unit development and associated waivers on property generally located at South 34th Street and Rokeby Road, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, go ahead, Jane.
Okay. Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Any comments? Please call the roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6L, approving an annexation agreement of Avilio Expansion Development Agreement between the City of Avilio Acres LLC, Butch Cassidy LLC, and Lincoln Federal Bancorp, Inc. for the annexation of property generally located at South 34th Street and Rokeby Road and the construction of related infrastructure improvements, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments, thoughts? Please call the roll.
I do have a motion to amend on that item as well.
So moved.
Do I need to read it in?
Yeah, you do.
Please do.
I hereby move to amend Bill number 20R-227 to adopt a substitute agreement attached hereto.
I need a second.
Second?
Been moved and seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Moved by Councilman Christensen. Any comments on the amendment?
Could someone describe the amendment? The amendment.
Can you come up and say
Here
what the
comes-
quick change was on this amendment?
Tim C. City Attorney's Office. The amendment serves to remove a term in the agreement that was site-related improvements. As we got to looking at it, we discovered we don't need that. And then there is a defined term, grading, in the agreement that is used sort of interchangeably, and so it needed to be capitalized in a few places and not capitalized in a few places. Those are the changes to the substitute.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions on the amendment? Please call the roll.
Christensen.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. I'm going to call the main motion.
Please.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6M, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 20007, application of the Urban Development Director to amend the Antelope Valley redevelopment plan by adding the 2236 R Street redevelopment project on property generally located at 2226 R Street, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Comments, thoughts? Okay, please call the roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6N, change of zone 08066B, application of 2236 R Street LLC for a change from R6 residential district to R6 planned unit development to add additional residential area with waivers as part of an expansion of the Antelope Village PUD located on approximately 15.08 acres on property generally located at 2226 R Street, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second?
Been moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington.
Raybold.
Raybold.
You need to learn these voices.
Yeah, I know.
Need to see a wig.
I think he needs an audiologist.
Yeah. I don't know any.
Do we have one in the house?
Maybe.
Or commune? Okay, please call the roll.
Christensen.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Housing.
Yay. Affordable.
Yay.
Yay. Item 6O, approving a Nebraska Renewable Natural Gas Facility Interconnection and Transportation Service Agreement between Black Hills Nebraska Gas, LLC, DBA Black Hills Energy, and the city for the transportation of biogas from the Teresa Street Treatment Plant, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen.
This is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6P, approving an innovative energy memorandum of understanding between the city and Black Hills Nebraska Gas LLC, doing business as Black Hills Energy, for a joint effort to plan for the use of biogas at Teresa Street and the landfill, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington.
Here's to resiliency.
Another good thing.
Yep.
Any other comments or questions? Please call the roll.
Ward.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 6Q, approving a franchise agreement for 20-year term between the city and Black Hills Nebraska Gas LLC, doing business as Black Hills Energy, to provide for an increase in the franchise fee and a conversion to a gross receipts model for calculating the franchise fee, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Any comments or questions on this?
It's nice to update something that's not had a current agreement for years and years.
Okay, and I also agree that it's nice that Black Hills is able to finally get an agreement with them so they can be a long-term partner with the city moving forward on this. So, any other comments? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Shob.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. That concludes our ordinance's third reading and related resolutions. Section 7 is resolutions first reading is item 7A through 7G. Ordinance's first reading and related resolutions is item 8A and 8B. We have one item for pending list date certain, item 9A. Pending list consists of items 10A through 10C.
Yep.
So,
All righty then.
all right,
Oh, what do you want to do?
do we need a motion to move pending, or are we okay?
I think we're okay on the, do we need to move it alpha pending?
No, I was just wondering, do we move our pending list? It just stays on there as date certain.
Stays on there.
Okay. So we move on to public comment. Quick talk here, for those who wish to address the council on a matter that's not on this agenda or not planned to appear on a future agenda, may do so at this open mic session. For the month of July, open mic sessions will be held today, and we're gonna do one on Monday, July 27th, on 2020. Please remember that you only have 5 minutes for your speech or for your talk, and the clerk will be monitoring that, give you a 1-minute warning when time is getting close, and then at which point we would like to keep it moving pretty quickly, so those that would want to speak next can move forward. Those with signs in the audience, it would be nice. You can keep them up, just keep them down a little bit so I can see around you. I don't want them up so that we can't see the rest, or the people behind you are unable to watch at that point. So, any other comments by the group?
I just admire everyone who's still here. I really do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on.
My name is Richard Schmeling, Schmeling. I'm at 4610 Van Dorn Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68506. And normally, when I come and speak to the city council, it's something that involves StarTran. And I'll see you all on August 3rd, because then you're going to be talking budget. And there's some StarTran items in the budget. However, tonight, I'm wearing a rather different hat. I'm here to talk to you about Amtrak. Let's go back into history. Amtrak is a public corporation. It was formed essentially to relieve the freight railroads of the so-called passenger train burden. With the advent of the interstate highways and air competition, The trains weren't carrying as many people. A lot of them were operating at a loss. And Congress then enacted an act which created a public corporation known as Amtrak. Amtrak today runs the vast majority of passenger trains in the United States. I'm sad to say that our current president is not a big fan of Amtrak, and he's definitely opposed to long-distance trains. In the past several years since he's been in office, he's zero budgeted money for the long-distance trains. Congress has repeatedly told the president they want a national rail passenger network complete with long-distance trains. And so we have long-distance trains running today. In Lincoln, we have 2 trains a day. We have the westbound, which is California Zephyr, comes through about 12:20 in the morning. We have the eastbound, again the California Zephyr, comes through about 3:48 in the morning. Not convenient times, but it's scheduled that way so people can see the Rocky Mountains during the daytime on those trains. Amtrak ridership has been growing continuously over the past several years. Now we have a new plan. Amtrak notified Congress that what they want to do is they want to go ahead and make the long-distance trains, instead of daily trains, tri-weekly trains. And I'm going to turn this the other way and see if it reads a little bit better if it's not upside down. There we go. Okay. Amtrak has tried this trick before, and what's happened is it doesn't work. When the trains go to tri-weekly, the ridership drops off. They say, uh-oh, we made a mistake. We're going to go back to daily operation, and the ridership takes a long time to climb back to previous levels and increase. In addition, the General Accounting Office has essentially said they didn't really save any money. They actually lost money doing that. ProRail Nebraska, of which I am the District 1 Director, has passed a resolution, which you have a copy of and which I have up on the screen, basically saying, hey, don't make those trains tri-weekly. Continue to run them on a daily basis. What I'm asking the City Council is to adopt a similar resolution and send a copy of it to the members of our congressional delegation. And you see it there in front of you. It was adopted unanimously by the Board of Directors of ProRail Nebraska. We're going to ask for similar resolutions from the Omaha City Council and Holdridge, McCook, and Hastings, which are the other Amtrak stops in Nebraska. And we're really putting on quite a campaign. And I've watched you deliberate this evening. Some of the items that have come before you have been worthy of the wisdom of Solomon in trying to resolve them, and I think you've done a good job, and I commend all of you for your late evening service.
1 minute.
This one to me is a no-brainer. I think it's something that we need to, as a city council, we need to get behind, and we need to adopt that resolution. I'm going to ask you to do that, and that ends my comments. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for Richard? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next person wanting to speak, come forward.
Also, just a quick reminder, we do have those that are waiting on our webinar to testify as well. So if anyone else is still here left to testify at the chambers, please step into the chambers and stand at the back part of the room. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mary Hilton. I live at 5324 Hunts Drive. I want to thank the mayor and the council for accepting the federal COP grant. I anticipate that there may be some here tonight still who express frustration at this decision, but I want you to know that a vast majority of citizens believe that city government's job is to maintain law and order. And when government is weak or won't or can't enforce its own laws protecting people and property, terrible destruction is the result, like what we saw happening, like what happened in our city 7 weeks ago. Going forward, we need honest, evidence-based discussions concerning police, and I believe that we have heard loud and clear that the community supports our stellar and accredited police department who uses best practices in community policing. Honest, evidence-based debate is also what is needed when we discuss the issue of resource officers in schools. And that issue is going to come up again. You may even hear about it tonight. I would like to remind the council that before the interlocal agreement was put into place 2 years ago, that there was thorough discussion that addressed and dealt with concerns and issues like behavioral health, adding a threat assessment officer, increasing community learning centers before and after school care hours, and the pipeline to prison issue concerns. The report to assess how it's going with these officers in schools is due out soon, maybe in the next couple months, and I would encourage you to wait for the facts to come out before seeking to make changes to a program that was desired by the community. And on a slightly different issue, I want the council to be aware that Lincoln has been named one of the top 10 most welcoming cities in America by a group called Welcoming America. 7% of our population comprises of immigrants, and Lincoln is the 12th largest resettlement city per capita, according to World Population Review. And by WalletHub.com, Lincoln has been named the number 4 most caring city. All of this to say is that Lincoln is a welcoming, friendly, accommodating city that supports and cares for diverse citizenry. My large family found this to be very true when we moved here 16 years ago. We experienced nearly the opposite in the city we moved from. So to our family, Lincoln has been somewhat like paradise, and and we find it filled with people that are basically kind, caring, thoughtful, and encouraging. And I just wanted to leave you with some good news and a good word during the comment portion tonight. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Any comments, questions for Mary? Okay, thank you. Next.
Hello, council members. My name is Bryn Biles. I live at 1129 Plum Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68502. Today, I want to address what to me is a rebuttal I hear a lot about why we should defund the police, or why we need to continue to put funds. And one of the reasons listed in the mayor's recent post about why she did end up signing her name to that the grant that would allow 5 more cops, which is mental health. From experience, there are about 2 things that happen if the cops get involved with a mental health crisis. Either that person is taken into a more criminalized action and arrested, which escalates the situation, or it goes into the hospital system because it is already at that escalated point. And I think we like to think that when you get to the psychiatric ward, it's Brian. Like, you go there for any other medical situation that happens, but that's not necessarily the case. You don't get like a pat on the back and treated comfortably. Your rights are stripped away when you get into the hospital in most cases, and you lose at least some part of the way you're treated medically. So it's taking a situation and escalating it and it starts out when you bring a armed cop to a situation where someone is already in a fragile state. I would like to say that those funds, the $150,000 that came to match that grant, could go into social workers and people more trained and unarmed to go into situations with people who are in a crisis state, and would be able to better handle and de-escalate that situation than someone with a gun. And I mean, that's just one scenario in which a cop isn't helpful. And so I'm asking that the city readdresses the budget, and also I call on you to speak with the mayor about revoking that grant. I see no need for more cops, especially, I mean, disproportionate in the neighborhoods. I also want to add that these meetings are inaccessible to a lot of your constituents. We're here at almost 11 o'clock at night. There's many people that can't stay up this late, or it's not healthy to be out this late. I know my mental state right now is a little weary, and you guys are voting on ordinances that could change the city. So I would also ask that you look at different ways that we could hold public forums like this with public comment so that we're not going so late. I also ask that we have the option for the Zoom comments for people who are immunocompromised. This pandemic is not slowing down, and in the future, there's people who are homebound who are also your constituents and who can still vote for you. So
1 minute.
It's something that's very handy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
all.
Any questions? Okay, next.
Good morning on Eastern Standard Time. Mr. Chairman and members of council, my name is Rodney Volchek, R-O-D-N-E-Y, V-L-C-E-K, and I live in North Lincoln, 1631 Benton Street, 68521. And I'm here hoping that you can solve a problem on a dangerous intersection, 20th and Cornhusker Highway. I would normally go through the channels of calling the transportation department, but it's come to be that it's just getting way out of hand. I took some photos today that maybe will show you what's going on, and lo and behold, when I was taking a photo, another person actually did violated the left turn lane. And if you're familiar with Cornhusker Highway, kind of show you here if I can do this, if this will come in. Do I need to hold that up a little bit more? If not, I can email this to you. Anyway, to make the story short, westbound Cornhusker Highway comes to 4 lanes at that intersection. Go south, you go 20th Street. Go north, you go 20th Street. 2 lanes coming directly toward you. The left turning lane to go north, as you pull in there, there's a no left turn sign to pull into Harbor Freight. People are violating that, and they're actually turning there. Friday night, when I was in that at 5:30, I went to make a turn. There was one vehicle actually turning into Harbor Freight, and then another truck who was trying to get in there. It was a extended cab pulling a generator. He was waiting to pull in there too. Well, in the meantime, the light was still red for the cars that were attempting to go either south on 20th Street or go east on Cornhusker. So basically, it was a bottleneck. And I was there today just to take pictures to show you. And lo and behold, I'm out on the middle of 20th Street looking south, and a guy is trying to turn, and there were 3 cars actually behind him. So it's that way. And this was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I kind of try to avoid that area at 5:30, 6 o'clock when the heavy traffic time is going on. But unfortunately, it's a bad situation, and I don't have a degree in traffic engineering or anything, but one thing I would ask that you would look at is extending that island that's in the middle of 20th Street, maybe 40 feet back to where the original driveway where people are supposed to actually turn there, because it's an accident waiting to happen. And to compound things, it's a pedestrian walk there, and I've seen people, they don't walk on it often, but they do walk there, that they're stuck there at that corner waiting for traffic to clear for them to cross that street, even though they have the light to walk. So I just wanted to bring that up. Like I said, I normally would have went to transportation, but I think this is a serious enough case right now that we need to look at possibly taking that small step of increasing that, because I don't know what the traffic incidents have happened there with accidents or anything like that, but I can almost guarantee you there's going to be a problem there in the future if we don't get that handled. So again, I just ask that maybe you take a look at it if you could. I'm pretty proud of the North area. I've lived there almost all my life and kind of take care of my area. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any.
Yes, one quick question.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you could email that to us, I would really appreciate it. Maybe my North Lincoln partner, Tammy Ward, and I can figure out a solution and team up.
I will do that as soon as I get home if I don't fall asleep.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you very
thank
much
you
for your
very
time.
much.
You can send it to us in the morning, that's okay.
Thank
I have a feeling I won't be looking at it later.
Yep.
Hello. I'm going to keep my mask on if that's okay.
Yes.
So my name is Kaz Vokun. I just first wanted to say thank you so much to those of you council members that are actively encouraging young people to speak up and learn about the local governmental system. It's really, really important, so thank you so much. Second, I would like to talk about tonight, just in terms of safety. I've seen a lot of people touching their mouths in here and then coming up and putting their hands all over here. No sanitized mic situation, and it just feels like kind of a cloud of lingering droplets of stuff in the air up here. So that feels uncomfortable for me to be speaking right now. I'd really appreciate it if there was like a sanitized mic, or like before at the beginning of when there were a lot of people coming in and we were taking these protocols really seriously, we were like switching mics, and I thought that was really good. So I'd appreciate that if we could maybe do that next time. Also, I want to jump off of what Bryn was saying with continuing the Zoom meetings. I think that people who are immunocompromised obviously should not be coming here in public to talk about these things. So either having a Zoom meeting or like a special, I don't know, another day to talk, maybe on a weekend when people could come that aren't at work or have responsibilities during the day on Mondays. I think that would be really great. I know that that may cut into your weekends, but if you are here for us, it'd be really awesome if, you know, instead of staying up until midnight to talk and, you know, having us be in a bad mental state, having you all probably not be in a very focused state either. I think that you guys would be able to really listen to more people if we split up that time instead of everyone sitting for 8 hours, you know, since 3 o'clock and just like having to listen the whole time and not having a chance to just take a break. So I think for y'all's safety and comfort and our safety and comfort, that would be something to consider, maybe a Saturday or a Sunday meeting. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I think that would be really good. I don't have much else to say. I know it's late, so thanks for listening.
Okay. Thank you for coming down.
We started at 1.
Yeah, we started at 1.
Yeah, we've been here since 1.
So 10 hours, that's even more
Only
of a
10.
reason to
Yeah.
split this up, right?
No.
Good evening, good night, whatever you want to call it. It is obviously very late. My name is Shad Holvershorn, S-H-A-D-H-U-L, V as in Victor, E-R-S-H-O-R-N. I'm going to preface my comments tonight by saying I understand that budget plans are being made and decided on long before decisions for said budgets are made. Therefore, I'm here to address, suggest, and/or demand that we look for funding, excuse me, in our next and future budgets to allocate funding to areas that will actually benefit our community, i.e. education, mental health professionals, to take some of the burden off of LPD, healthcare for underprivileged citizens, housing, homelessness, are streets that we continue to fill 1 to 2 times a year with a temporary fix, prison reform, and alternatives to prison sentences, and more overcrowding and other community-type programs. These areas are, and so many other areas are needed more desperately than more bored cops who will, no doubt, continue to look for and punish petty criminals and issue more citations or warnings for these things, like not using my turn signal to switch lanes or other nonsense that they try to hold me accountable for when they are unwilling to hold themselves accountable to the same laws they're in continuous direct violation of. Specifically speaking, in direct contention to the mayor's acceptance of the grant, which will allow her to add 5 more officers to the force, proponents will argue that the grant is temporary. When opponents and realists understand new officers will become a part of the future budget, or more cuts will be made in other areas to accommodate the new strain placed on the same budget. There is minimal gun violence in our community to begin with, and I find it laughable that anyone thinks that we need more funds for a police department to hire, train, and fund new officers who specialize specifically in gun violence, when the issue doesn't even seem to exist. Maybe instead of spending that extra money, they can send the 2 officers who I watched sit in the school parking lot by my sister's house for almost 2 hours the other night, since they were obviously so busy serving and protecting the community from all the gun violence that we're faced with. Point being, we see this all over the city all the time. Multiple officers sitting in parking lots, congregating, talking, taking a break, whatever it is. I understand they work long shifts, things of that nature. Do we expect them to be constantly working? No, that's not the point. Point being is if they have time to spend multiple hours sitting in a parking lot, seemingly doing nothing, then it doesn't seem like they're that busy and tied up with a lot of the gun violence or whatever serious violence that seems to be the justification behind needing more officers, or needing officers that are specifically trained and designed to handle gun violence in and around the city. So what I'm here saying is I'm demanding that we find and allocate funding for something other than police department and law enforcement, and something that will actually benefit the community. The evidence that supports it was brought to you by, I believe her name was Mary, who was in here talking about how she supports the mayor's decision, who basically stated herself that Lincoln is one of the most welcoming cities, which it obviously is. So if that's the case, and if that's the truth behind it, it must be pretty safe. Would you not agree? I mean, so the fact that we are going to continue to throw more and more money at a police force that doesn't seem to really, they don't really need it, because it doesn't seem that they have a whole lot of things to do anyway, that we're going to throw more and more money at specialized police officers to control gun violence that we see very minimal of within the city throughout the years. Because how many times, I mean, the crime rate, the violent crime rate in this city, especially when it comes to like murder and stuff like that, is very low. So that generally goes hand in hand with gun violence. So I'm a little confused as to why we feel the need to allocate and spend even more money towards that. So with that, I'll end and open it up if anybody has any questions for me.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's anyone else to testify that's in the chambers, please come to the back of the chambers.
Hello, council members. My name is Ellie Woody. I live on 2520 T Street, 68503. And I am here in support with other people that have spoken about the issue of the increased funding to the police, the grant that the mayor recently accepted, and the budget that facilitates the hiring of new officers and the implementation of body cameras to ensure public safety, health, quality of life. But I want to urge all of you to imagine a different version of public safety that doesn't involve the heavy police surveillance and presence in our city, and that doesn't urge more violence, that doesn't fight violence with more violence, or counteracting mental health issues with armed people. I think that a much better solution to this would be to expand the resources that our city has, hiring social workers, hiring people that are more specialized in these sorts of crises that people call the police for. So I'll keep it short since, you know, it is super late, but I would just like to echo these other sentiments said by people that have come up here to reconsider accepting that grant, reconsider increasing funding to the police, and instead reallocating it to other resources in our community to counteract issues that are frankly not very heavily addressed by the budget, like houselessness or like counteracting these mental health issues that we see in our community. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh my gosh, are you as cold as I am? I need to wear a suit jacket next time I come here. I'm shaking. My name's Marina. I'm curious in finding a way to open up a dialogue with you more, because I feel like what's happening with public comment sections each week or month or whatever is like, I demand this and I demand this and I'm really passionate about this, and then like y'all go home and you think about it and you process, and then if there's something that comes up related to a vote for that thing, you vote on it, but it's not a conversation at all. And I don't know what that would look like, but it would be so cool to like engage more, and I think it would make people feel more heard and maybe understood. So just something to brainstorm maybe. But I'm curious if you have heard about what is going on in Portland, Oregon.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so I'm curious how our city is going to preemptively consider what's happening there, because fascism is on the rise in this country right now, and I don't think most people are super stoked about our administration, but like we're here working on these really local efforts, right? Like that we have control over, and that's keeping me sane because I have no control over this federal administration that is horrifying. But we have to be prepared for that, and so I'm curious as a city council, like I don't know, like can we preemptively be aware that federal like officers are in unmarked cars pulling people off of streets, taking them to unknown locations? Like, I don't know, something's like really wrong here, obviously. And I feel like people are like, well, in Lincoln, like the protests have calmed down. Like, I don't know, like that does not seem like it would be an issue here. And I don't even know if I believe it's an issue there because I'm overwhelmed with digital information and I can't even process that that's happening or imagine what that looks like. So we're detaching and we're not really relating it to our lives here in Lincoln. But I don't know, something horrible is going to happen in a few months, or we're going to get tired of waiting around, and protests are going to happen again. And it's a very real possibility that will happen here because our president keeps telling us that he is mobilizing these people to take control back of cities, right? So I just think that we need to be talking about what the hell is going on. And like, I mean, ICE happens here and happened here and will happen here, like taking random people, sometimes that aren't even like illegal immigrants, off the streets to unknown locations, like transported across the country only to find out they're citizens and get like sent back home. So I just think we should be prepared for that and talking about it as a community, so people don't feel afraid or as afraid. We can support people by being open and honest about what the hell is happening in this country. And so hopefully y'all don't support what Trump's doing in Portland, Oregon, and hopefully, I don't know. I just think we need to be honest because I haven't heard anyone talk about it in a setting that's official like this. I'm just talking to my friends about it. So I just wanted to bring it into the conversation, and thank you for staying up to listen to people tonight. And I echo the accessibility needs of Zoom meetings, and maybe in a time of crisis, separating some public comment sections from like trying to help a farmer out with their ordinance coding, zoning issues, because our brains are, fried. So thank you so much for sticking it out. And I hope we don't turn into a more fascist USA than we already are so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Hannah Bates. I'm a resident of Lincoln, Nebraska. I just want to piggyback off of what Marina brought up about Portland and just bring it to notice that it's not just in Portland. It's not that far away, you know, like 12 to 16 hours away by driving. You know, it's in our region. It's happening in Kansas City now too, on like an even bigger level, because the mayor in Portland doesn't support what's going on there. However, the mayor in Kansas City does. And I also just want to reiterate all of the items that Shad brought up. I agree wholeheartedly that that funding, I spoke to the mayor earlier, and as I understand it, it's Department of Justice funding. The grant can only go toward the Department of Justice. So I understand, like, we can't reallocate that money toward parks and the library and the streets, which is really disappointing. But the thing is, like, as Shad said, we don't really have that high of gun violence in Lincoln, Nebraska. It's a fairly safe city, you know, like, it's a welcoming city, just like Mary said. And like, we don't need that allocation to go toward those types of things. We need allocation toward mental health and de-escalation, and you know, like in a perfect world, the funding wouldn't go to the police at all because we wouldn't need it. But you know, like, those things should be going toward social services and betterment of our communities, not putting more weapons out into our community, even in the hands of the law, because the law clearly is not, you know, considering citizen lives as important lives. We've seen that time and again all across the nation, that human lives are not being considered important to law enforcement. And super nervous, and we're all tired, so I'll let that be it. But thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good evening. My name is Brad Beam, B-R-A-D-B-E-A-M, 3710 Woods Avenue. I'd like to thank the council and the mayor for accepting the federal grant that will fund additional police officers. In accepting the grant, the mayor acknowledged that we have an exceptional law force here in Lincoln, and she is absolutely correct, and I am very thankful for our law officers. Since it's getting late, I'm going to go ahead and email you the rest of my comments tonight, but I did want to address something that one of the speakers just brought up, and that was getting involved. I want to applaud these people for being here tonight, and I want to encourage them to look at the subcommittees of the council for involvement. For example, Councilman Christensen will know that I attended almost all of the master plan dog park meetings 3 or 4 years ago, because that's a special interest to me. And you're going to find that there's a council member on each of those subcommittees. So if you're looking to establish a relationship with a council member, I think if they would understand that there are subcommittees that exist, whether it's the library board or the parks board, there's an animal control board. Councilmember Bowers, I think you were part of the health department, one of the boards there. And so there are lots of ways for us to get involved. So I'm going to go ahead and limit my comments tonight, and I'll send you the rest of them via email. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Brad.
Anybody else in the chamber that would like to come forward at this time? Okay, Sonia, we can go with online.
Okay, we have those that are waiting online on our webinar to testify. Those that have registered prior to noon this afternoon, I have a list of those individuals which I will call. Some may be present, some may not be, but I will still call names. It would also be of assistance for those of you to raise your hand so our city TV staff and myself can also see who is up to testify as well. I'll notify those who are up next and who's on deck, so please pay attention to our comments here and also on our chat and our webinar. First up is Mo Neal.
as I remember.
He was here earlier in person.
Yep.
Yep.
Just in case if she is still here to testify, Bo Neal. Next up is going to be Abby Coleman. Next up, Sarah O'Neill. Next, Dustin.
Hello.
Oh, Sarah.
Hello. My name is Sarah, and I live in at 6809 Beaver Creek Lane. The mayor rejects the notion that city leaders need to choose between supporting law enforcement and supporting calls for equitable treatment for everybody by law enforcement. The truth is, you should choose neither. Law enforcement cannot Hello. Hi. I don't know where I was cut off. Law enforcement cannot be supported because there cannot and never will be equitable treatment for everyone by law enforcement. Law enforcement is inherently racist, violent, and not the answer to any claimed desire for safety. Police cannot reduce violence or improve safety when they are the ones who cause and increase violence and make our community unsafe, particularly for Black, Indigenous, and people of color in Lincoln. The institution of law enforcement is only meant for violence, surveillance, and control. If the city is so concerned about gun violence, then support gun control. Focus on policies that hold gun industries accountable. Defund and demilitarize the police and security personnel. Adding more police officers who will be out in the community with guns and other weapons will only lead to harm to civilians and police harassment of young people, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and under the guise of ending gun violence. The fact that you are only able and willing to give over $800,000 toward the police department and only $150,000 in the upcoming budget to address social and mental health services is appalling. You need to invest in care, not in violence and bigotry. It's not too late to rescind the acceptance of this federal grant, which would expand LPD in direct opposition to calls to shrink it. And if you think it is too late, then it certainly is not too late to slash the proposed budget by at least that amount in order to correct the mayor's mistakes. Now, I want to transition into another issue that intersects with race, and that is housing insecurity and those most vulnerable when it comes to our ongoing pandemic. What I'm demanding is that an eviction moratorium be put in place because the first one should never have come to an end. We need to prohibit landlords from evicting non-paying tenants for the foreseeable future. We have no idea when the COVID-19 pandemic will end and its negative economic implications. And so how can we expect folks to provide the basic need for themselves and their families now? In the middle of a pandemic, you cannot sit back and watch while landlords strip people of their basic needs while actively paying more to the very people who will arrest anyone who ends up on the street. You cannot allow poverty to be criminalized. This is exactly what will happen because this is exactly what does happen. You represent all Lincolnites, and I implore you to act like it. And when I say act like it, I don't mean volunteering once or twice at the Tenant Assistance Project, for example, which I do appreciate, but that's not enough, especially for people in your position and your power. Projects like TAP are necessary, but should not be. You have the ability to make this unjust eviction machine come to a halt because you had the decency to know that people should not have to beg to stay in their homes or just have a few more days to find money or a place to stay or worry about evictions being on their records, especially during a pandemic. This is a public health issue, a racial justice issue, an issue of class, ability, gender, sex, and sexual orientation. These are problems. Defund the police, stop evictions, and represent all Lincolnites, and please continue to hold these opportunities to virtually comment indefinitely. Thank you.
Next up is Dustin Reimpf. On deck would be Paul Paulson. Dustin?
Hey, I'm here. Thanks for joining me here in Oregon. I'm a lifelong Lincolnite, but I'm currently getting my master's in conflict and dispute resolution at the university. So that involves a lot of things with de-escalation, but my specialty is actually land use conflict resolution, which has made the city council meeting a lot more interesting than previous ones I've been to, because now I understand the jargon. But that's not what I'm going to comment on today. What I've been working on recently is a practicable report that involves non-police first responders. And so we're talking about evidence-based solutions. The point of the report is to actually look at what people in the Lincoln community specifically are doing, what the infrastructure looks like, and what the possibilities are for the future. So I've talked to the people involved with the real collaboration with the Mental Health Association, all the people who wrote that report that was about it, which is methodologically sound, but just really quick. One thing on that report is that it did show that the collaboration between the police and the Mental Health Association over 3 years did reduce emergency protective custody and did reduce mental health calls for service, but what it did not do is have any statistical difference on arrest rates. So a lot of people are looking when they're talking about defunding police to alternatives, and one of the alternatives here in Eugene, Oregon is something called Kahoot 89, which is crisis out on streets. Just a few numbers on that. Sorry, my internet connection's been good for 8 hours and now it's bad. Which basically takes 17% of the direct calls from the dispatch here in Eugene, Oregon that are crisis related and redirects them from police. It's estimated that every year it saves about $8 million for the city budget. And this is a smaller community than Lincoln, Nebraska, so potentially it could save more. There are a lot of reasons for those cost savings, but just a couple of stats if you're not aware. 22 to 50% of all police deaths occur with people with mental or behavioral disorders, and it's a really staggering statistic. Arrest rates are much disproportional for people with mental health disorders. And from the police I've talked to, they are actually some of the ones who are most for this kind of project, to say, if you want to take the funding and give it to people who are specialists, like a lot of activists I've talked to, that it's totally possible. And so I don't think this is a radical solution at all. It's one that has been implemented in Eugene. And I think there are at least 6 cities which are looking at Eugene's model right now in their upcoming budget sessions. So I realize getting a task force and creating an entire new municipal entity for this budget session is virtually impossible, but it is something that a lot of cities are due. And again, one of the things I'm studying is collaborative governance, which is where can we find solutions for things that seem really polarizing? And this is one of them. So I know it's not going to satisfy a lot of activists who want to completely defund the police now, and it's not going to satisfy a lot of people who want to maintain the status quo. And essentially what we're looking at here then is something that's a discussion. Not everybody I've talked to agrees with this proposition, and there are a lot of logistical things to work with, but everybody I've talked to agrees it's a discussion that we can have. And so I just kind of wanted to pop in and say hi, and I'm going to be emailing you progress with the report that I have, which has a lot of quotes from a lot of administrators here in the city about the feasibility of this. So if you see a weird random email from a guy in Oregon, that's me. Like I said, I lived in Lincoln for 31 years of my life, and it's an issue I care about. And I care about, as one person mentioned earlier, evidence-based findings, and that's what I'm working with. I plan on publishing every opinion that I run into, whether it's for or against this proposition. So with that, I'll cut it there because we're all tired. I'm at least only at 9:30 here on the West Coast. So if there are any questions, I'd feel free to take them. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks.
Up next is Paul Polson. On deck is Maya Moore. Paul?
Hey, can you all hear me okay? Awesome. Thanks. My name is Paul Polson, and I live at 928 South 20th Street, City Council District 3. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak remotely, and I hope we can continue offering and improve these ways for all of Lincoln to participate in city government. I understand that there will be another opportunity to comment on the budget after publication on August 3rd, and I'll do my best to be there in person if at all possible. But I am commenting today in advance to ask that the council rethink the spending priorities of the mayor's proposed budget, specifically rescind the acceptance of the grant to hire more, otherwise increase funding to the police, and reduce the Lincoln Police Department budget as a way to minimize the effect of the shortfall on other services such as libraries, parks, education, housing, and to bolster health spending during the pandemic. One thing I've learned in this moment is that my past behavior of dutifully filling out my ballot with the Democratic nominee at each general is not only insufficient, but has contributed to our current state of over-policing and mass incarceration. The mayor's response to calls to rethink policing in our city throughout the past couple months has been a disappointment. Mayor Baird has not condemned the indiscriminate use of rubber bullets and tear gas. She enforced curfews to curb protesting. She told us we were seen and heard. And then after photo ops with protest leaders, she proposed a budget which increases police funding despite a budget shortfall for the city. At this point, it would take a drastic change of behavior on her part to earn my trust. But there is opportunity for this council to take this moment seriously and reflect that in the upcoming budget decision. So there's plenty of literature and video accessible for those that haven't already begun taking this opportunity to educate yourselves on the alternatives to our system that emphasizes policing and incarceration to solve for social ills. And I do think that even if you're rigidly pro-policing and incarceration, you owe it to those you represent to at least have a shared understanding of the facts and arguments in favor of defunding or abolition. At their core, systems that emphasize surveillance, control, and confinement are not life-affirming. They appeal to a false understanding of justice as retribution, where if we can hurt someone as much as they hurt another, then something good has been done. Beyond their racist history rooted in slave patrols, these systems are based on old myths that there are good and bad people to be sorted in and out of society, but we know this isn't the case. There are just people in Lincoln whose needs are being met and those who aren't, and we use policing primarily to punish and remove those already suffering. As I said, I'll be there on August 3rd, but please use whatever time you can these next few weeks to seriously reflect on the opportunity you have to lead here. And thank you all again for staying so late.
Thank you, Paul.
Just real quick, since council does have my list, Marlee had asked to be removed. Up next is Maya Moore. On deck is Cynthia Cerny. Maya?
Hello. Hi. I am Maya Moore. I live in Lincoln at 3422 Grimsby Lane. And I also want to express my gratitude to be able to testify online. I think this makes it makes it more accessible to be at these meetings, but again, I echo other concerns that it's a very late hour and it's not very healthy or accessible for others to testify at this hour if they can be here virtually. I think Marina's idea about, or I think, oh, it wasn't Marina, never mind. Someone had the idea of having a separate meeting where you would be able to hear other testifiers on a weekend day. I understand that would cut into your weekend as well, but I think that it would be a necessary maybe part of a necessary measure to make sure everyone is heard during this time of crisis. I'm also here to denounce the mayor's acceptance of the federal grant to hire additional police for our police force. I started thinking, as a lot of people talked about this tonight and before, but I think the discussion around safety versus control really needs to be centered in how we are approaching our police in Lincoln and everywhere. Is if our concern is safety, then we should invest in things that actually keep our citizens safe. And that isn't the police. I view the police as a tactic to control and to using control as a guise to safety, kind of a false means to get to a perception of that. In addition, I wanted to ask, it's my understanding that an extra $150,000 is needed from the city budget to match and accept the mayor's federal police grant, and ask about how you think that is both a morally correct way to use taxpayer dollars, and how is it logical? I'm having a hard time. I have been having a hard time just understanding how that is a logical thing to do when there are other services in our city that need a lot more financial attention and things that we know work, as opposed to body cams for police officers that we're not sure if they work or not. So if you want to continue the discussion just for a couple minutes right now, I would also be willing to call or email any of you about that.
Thank you.
Next up, Cynthia Cerny. Cynthia, if you're logged on, please raise your hand and we can allow you access. Cynthia Cerny. Next up, Joshua Redwine. Joshua Redwine. Next, I'll call Robert Stewart. Robert Stewart. Yeah. I'm going to come back to Robert. I see that he's here. Robert, can you hear me? We'll move on to Aaron Poor.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Is this Robert Stewart?
This is Erin.
Oh, Aaron, thank you.
Hi. First of all, I want to sincerely thank everyone for offering this time for public comment. I realize these are incredibly long nights, and I am grateful for your marathon service. I want to urge you to keep offering a virtual participation option for all future city council meetings. It's important that people who are homebound also have access to these meetings. And it is especially important now in the midst of the pandemic that people who are more vulnerable or who live or work with vulnerable folks have the opportunity to participate. I urge you to please fulfill your mission of making these meetings accessible to all Lincolnites. I'm here this evening to also urge you to reject the current proposed budget for the city and reduce the current funding allotted to the LPD. I'd urge you to redistribute those funds to mental health services that don't stem from the Lincoln Police Department. Leave the police out of mental health services. Regarding the recent approval of the federal COPS grant, in the media release, Mayor Leary and Gaylor Baird said, "We do not have to choose between supporting the work of the Lincoln Police and supporting the calls for equity and justice in the fullest sense." She goes on to say, "We must work to realize the vision of a community where people of every race and every culture feel a true sense of security and belonging." End quote. History, data, and personal experiences have shown us that safety, security, and belonging cannot be achieved for Black, Indigenous, people of color, disabled, queer, transgender, and poor people in a society with bloated police budgets, militarized police, cops in schools, and police who are trained by our society to equate Blackness, indigeneity, disability, queerness, and poverty with criminality. We're asking for paradigmatic change. We are asking for acknowledgement that policing as a branch of government has failed non-white Americans. It has failed to keep poor and disabled people alive. It has failed to keep folks unharmed. It has failed to make folks feel like they belong in a community. Police are not the answer to society's challenges. Jail is not the answer. Policy change, imaginative and empathetic policymakers are what we need to address our challenges. We're here asking you to be imaginative, to break from the history that tells you police have always been here and will always be here. They haven't always been here, and they don't need to be here forever. In a society when all people are housed equitably, there will be less crime and less need for police. In a society where all people have equitable access to quality education and post-secondary education, there will be less crime and less need for police. In a society where culturally affirming quality healthcare and mental health care are accessible to all, there will be less crime and less need for police. These changes can happen and have happened in communities around the world. Like Dustin just mentioned, it's happening in places like Eugene, Oregon, and other cities as we speak. This power is in you to imagine these futures with us. We're asking you to use your imagination and create policy, guide our city towards futures in which people's needs are met, a future in which root problems of crime are addressed through policy and resources directed to historically minoritized communities, not by increasing the police budget. And we're asking you to acknowledge that LPD is not the excellent, blameless, non-prejudiced department that our leaders keep saying they are. LPD are not the exception to racist policing in the US. LPD worked with county sheriffs and National Guard to brutally put down protesters with rubber bullets and tear gas. Like sheriffs, police and troopers have been doing for decades across this country. They're not the exception. They're part of the hive. I want to quote the civil rights giant John Lewis, who led thousands of people for years in the fight for justice. He said, quote, "When we see something that is not right, not fair, we have a moral obligation to say something," end quote. And that's exactly what Lincolnites did on May 29th through June 1st. Thank you. The photos that have been flashed on the news of John Lewis in the 60s, enshrouded in tear gas, bloodied from police assault, could easily be mistaken for photos of Lincoln, Nebraska, or many of the more than 100 American cities that have risen up in protest against police brutality this summer. But instead of recognizing the moral obligation that people were speaking to in these uprisings against police brutality, LPD looked to their peers in the country, in the county and the National Guard and other police departments in the US to devise their plan to put down these protests. LPD demonstrated to us in late May and early June, as they have done countless times, that they borrow tactics from other police departments nationally. And as has been proven through data and personal anecdote, the mechanisms of policing are racist, and policing upholds white supremacy. We must acknowledge that LPD is part of American policing, and all of this language that touts LPD as excellent, a fine department, and quote, not racist, communicates to us that you're not listening, that you're not acknowledging the enormity of this issue, and that you're more interested in maintaining the status quo that creates oppressed classes than imagining futures in which people can live free with their needs met. Thank you all so much for listening.
Next up, I'm going to call Robert Stewart again. Please raise your hand, Robert, so our staff can allow you to speak. Robert?
Hello. This is Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for all that trouble. Thank you for these public comments. They should remain in place in perpetuity. Public comments are a necessary way for the people of Lincoln to connect with each other and have access to all of you who are representing our interests. I know it is a lot of work and very long hours these days, but it is much appreciated. I sincerely hope these opportunities to comment will continue to be available moving forward. Online comments especially are crucial for obvious reasons of health and safety and to increase accessibility for those whose voices most often get left out of these conversations. The addition of closed captioning on the video feed would also be a great step in improving accessibility. In an effort to be more coherent than I was on the last public session, I've been doing a little research. I looked at Journal Star articles on budgets for the past 10 years, and I found a reference to LPD being defunded and officers being reduced, which is very encouraging precedent. But that idea has already been much discussed, so I won't delve into it too deeply. I will say that I also found in my research an almost constant obsession with keeping property taxes at their existing level as the only platform worth building a budget on. I really think we need to take a deeper look at who benefits from creating budgets that coddle property taxes. Because when we look, it's pretty obvious that property owners are near the top of that beneficial heap. In a community where over 40% of our population is renters, that leaves a lot of people out of the conversation. And during a time of pandemic, when property owners in town are evicting tenants, a budget to benefit them is only rewarding those doing some of the most harm. We are leaving already underserved, housing-deprived people to suffer, while those who already have the security of a place to live reap benefits to further enhance their stability. We already know the people who live in the more recently developed parts of town where there are fewer rental properties have no problem supporting a sales tax to build an empty arena that was fun for them while it lasted. But they cry constant fear and more cash for cops rather than put their property value to work when it comes to strengthening their community. I realize the biggest portion of property taxes do not go to the city, but even an incremental increase would provide additional funds which could be used to support and develop public spaces most at risk, including libraries, parks, sidewalks, and other infrastructure. Also, defund the police. That continues to be an option. Now back to the property taxes. The civic entity that benefits the most from property taxes are schools, as I'm sure we're all aware. So when we pursue a budget based mainly on not changing the taxes people pay, we choose to deny the real need that is out there and the power we have to address those needs. We deny the negative effects of allowing large-scale property management firms and their owners to be saved the expense of paying their dues, while schools in the areas where their rental properties exist suffer from budgets that do not have the flexibility to meet new and evolving needs. In older neighborhoods, especially those which surround downtown, there are more multiple occupancy buildings in a smaller overall area. This means some neighborhoods have more school-age children, but fewer property taxes being used to support their schooling. The budget as it currently exists means reducing resources for children and educators in a time when resources and just plain logistics are in a state of constant upheaval and reappraisal. We are denying schools and educators needed extra funds to aid in planning and preparing the best they can while being forced to work against their will. I want to contribute. I am a homeowner and a taxpayer in Lincoln. I am asking you to raise my taxes. We should all be willing to contribute. If paying a few more dollars in property taxes is going to help keep community spaces maintained and functioning, I will gladly pay it. In my research in past city budgets, I found this has happened at least once before, 10 years ago, when a group of homeowners led by Rosina Paolini and carrying a petition came forward to ask for a property tax increase. So there's precedent for this, and also for defunding the police, as I already mentioned, wink, wink. Those of us who can afford to manage property can manage to find a few more dollars in our pockets in order to support those in our community who do not have the security and privilege we enjoy. Same response to anyone who says, well, I bought a house, but I don't have kids, so why should I care about schools? To them, I say you should care because children are human beings and all human beings deserve care. If we need to raise property taxes in order to properly care for our community, then so be it. We will happily pay them at my house. It seems almost inhumane to be opposed to higher property taxes at the expense of funding our community right now. It seems like saying we are willing to make our neighbors suffer just to shave a few dollars off our bills. On a side note, I will personally chip in a couple bucks to fix the acoustics in the mayor's office, since it seems that everyone is telling her, yelling, defund police, but somehow the sound ends up arriving in her mayoral ear holes as get more stuff for cops, like as much as you can possibly get, like a whole supermarket sweep's worth. To be clear, defund the police. Do not approve a budget written to appease property owners and disproportionately punish the poor. Defund, disarm, and abolish the LPD. Support schools, libraries, and other shared public spaces. Everyone, please, for the love of whatever entity you hold holy, wear a goddamn mask. Support those lacking resources, not those already secure in their living situations. Abolish ICE. Don't forget, it's all stolen land anyway, so no one's paying near the taxes they ought to be really when it comes down to it. Land back, ACAB forever, all power to all the people, all Black Lives Matter. Thank you for listening and for your time and attention. Sweet dreams to all of you.
Next up, Vic Clafter. On deck is Isabel Salas.
Hey, Sonny, can you hear me? Okay, great. My name is Vic Clafter. I live at 3787 Randolph here in Lincoln. I want to state that I do believe virtual access to public comment is vital. I urge you to allow this for all public comments into the future of the pandemic and after we have emerged from the other side of this public health crisis. I also want to thank each one of you council members for sticking it out. I've offered edible arrangements to numerous people today for doing good things, and I offer each one of you a metaphorical edible arrangement as well. I'm going to preface the following statement by saying that while I do believe we should defund the police on the road to abolition that imagines an entirely new future of public safety, considering this council's recent statement about the COPS grant, I'm offering this statement as something I hope can help establish common ground toward achieving an equitable community for all Lincolnites. I'm going to speak to you about two things that seem different, but are inextricably tied to a cultural norm that we must disrupt and dismantle. Around 7 weeks ago, as our nation and city erupted in protests and demonstrations to state that unequivocally Black Lives Matter, and the policing practices, prison industrial complex, and mainstream white consciousness in America make it clear that Black lives do not. In the midst of that first weekend, I witnessed 4 Lancaster Sheriff Department deputies aggressively and combatively arrest 4 young people of color. The young people had acquiesced immediately to the deputies' shouts to kneel on the ground, down by their shoulders and heads until they were lying on their stomachs on the sidewalk. The other circumstances of this event are honestly not that important, even though I could dissect how actions of the mayor set up this sort of predatory policing to happen. As I saw this unfold, I recognized it as concerning at the very least, and more accurately as unjust and dangerous. But what's important is that my first thought after being told by a deputy that I could not record them with my phone making the arrest or I would be arrested is, this is wrong. I should call the police. I sucked in a breath after that thought crossed my mind because it is jarring and fundamentally unsettling as a white, middle-class, able-bodied, straight, and usually cis-passing man to come face to face with the fact that a government body that I have been raised and conditioned to trust and support is designed to protect me and those who look like me, and designed to prey upon, make a barrier to safety for, and remove from mainstream society via incarceration, Black people and people of color. And this thought in this situation made crystal clear for me a principle that upholds an intrinsically discriminatory system in this country known as law enforcement. The police cannot police the police. Among the many things that need to be removed from the purview of police, instigating, investigating, and acting upon needs for accountability must be removed from their jurisdiction and should have never been their assumed responsibility. The second thing I am addressing that is different but tied to this same principle is Lincoln's coordinated response to COVID-19 in the last few weeks and what I asked this governing body to take on in the next 6 to 8 weeks. I am thankful for Mayor Gaylor's Baird's institution of a mask mandate in indoor places open to the public that commenced today. This is overdue, but I'm still hopeful for both its potential practical effect on reducing transmission if people actually do it, and for the message that it sends to our city about the serious situation we are in and our mayor's willingness to react with appropriate, if not delayed, gravitas. I am so concerned about what our city's health will look like in 4 weeks after UNL students converge from all over the state and country, and LPS has reopened with full capacity. Despite claims that health and well-being of students and the community is of utmost priority, these decisions seem to be made apart from the data that is provided and examined by epidemiologists and skilled doctors that clearly shows we just simply are not ready for these measures of reopening. What does this have to do with my first point that police cannot police the police? I understand that this council body is not the LPS Board of Education, nor the University of Nebraska Board of Regents or Chancellors. But these bodies are making unilateral decisions that cannot be separated from the health outcomes of our community at large, especially our communities of color, who we know are disproportionately affected by this pandemic. And I, as an individual who is terrified that so many more people in this city I love will get sick and will die, am asking you to oppose, both in your council and personal capacities, these dangerous, willfully ignorant decisions that will result in more people dying without loved ones nearby and more funerals that people cannot attend. We must disrupt this white, colonist, privileged, and capitalist normalization that accountability be offered effectively within and by the governing body that needs the accountability. This breeds corrupt and selfish decisions, whether that manifests as unwarrantedly aggressive arrests or in reopening schools that will result in people, especially people of color, dying. When our systems of accountability don't work, we must make them work. Please use your position of power to advocate for the well-being of our entire city when the people who officially have the power are abdicating their responsibility to rely on science, data, expertise, compassion, and an anti-racist framework to give every Lincolnite the best chances possible to survive the police and the pandemic. Speaking truth to power is good and is what I'm doing. Power, speaking truth to power is your responsibility. Please don't let us down. Thank you.
Up next, Isabel Salas. Isabel Salas. Up next, Cheryl Horst. Cheryl Horst. Next, Caitlin Hopkins. Caitlin Hopkins. Next, we will have Kylan Pinkelman. Kylan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kylan Pinkelman. I'm a resident of Lincoln living at 1848 C Street. There's nothing that I have to say that has not already been said by a lot of people who said it a lot better than I probably ever could. I have to just say I'm disgusted by the acceptance of the COPS grant and that it requires a $150,000 match of taxpayer dollars. There's a very clear history of policing in the United States and a lot of very strong evidence that supports defunding and abolishing the police. As a country that was built on white supremacy, we have to start severing the deep roots of that outdated, illogical, and hateful mindset. It's holding us back from true progress. I just ask that you reject the current budget and defund the police, provide resources and supports for people in need without risk of tying them into a corrupt policing system. I do also want to say I appreciate that you have allowed for public comment to be given via Zoom. And I encourage you to continue this practice indefinitely. It creates a more inclusive environment in which your constituents can participate in local issues. I also echo what multiple people have said in asking you to consider additional opportunities for public forums. At this point in the evening, I feel like everyone's pretty burnt out. I know I'm not alone with having to wake up early and work a full day tomorrow. By creating more opportunities in which people can speak, you're increasing our capacity to hear each other and to work together. ACAB, Black Lives Matter, all power to all people. Thank you for your time.
Next, Cat Wise. On deck, Rosalind Kitchler. Cat Wise. Next, Rosalind Kitchler. On deck, Jesse Gray. Rosalind?
Am I up now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. Sorry, just having some audio problems. Hi, thank you for your patience. My name is Rosalind Kitchler. I am a resident of Lincoln living at 1414 C Street. I spoke at the last City Council meeting on June 29th to speak against the proposed city budget and voice my support for defunding the Lincoln Police Department. Many, many others voiced similar opinions, not only during the City Council meeting, but also through continued protest. I speak today because our concerns continue to be ignored. Specifically, I am disgusted Mayor Gaylor Bard recently agreed to accept a federal COPS grant. This grant will increase the number of police officers and require spending an additional $150,000 of Lincoln taxpayers' money to fund these new officers. In her Facebook post announcing the COPS grant, the mayor states these police officers will provide, quote, protection and safety for all community members, end quote. Yet from its inception to today, the police have never protected the safety of all. Policing solely serves the wealthiest and whitest. Policing is intended to surveil, control, and terrorize people of color, but especially Black people. For example, according to Nebraska State Patrol traffic stop data, although Black residents account for 4% of Lincoln's population, they are 8% of traffic stops and 20% of all car searches. If we cannot trust police in Lincoln to conduct unbiased traffic stops and searches, how can we trust them to respond to more serious problems? And stops and searches are not harmless. They can and do lead to jail time when poor residents accumulate fines they cannot pay. Due to the racial wealth gap, these poor residents are far more likely to be people of color. Moreover, each stop requires residents of color to interact with a system designed to terrorize them. We must not forget modern policing began in the 1800s in the form of Southern slave patrols. The slave patrols provided the model for early police departments in large northern cities, which sought to control their increasing immigrant populations. Policing has never been and cannot ever be race neutral. In her same post, the mayor framed these additional officers as moving us, quote, towards where the community wants to be, towards greater safety and security for all residents, end quote. Hiring more officers is in direct contradiction to what the community wants. A community that less than 2 months ago experienced unlawful police violence in the form of firing rubber bullets and tear gas at protesters. What we want is to express our supposedly guaranteed right to protest. What we want is our Black residents and residents of color to be safe and secure. What we want is no new police officers. What we want is social services that are not tied to the police. As the saying goes, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If police are involved in responding to community crises, every call becomes an occasion for control and punishment. Again, I demand Lincoln to fund the police. Lincoln must reject the COPS grant. If it is too late to reject the COPS grant, then I demand Lincoln reduce all other spending on the police department. This money must be directed to social services working completely independently from the police. Finally, I demand all city government meetings continue to allow comment by teleconferencing from now on. As of right now, this is the last city council meeting that will allow virtual commenting. This is absurd. This past week, Lancaster County recorded the highest number of COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic. People are at high risk of COVID-19, myself included, will not be able to safely attend in-person meetings for months. Does the voice of these residents no longer matter? Even when COVID ends, there are still many other residents who will continue to face accessibility issues. These include some of the same disabilities that increase COVID risk, but also a lack of reliable transportation, a lack of childcare, and working jobs with afternoon and evening hours. Members of city government should be as accessible as possible to their residents. Allowing virtual public comment enables the most residents to participate. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Jesse Gray. On deck, Kelly Seacrest. Jesse?
Hi, sorry, can you hear me? Okay, hi, I'm Jessie Gray, and I'm gonna try to make this short since it's quite late and because I said a lot of it during the last city council meeting, but I believe it's important to restate much of it to make sure that you understand how urgent this is to our community. Firstly, I'd like to thank the mayor and city council for listening to our concerns and deciding to no longer close libraries one day a week, as well as including more funding for the parks and other quality of life projects. However, I'd like to once again remind the mayor as well as city council that giving more money to the already bloated Lincoln Police Department is going to do so much more harm than good, especially to our most marginalized community members. I realize that implementing body cams seems like a good idea on the surface, but it's well known that footage from those cameras is much more likely to be used by police to prosecute a citizen than it would be to hold officers accountable for their actions. I mean, we've seen countless instances where police tilt their camera away from the scene, turn them off, or somehow all have broken or malfunctioning cameras at the same time while they're committing violence or using force against citizens. Body cams are simply not going to help the public as much as they're going to help police, and that's clearly not what we need right now. I think it's also worth noting that I have heard the argument that the police to citizen ratio is below average in our city many times from those in favor of more police officers, but I don't believe that the number of officers from the Lancaster County Sheriff's Office, UNLPD, or state troopers are included in that ratio. And those departments overlap jurisdiction with LPD, meaning that they cover many of the same citizens. So I just want to warn everyone that that figure that's often presented as a tool to encourage more funding and more police may be skewed. It's important to be giving accurate information to your constituents, and I'd like more information on that figure and how the UNLPD and Lancaster County offices play into that. Those numbers need to be made clear and accessible to the public, especially if it's going to be used so often by the mayor and the police chief to bolster the supposed need for more cops in our community. With that being said, I strongly oppose the decision to accept the grant for more police funding, and I urge you to pay close attention to what the most marginalized members of your community want and need from you as our leaders. Please protect them before you protect the police. What does need to be done in our city is a steady and incremental defunding of the police department and the implementation of community organizations that are specifically trained to deal with issues that pertain only to their specialization. What we need to be funding are things like on-call mental health professionals, specially trained domestic violence investigators, substance abuse treatment centers, affordable housing, transportation, and many other community center programs that will benefit the public much more than the police, and in turn reduce crime, rendering the ridiculous amount of policing in our community unnecessary. Lastly, I just want to reiterate how essential it is that City Council provides virtual public comment for every meeting in the future, especially while we're in the midst of a deadly pandemic. There are citizens in our community who are immunocompromised, who don't have access to health insurance, who care for and or live with high-risk individuals, who don't have access to vehicles or transport, and who experience a plethora of other circumstances that may prevent them from being there in person. It's our right to make our voices heard by our city's decision makers, and it's your responsibility to be accessible to every member of the public. So please continue allowing virtual comment. Thank you all so much for staying up and hearing us out. Black Lives Matter. Have a good night.
Kelly?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, excellent. I just want to thank everybody for staying up so late. I'll speak quickly. I just want to speak tonight about ableism, the oppression and discrimination and violence disabled people and people with disabilities experience. So first, the Zoom access for public comments needs to continue, and we need to have closed captioning on these meetings to increase access. The American Disabilities Act states that state and local governments need to give people with disabilities an equal opportunity to benefit from all their programs, services, and activities. It also states that you are all required to make reasonable modifications to policies, practices, and procedures when necessary to avoid discrimination. So that includes more Zoom call-ins and more closed captioning, whether we're in a pandemic or not, because when you increase access, it benefits everyone. I also just want to support, again, the calls and demands to defund the police and reject the COPS grant. What does this have to do with ableism? Well, to echo what the Eugene, Oregon student said, police officers harm, kill, and murder disabled people at extremely high rates, particularly Black disabled people, particularly when police are called during a mental health crisis. Police are not trained to handle these crises. Ableism is showing up and has shown up everywhere, and it intersects with other forms of oppression, including white supremacy, classism, transphobia. So all these things, the pandemic, housing justice, violence against Indigenous people, climate change, regressive tax policies, police brutality, reopening schools too soon, people not wearing masks, not supporting transitional housing. We need to look at these through a lens of justice, not punishment, through a lens of freedom and not control, and a lens of care, not harm. And also through the lens and a mindset that we need to radically change things if we want to stop or at least survive these crises that we're experiencing. If I had more time, I would speak on the way reopening schools create unsafe working and learning conditions for young people and school staff, but I'll save that for my emails. All I'll say is all people have value, no one is disposable, and once we start acting on these truths, we can start building a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
I move adjournment.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Will you please call the roll?
Washington?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
3 minutes, James.